It's already going?
Yeah, like basically a no contest. Like I remember walking out the ring.
Already set up.
I'd
What
never
up, son?
be leery of
All time grind?
a match like this one, but I already talked to her. I thought it
I
was.
don't know, yeah.
I trusted her.
I think I got to put in the stream key and it just is already ready.
Fatal mistake.
I'm walking down to go to the ring, and I'm being pulled aside. And Jerry Briscoe says, Vince McMahon wants you to ring the bell when he puts Brett in the sharpshooter. I said, what? He said, well, are you going to do it? I said, I don't know.
Jared Briscoe is a producer agent, one of the toughest son of bitches on the face of the earth.
Crazy very long. He says, is Bret Hart going to pay you? This is what Vince wants. Do you want a job or not? I said, I don't have an idea of what I'm going to do right now. You know, mess my mind up. And this is the truth. I'm thinking he had an opportunity to drop the bill. I know this is not right, but I gotta have a job. I told my brother to throw all my shit in the car. This ain't gonna look good, get all my shit up the bathroom, put it in the car. So I'm walking to the ring. God, I promised brother we can't now. That was the longest walk of my life.
We had a great match with him. Sean was a great wrestler. We're gonna start fighting before the bell starts.
I don't think this match has officially even started.
Finally, after about 10 minutes of brawling up and fighting up in the crowd and stuff, I eventually fight Sean back to the ring, throw him in the ring, and now the match starts.
I get in the ring, right, I ring the bell to start, and I'm going, God, don't put the sharpshooter on. Last 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, putting Brett in his sharpshooter. Oh my gosh, how humiliating. He's going to beat him with his own finish. Sean actually didn't know how to put the sharpshooter on. He steps through the wrong way, folds my legs the wrong way, and I moved my legs and switched them the right way. I remember when he put it on, I flipped over. I could see Vince McMahon, and I could see him get this close.
He all said he doesn't know how to do it, right?
I know, you just fucking twist it.
Ring the bell.
As the match was going on, I'm going, I don't know what I'm going to do. I hated it.
And I remember that moment of looking at the timekeeper, and Vince snaps out of the ring. Oh, they're screwing me right now. And I remember reaching back and showing that I wasn't submitting. I grabbed Sean's neck and started in reverse, and you could hear the bell beep.
If I had to run the bell, Vince McMahon was going to ring that bell.
And at first I was like, I wanted to just kill Vince. I wanted to just jump through the ropes and just punch him out. I couldn't believe he did it to me after all the years that I gave him, all the matches and all the hard work, and he disrespect me like that. You son of a bitch.
I jumped out of the ring, ran across the floor, jumped out hockey fields. You could still hear the bell ringing, jumped in the car, and we drove off.
I had enough sense to paint WCW backwards so you could read it on TV.
Brett did the WCW for the fans there in Montreal. But it was what it was.
I remember I had a nice good copper spit, and I remember just hitting the copper.
Boom, so this is what I look for right here.
Wrecked a bunch of monitors.
I'll get on Involio here.
Into the crowd and stuff.
Because a couple of guys couldn't get along, they hit on the most talked about match ending in the history of professional wrestling since the dawn of time.
Widely viewed by fans as wrestling's most treacherous act, the Montreal Screwjob would tear the lid off of wrestling's sacred brotherhood. But its true architect has yet to be revealed.
This is where I've told a couple of these things. I've never gone this far, but I figured, like I said, I'm not going to talk about this on TV anytime in the rest of my life. So I guess at this point, I don't care who this man is. So it was me and Vince Russo at Vince McMahon's house.
My name is Vince Russo. I was the head writer at the WWE during the infamous Montreal Screwjob. And quite honestly, I wasn't even originally slated for this documentary. And then I wanted to be a part of it because I was there. Like, I knew what would happen.
So I'm sitting there that day. First, Vince gets up and he takes a phone call for Brett.
What I can tell you about that phone call is, Vince pitched many different scenarios for Shawn Michaels to take the belt off of Bret Hart. And Bret soured on every single one of them. Vince told Bret we'd go back to the drawing board, and that's exactly what we did.
Well, this finish won't work, and that finish won't work, and Brett just wants to come out and hand the belt over on TV the following night without getting beat. I'm sure he does. So then he goes and he calls Sean. Every time Vince goes in there, then I sit in a room twiddling my thumbs with the guy hate worse than anybody in the world, Vince Russo.
We'd get in these creative meetings, and the three of us would argue. And it wasn't the three of us, it was Jim and me.
We could not be farther apart physically, philosophically, mentally, morally. If one of us was an African-American lesbian nun and the other was a Nazi skinhead Martian from outer space, we could not be more different.
The problem is, he's still living in 1970. I'll never forget he made the comment, oh, when a guy comes out of a box, he's instantly over. Like, bro, this is like 1996. Like, who's coming out of boxes, bro?
Vince Russo's never had any respect for professional wrestling. He booked the wrestling program to pattern after Jerry Springer.
Our styles completely crash.
Finally, Vince comes out, and I'm about lost my religion with the whole creative team thing anyway, because it's not my style of wrestling. I'm living in Connecticut. I'm miserable. I weigh 280 pounds because I'm aggravation eating. I'm not in my element here. I said, Vince, there's got to be something we can do. I said, it's your company and it's your will. So then Vince looks at me and says, well, then how would you do it, pal? Well, now it's a challenge. Once again, I'm going through every finish I can think of, or every situation I can think of, nobody wanted to do a job. I said, goddamn, double crossing. You can learn more about modern wrestling from these classic books and classic magazines than you can by talking to people today, because history always repeats itself. In 1931, there was another double cross in Montreal. The Battle of the Bight. Strangler Lewis controlled the championship and nobody could get it away from it because it was worth so much money. Lewis has a title match in Montreal against Henri Deglain. They lock up and immediately Deglain grabs Lewis's own hold on Lewis, the headlock, and takes him down, and they go down on the mat because Lewis is working with him, and they're going to do some kind of reversal. Deglain starts screaming, bloody murder, top of his lungs. The referee checks Deglain. Huge bite mark on the guy's chest. Apparently, when Deglain got the headlock on Lewis, Lewis had bitten him. Here's the thing. It was actually Dan Koloff, Deglain's foreman, had bitten him in the locker room, and then did this, and then when he locked up, boom, headlock, nobody could see what happened. Referee disqualifies Strangler Lewis and awards the title to Henri Deglain. That's a double cross. And it's as old as the hills of wrestling. So when Vince says, well, how would you do it then? Bret's hold is the sharpshooter. But let Sean get Bret's hold on him. If the referee just calls for the bell as a submission, nobody can tell anything was wrong because that's what it's supposed to look like anyway. And to tell anybody anything was wrong, I said, Bret Hart, of all people, would have to expose the business. I said, what's he going to do?
Somebody shared my shit on Involio.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like he does when
Yeah.
From the other night.
you would be discussing tomfoolery, and he would say, all right, let's get back to reality. And we went on.
Do you recall during that meeting with Vince and Cornette ever told a history lesson about double crosses that happened in the past?
Unless I was in the bathroom during that scenario did not take place in front of me when I was sitting at the table. I'm not going to call Jim Cornette a liar. When I was sitting at the table and Cornette was sitting at the same table, I pitched that exact scenario to Vince. So basically, out of
this on a smaller scale.
I said, Vince,
So what I'm looking at,
Vince, have Sean put the sharpshooter on Bret and have the referee call for the gun.
uptrend on the 4 hour. I feel like it's reaching for up here.
People tell me all the time, oh Vince, you take credit for the Montreal Screwjob. I wish I didn't pitch the idea.
This is some pretty good action right here. If this is the recent floor, this is my retest. And this is it reaching down and fucking motherfuckers over. So, could be on its way up since it already came down. Took it out, broke above.
Hold me. He's actually going to do this. And look right now. Close up on the goosebumps.
Honestly, this doesn't look that good.
I'm thinking, I don't know who else knows about this. I just know that there is a high probability that somebody in this building is going to want to beat shit.
The only thing that's tempting is I'm pretty sure it's reaching up for that top. But I don't know. I don't see my setup for it to go down and hit this liquidity. I guess right here, it's the same shit, really. If it was to take this out, but I don't trust it, it could come all the way back down into here. Into either this order block or this fair value gap area. However you want to look at it. Well, this is tempting on the 15 minute. If it was already ready to go, I would want it to come down into here. But it could. It already ran liquidity right here. Came above. Now it's fucking around. I don't like it to fuck around so much after it takes liquidity. This is kind of unknown for me here. Unsure.
So mad. There's Sean Sunday in my dressing room. He swear to God that he had nothing to do with it. Sean, you were in on one? My hands are clean this one, swear to God.
These are ones that I didn't get in on that I just marked up.
One of the two was in.
These two
I think
may have been even from a night before. And then I feel like it showed me something I like to see right here, like during New York.
Everyone's kind of stunned. I remember Undertaker got so mad that he kicked over one of those big steel barrels. He just slammed the door and said something about he was going down to Vince's office to get a straight answer on why they did that to him.
You know, Vince, you gotta go over and talk to him.
I still feel like this has got all kinds of potential to keep going down.
I give him one, but if he's gonna hit you, you gotta take one. Brett came out of the shower and told Vince get out of his dressing room, and then he said, if you're still here when I get out, when you get dressed, I'm gonna punch you out. Brett finished the shower. I mean, he put that into his sweet ass time and finished the shower. And Vince stood right in the middle of the room waiting for him to finish.
So I finish shower, I come up, and it's funny because I walk out of the shower sopping wet, naked. Vince said something to me along the lines of, this is the first time I ever had to lie to one of my talent. It was just such a lie. I remember tying my shoes, and I remember I got tying my last shoelace and started tying like, this is it. I'm gonna punch out Vince McMahon. I can't believe I'm doing this. We walked towards each other, tying up, just like a pro wrestling match. And I remember just
This looks to me like smart money right here. All the queers who just trade smart money. Seems like this would be their floor. And it goes all the way down, and then it comes back up to this area before it dives down and takes liquidity. That's too risky for me. I don't like the way that looks. This is too much up movement for me to not think that it's gonna just continue up.
He was bawling his eyes out like a baby. And I remember thinking, I know you were in on it. And he knew it. He was like waiting for me to make my way over to him and finish him off. And I just tapped him on the shoulder and I said, Sean, thanks for the match. I mean, he couldn't believe that I thanked him.
This is about what this looks like though, this leg here. Comes down, comes back up about here.
That much drama and backstage, just bullshit.
Sometimes I lost sleep. I should have done that thing.
Brett, you're not gonna understand this now.
This looks like a repeat, honestly. This might honestly be
He didn't trust Eric.
decent trade.
I went to Vince's office and said, I need to talk to you.
I'm gonna get rid of this fucking shit.
He said, I got a meeting with everybody today. We'll take care of it. He said, everybody down. He said, what I did last night was my call. It's not Earl's fault, and anybody don't like it can come to my office and I'll release your ass right now. Screw job was already in the makings. You had to find somebody that would do it.
The conversation I had with Vince were really at.
You can hear the audio in the back. We're listening to we're watching the Montreal screw job.
Vince's reaction.
If you know, you know.
If you had known, then you would have known.
Oh, motherfucker.
Shawn Michaels risked everything for you and for this company. So before you condemn Shawn Michaels, understand what he did for you and your family. There were a lot of what if scenarios discussed the night before. And I think that everybody believed that at the end of the day, Vince was going to be able to convince Brett.
Damn, this is sure a lot of up for a reversal for me.
So Vince asked Jerry Briscoe to let Shawn know there was a spot in the match that Shawn get him in the sharpshooter, ring the bell.
wrestler who went through the code. He's the one that exposed the business.
We're talking with Bret Hart, the Hitman, today. How are you?
It was very important to me after 14 years of probably the most dedicated, loyal, hardworking
Floor.
service you could ever get out of a professional
So this is my floor,
This man, everything you could ever ask for.
and it was reaching up for this up here.
My character was not
I'd want it to come back down.
Bret was telling
I'd start looking for it to bounce right in here.
didn't lose. He was
Anywhere from right here to down here.
something that Vince felt it was important to address on Monday Night Raw.
Still don't like it though.
Or did you not screw Bret Hart?
There's a time-honored tradition in the wrestling business. When someone is leaving, that they show the right amount of respect. And the people like, no, we don't want to like the rich billionaire boss. We liked Bret Hart. He was our hero. Bret Hart didn't want to honor that tradition. Vince was really giving Bret Hart all kinds
Damn,
of
what year did he
for
expose
not
that shit?
honoring the time-honored tradition of
What
doing
year?
the right thing on
How
the
long
way
after
out
this
on
happened
TV?
do you
This
think
didn't
Vince
happen
Man
ever
was
before.
telling this what really
Vince,
happened?
He just came across very cold,
Oh, I bet it was just a couple of
calculating,
years.
and very, very heelish.
I truly believe that Bret Hart screwed Bret Hart. And you can look in the mirror and know that. Rather than sweep this incident under the rug, Vince capitalizes on it by transforming this real-life incident into a storyline where he reinvents himself as an evil, conniving mastermind.
When I debuted, the fans didn't know that Vince was the owner. He was an announcer. And then once the word got out that he actually owns the company,
Well,
the power behind the throne, this and that.
You think this looks safe to calling up?
He's one of the greatest heel characters of all time, yes.
3 back-to-back no's.
If they had done it right, everybody prospered. Shawn Michaels became the WWF champion off a big win. Vince McMahon became the catalyst to the evil empire, Mr. McMahon, and they handed the hottest wrestler in the world, Bret Hart, to WCW, and they dropped that ball. In the aftermath of the Montreal Screwjob, wrestling changed forever. The fourth wall had fallen. Vince McMahon's villainous character would propel his company
So
into the
much up.
stratosphere, while Bret Hart would make his lackluster debut in WCW.
You know, if you look at how Bret Hart even came to WCW and how they launched me the very first day. I remember like referee, so lame, like such a lame way to bring me in.
Is that what you want? Referee?
Eric Bischoff was an imbecile trying to run wrestling. He didn't have any idea about wrestling.
I have to take some responsibility in the fact that there may have been better ways to bring Bret in. I would be honored to be the referee. But at the same time, we'll never know that because the plans that we did have for Bret were executed so piss poorly because of his just detachment from it all.
He didn't get over in WCW. Zero.
Hey, Bischoff! It's the WCW!
Fuck's he wearing a girdle for?
The legacy of the Montreal Screwjob is that nobody knows if it was really a screwjob or not. I happen to believe it was the real deal.
To me, I feel the same way now seeing back as I did the first time I saw it. It's a total work. Everybody was in on it and they all did it together. Now look at Bret's face. He doesn't look too shocked to me. You're gonna spit on Vince and then the truck's gonna go tight on Vince, get Vince wiping the loogie out of his eye. Vince has been in the TV business his whole life. Nothing's gonna happen without his consent. Everybody knows you're leaving. You're gonna stand in what's now your opposition's ring on a global broadcast, and you're gonna motion the call signs of your competitor. If that's not okayed by a big boss in my mind, I'm gonna cut away from that. I mean, I've
They
never
confiscated
discussed
somebody
this
from
before,
Michigan's laptop.
and I didn't ask guys
That
for
was,
it.
no,
Watching it
like
as a
somebody on the staff that
educated
they're
fan, I
should
was
have the
saying
info of like stealing the
collaboration
signals and shit.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah,
So,
Everybody that's talking about it though is not saying it should be a
Bret
big
was in
deal.
on it.
Everybody's just
No,
like,
man,
yeah,
this
fuck.
is the way this piece of history went down.
That is
It's like there's
Conspiracy theorists. will
no,
always be
like they're
conspiracy
saying that it's not a big deal
theorists.
because
Unfortunately,
just
sometimes
because you have their
they want
signals
one
doesn't
story
mean
to
that
be
you
there
can
just
that you can
isn't
do much
there
with it.
They try to create.
And
Just
depends
because
on
it's all
how they
situational.
got this signal as much
a screw job was very scripted sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's not one of them too, is he? Man, I'm sorry, it's ludicrous that Scott Hall would say that he didn't talk to Shawn Michaels about this. I know they all talk to each other about everything, but especially about this. Why wouldn't they? I will tell anybody to their face that thinks that this was a work, you are a dumb, stupid. These are death threats. I've gotten a bunch
Dumb
of
stupid what? A dumb
these
stupid
were some of
bitch
the
ass
most creative
motherfucker?
And some of the most picturesque, so I framed these. Get by the ring one more time, you make a target under those lights, you won't know where it comes from. Bye-bye.
They pulled it all off because I trusted the referee. Poor Earl. Yeah, he's just a little guy. I feel so bad for him. To put that on him was such a rotten thing to do.
For the last 15 years, it's been the shits. There's always a chair in any arenas you screwed right. We never talked for a long, long years. Even though Brett and I are friends now, this is still, say, I guess you could kind of bring it down a little bit, but something that will be with me forever.
A lot of people say, hey, it was their idea, all the way from Vince Russo to Jim Cornette to Triple H to Shawn to me. You know, we all said it.
The Montreal Screwjob is remembered all kinds of different ways by all kinds of different people. For the fans, it was like one of the first big behind-the-scenes things that exploded, and they heard about, and they realized that there was more intrigue in the locker room and in the boardroom than there sometimes was in the ring.
As soon as you start doing that, as soon as you don't believe it's real, or it's not really worth watching.
That's the way that people feel when they lose faith in their hero. That's when you lose people in wrestling. Because they believed in the people involved.
This could be loading up to go, though.
The action, they believed in the people.
Ain't my
I
shit.
take a lot of pride, almost ridiculous pride in being the wrestler that I was. I believe that I was the guy that reinforced the wrestling aspect of the wrestling show. And that's what I like to be remembered for. The
Damn,
reality
look at all
of the
this
situation
fucking lame ass low
Two
liquidity
guys
shit.
Just could have got over themselves. Well, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Here's my double dick winners. Oh, except this one.
I've ignored him for years, and it's on.
This one fucked me over
my
before it
personal
ran.
enjoyment at this advanced age to remind everybody at every opportunity that he's a liar.
It's freaking wrestling. It means nothing.
I will live to piss on his grave. Even if I'm in a walker, my wife already has
I
instructions.
look forward to
She's
get
out
down
the
into
window.
here.
She
I
doesn't
guess
get me
I'll
there
put
if
an
I'm
alarm
not
here.
ambulatory. I'll find Vince Russo's grave and I will piss on it. There will be a picture of that hanging on my
And
wall
I'll
when
move
I
it
pass away. And hate is a hell of a
accordingly.
motivator.
That one wasn't that good, honestly.
As the new millennium dawned, the once industry-dominating World Championship Wrestling was struggling to keep pace with their rival, the World Wrestling Federation.
You are looking at the next WWF champion, and that's the bottom line.
In many ways, WCW's fortunes and future hinged on one key event.
Bash at the Beach 2000. Candidly, one of the biggest disasters of my entire career.
Bash at the Beach was one of WCW's biggest annual pay-per-view events. And in the year 2000, it was the stage for an epic clash between two of wrestling's most controversial creative talents.
And I promise you will never see that piece of shit again.
I think Vince Russo is motivated by attention. I don't know why. I don't know if he didn't get enough when he was a little kid.
Eric represented everything I despise in the wrestling business. And bro, I'll tell you, you're never gonna outwork me because I'm better than you.
If he believes that, that's probably reality.
The incident
And
at
who was
Bash
that
at
guy?
Beach 2000
Vince Russo,
was
he's
one
the
in
one
which
that
every
fucking came to
participant has their
WCW
own
and
version
kinda
of
went
what
to
actually
shit.
took place
I was
that
a
night.
writer.
And I said,
Yeah.
Hulk, you're not walking out of here the WCW champion.
Bischoff
That
looked
is
like
not
such a queer wearing that jacket.
Now the script's out the window. What's going to happen? And it's like, nobody wants to watch wrestling and see
It just didn't look right wearing a leather jacket.
Hogan, you big bald son of a bitch, kiss my ass.
Yeah, dude looks like a douche.
Hogan's pretty sensitive about being called bald, even though he doesn't have any hair.
Did I know that Hulk Hogan was going to take legal action? How could you not?
There will come a time, there will come a place when I will tell the entire story of what happened at Bash at the Beach.
The legacy of Bash at the Beach, the single biggest black eye in WCW history.
I despise the wrestling business, bro. I despise.
So yeah, maybe.
You cannot be a good person.
Man, it's asking for a lot for
and
tonight.
exist
This
in the
might be
wrestling
a New York
business. You
thing.
can't, bro, because you
I would look
enter
forward
a
to come
shark,
up here.
and
I guess I don't
unless
have
you
to
become
take
a
this shit
shark,
out, but I look forward to
they
go up a
will
little
eat
deeper in
you
here
alive.
and then drop down and take
My name
this
is
shit
Vince
out.
Russo. I was in
So
the
I'll move
wrestling
this.
business since 1991, so I'm going on 32 years now.
I'll look to see what's up if this alarm goes off here. Oh damn, I'm way up.
Who is the WCW World Heavyweight Champion?
Where was I at? GCAD?
There is no
Yeah.
question, Mike.
There's no
Who's
question.
here with the belt?
GA.
Overall, do you think Vince Russo has done more harm
What up?
or good for wrestling?
Harm. Yeah, I'd say long-term harm. Yeah.
In the 1990s, professional wrestling is
Have you
bigger
seen all
and
these?
hotter than it has ever been before. As
Probably,
industry leader
yeah.
Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation faces a serious challenge to its popularity by an aggressive challenger, billionaire Ted Turner's World Championship Wrestling.
WWF would have been the dominant company from 84 through, I would say, 96. And then 96 flipped over and WCW was dominant. My name's Dave Meltzer, and I'm the editor of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, and I've been covering pro wrestling since the early 1970s. The flaw of Vince McMahon is he only thinks a certain thing works. That's it. And there's a million things in wrestling that when done well can work.
As both companies engage in a fierce ratings war pitting their Monday night shows against each other, the rise of WCW is led by its ambitious young president.
That's a pretty good bounce.
I decided the only way I was going to be successful was to be different. I listed all of the things that made WWE successful, and I decided to do exactly the opposite of what they were doing. I'm Eric Bischoff, former president of WCW. I'm the first one that created a weekly live television format for professional wrestling. I looked at the WWE and they were tape, and I thought, wrestling needs to be live. When it's live, the audience has to watch it. WCW. Nitro was just a really bad, cheap imitation of WWE. It was just silly, childish stuff.
The Shock Master!
They were ignoring men 18 to 39. So I thought, okay, there's my opportunity. Now I began wondering, how can I transition into more reality-based product? Eric produced a different kind of a television show than had ever been done before. He was just ahead of the game, and Vince was behind the times.
Before launching Monday Nitro, Bischoff aims to legitimize WCW
Man, this looks
by headhunting
pretty good right here on the
poaching
4.
Vince
This
McMahon's
might be
biggest
ready to
star
go.
to be the new face of the
Time is it 11?
We're the number 2 wrestling company in the world. We're a fraction of the WWE's ratings. And bringing in Hulk Hogan changed the perception of WCW. It was a seismic shift. I mean, I remember Eric telling me, where Hogan goes the money. That was his saying. And all of a sudden, my phone rings one day, and it's my buddy Diamond Dallas Page. And he said, Eric, Scott
So,
Hall wants to
what I look at here, overall
Hall.
trend,
So I do the deal with Scott Hall, and about a week
down.
after that, I get a call from Kevin Nash. Same thing. Bam, the light bulb went off in my head. There's my storyline. There's my reality.
Made a nice little floor here.
WO, the New World Order.
Pop back up. Took it out.
We left WWE.
And then
in the
came
dust.
back up in
the
here.
dust. We weren't just beating them, we were beating them badly.
But the WWF isn't down for the count, as fans eventually begin gravitating to a new generation of superstars and a radical new approach to wrestling storylines.
And I can see it reaching.
Introduced by a brash young writer named Vince Russo.
It's already took
Writing
this
a
out, man.
wrestling
Fuck.
show is not rocket science. And one of the things I said to Vince when I first sat down with him, Vince, that wrestling handbook gets thrown out the window. And I said, Vince, from now on, they think we're gonna go left, we're gonna go right. Now,
I could still
all of
come
a
grab
sudden,
this, and I
week
could
to
go
week,
all the
they
way
don't
down here.
know what's going to happen. The idea of Crash TV is I am writing that TV like the viewer at home is sitting there with the remote in his hand, begging me to give him the opportunity to see what was going on the other channel. So it would be short match, backstage segment, vignette, short match, fight in the locker room, vignette, boom, 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 and you are not giving
So yeah, I would
that
look
viewer
forward
the
to take this out.
opportunity
Fuck.
to, let's see what's on that.
That means this could
That's
still be
Crash
going
TV.
up for.
Russo's
Well,
concept of
fuck.
Crash TV plays a key part in turning the tide, and soon the WWF is back on top, beating WCW every Monday night.
Floor, down, down, down.
Certainly in 99.
Little manipulation up into here.
He was on top. And that was
It's on a
magical
small
period.
scale,
I don't
fuck.
dismiss Vince Russo's,
I'd still wanted to come up here and take this out then, huh?
And the Rock at the same time. And that's like, the Yankees with Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. WCW, by the end of 99, they started losing money. They were the Titanic heading into the iceberg. My budgets were becoming slashed. Eventually, I got let go in 99 because I was fighting that. I was struggling, I was fighting it.
Turner executives relieved Bischoff of his creative duties, while rumors emerged that Russo is overworked and frustrated in his role at the WWF.
Well, WWF added a second show, SmackDown, and did not give Vince Russo a raise. So he went from doing one show a week to 2 shows a week.
I went into Vince's office. I said, Vince, I want to be able to move my family closer to my wife's family, so my wife isn't alone and she has help raising the kids. Because Vince, I'm never home. And he turned around, bro, without missing a beat and said, you make enough money, you should be able to hire a nanny to take care of your kids. You don't tell a proud Italian man who loves his family to hire a nanny to watch his kids. Bro, at that moment, it was over. And they had me up to WCW that weekend.
I was shocked when WCW brought him in. It was a match made in heaven. We could talk to.
Yeah, I don't like that quit.
I know I'm going into this
like
thing
what?
with
This
a
guy here.
target
Oh,
on
yeah,
my
he's-
back. This is the first time I am going to be working with these veterans that have been at WCW for a long time. From day one, Hulk and Eric were like this. I can actually
Talking about trading
remember
Derrick Henry.
locking
Ain't
eyes
that
with Hulk
crazy?
for the first time,
Derrick
and
Henry's on the trading
What
block.
I read from Hulk immediately was mistrust.
Yeah, I don't think it
Vince Russo was smart enough to know that you couldn't build around Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, no
anymore.
shit.
He wanted to
There's a
make sure.
fucking.
So,
There's got to be like
yes, I think he
12
was trying to
teams
figure
that
out a
would
way
like to have
remove
Derrick
him because
Henry.
Hulk Hogan had so much power because he was Hulk Hogan.
You know, I've heard the critics ask the question, well, is Hulk Hogan getting older? Well, yeah,
I like that I bring up my YouTube, but I'm right here on it.
So there was this narrative that Hulk Hogan couldn't wrestle in the ring anymore, he had no value, he should retire, blah, 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 blah. Where in reality, the business side of the wrestling business still thought very highly of Hulk Hogan.
Taking the reins of WCW in October of 1999, Russo
Man, did you watch
began
any of the highlights of the
reshaping
fights
and
this
reimagining
weekend?
The company's flagship show,
Nah,
Monday
I saw
Night.
the
Vince Russo
fucking.
believed, the more
I
extreme
heard the
and
cum shot
shocking you make
gassed
it,
out
the
in the
more they
first
will
round.
like it.
we are just
He says he broke his hand.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
that we are.
Sometimes that's right.
Who even won that
You
one?
also run into a thing
Thumb
where
shot?
once you've done it,
Decision?
Yeah.
you desensitize the audience. And then there's
He beat him pretty easy. Like, not easy, but like it was an easy decision.
that you watched.
It should have been a 10-8 first round because he just held him down and
I was there
was
for
trying
3
to
months.
fucking get
The
something on him.
ratings went up
Hit him
in
a bunch
those
of
3
times.
months.
The second round Usman landed the better shots. Usman fucking cracked him a couple times, but nothing like that really did more than just kind of stagger him.
Next thing I know,
And then the
management
third
tells
round,
me we're
shot
going in a
fucking
different direction. And I
kind
said, okay,
of.
fine, just
I can't even
go
remember how
home,
the
send me
third
my
round
money.
went, honestly. But when I watched it, I figured the come shot would win pretty easy,
Turn
and he did.
WCW ratings around. The network lands
And
with a
then
new idea.
Israel
Both men working together.
knocked out fucking
Red Siegel is the head of TNT
what's his
and
name,
TBS.
Alex Volkanovski.
Vince, I want you to meet somebody for lunch.
Is he fine?
I know.
No, Islam
He's talking to
Makhachev.
Eric
Oh.
Bischoff.
Hate kicked his ass, dude. It was bad. Hate kicked him, got him up against the fence on the ground, propped him up with his knee, and just fucking rang his bell until the ref got him off. Bang, 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 bang. It was sad to see.
I just think philosophically, those two guys view creating and producing.
Oh, we gotta
wrestling
see this.
content
Jack, for
entirely
TTS, donate.
different.
Sorry,
Philosophical
I'm making a little
difference
hectic
as
over here,
opposed to
so
personality
brace
difference.
yourself. You bro, back there?
I comment on this. Neon all posted on Twitter earlier that it's done, it's over.
I seen that shit. You're like, I love you, man.
It's like, I love you, bro. You got that bitch forever. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Back there, I tried to move up a little bit more.
Hell Neon.
This shit's all scripted, anyways.
No.
Oh, yeah, I did.
You think Neon scripted scripts this shit?
Fuck yeah.
Really?
100. He's the one that I think is the most obvious.
Yeah, that was.
What, am I getting curb stop next? Like,
Bro.
Curb stomp.
I don't go back to Twitter. No, say sorry. It was 4 against 1. Like, somebody deserved to get beat up at that point.
You don't know the backstory. Chat,
Conor McGregor exposed for being racist.
Yeah, so if you don't like some white guy, he started it.
What would he do?
He was touching, making fun of his fat.
Well, then I feel bad.
Oh, okay. So just.
I'm sorry.
She didn't know. I
actually didn't know, but I just saw the clip and I was like, damn, 4 people against 1, and then I saw. Okay, anyways. I apologize, Sweater. But Sweater did ruin the Rolex surprise, so that's payback.
Oh, yeah, you bet him.
For a minute. I bought him one. Show him.
What? Yeah, I bought myself a Rolex. Thanks.
His favorite color is green.
L Dono, L, bro.
Don't Dono just like comment W Sam. I love you guys, but
Man, you see the Niners lost again?
How was I disrespectful, bro?
No.
Kirk Cousins got a Monday night win, bro.
People dislike you. Do you think I give a
So they're
Over the
4-2
fucking
right now?
Niners.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What is the Rams record?
Oh, dude, probably 3-3.
Fuck, that means we're tied with the Niners.
2-3, I'm not sure.
Unless the Niners played and beat the Rams,
Are we back, Jack?
means we're tied
We're
with
back.
them.
We should be back. We're in the fucking tunnel.
Nope, the Niners did beat the Rams.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Of
So
course
that's
I
the
am.
tiebreaker
If I was
because we
there, I
lost to
would've
them.
beat someone's ass, right?
yeah.
I would have.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I'm always stuck in fucking Japan, so I can really do shit. But of course I'll slide.
We're leaving today.
Cap? Whatever. I don't care what y'all say, bro. I'm like that. I promise I would. I would have stepped in and I would have slapped someone, beat someone's ass.
Putin went into cardiac arrest like yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. That'd be crazy if his ass died.
I wonder how old he
Hey,
is.
you know what I'm saying?
Like 72,
I'm
I
sorry
think
for
they
my
said.
OnlyFans.
Little baby did. What happened to little baby? Oh,
Hey Siri, how old is Vladimir Putin?
it's
What is it?
it's the makeup.
Vladimir Putin is
71.
71 years
I
old.
think that it's not makeup.
I'm joking. I've seen her without makeup. She looks almost the same, except a little worse. I'm joking.
I'm just gonna say it's probably El Neon because he probably didn't delete her
I mean,
number.
yeah, I did. I mean, I did.
Oh, you did delete it?
No.
Then I'm very. Oh. I don't want.
Did you see what they just said?
No, I have to select the hearing, remember?
Yeah, it's too much. I can't handle nothing going on except them bullshitting.
That thing pushed up. Oh my gosh, you're gonna fall. Oh!
You ready?
See, Zerka's on kick.
Yeah, keep doing it. Hey, yo, instead of a piggyback ride, can you like jump in a bush? Yeah, can you get on the bus? I'm heavy. You don't have me. You don't want me. I'm heavy. I'm 260 pounds on it. How much you weigh?
Yeah, right. 260. Yeah, right. This bitch can even kind of carry.
Yes, I got you. Hop in back. Not my shoulders. Hop on her back. Wait, piggyback ride. I'm getting hurt. Alright, go. Okay, don't actually walk though. You can if you want. Jump. You
Jump? What the fuck is this man doing?
He's trying to do a
Hop on my back.
You can't be trusted.
Did anyone hop up?
Fucking smash her,
I
bro.
don't care who it is. I'll put anyone on my back. Can you hop?
Right?
Yeah, right.
You have 60K followers?
50.
6 million? You're on the team if you fight McKinley. Just wrestle her. Attack her.
No! The fuck?
Let's do it. Okay, ready? This is gonna fall.
1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
You need to hoist yourself up. You can get up on my hips. Let's go. Get up on my hips. Can someone get up on my hips? Up here. Pop up. Okay, we'll move.
I gotta wake that up. Wait till it's hard before you move.
My bad.
To get her to shut the fuck up, you put her on my back. You will? Thank God. Are you actually?
No. Fuck. I got a nose job. I'm not anymore.
Nah.
People used to say that I got a nose job, and now people can say.
You should live in Jack's house with us.
I was just saying, I like your persistence of trying to keep her on your back.
Thank you so much.
But you just thought I should.
If I can't.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
You're my girlfriend.
I like this right here.
Anyone? I don't want to be just anyone. Oh, watch out, Double. You're gonna die. So don't do us a favor. No, she's risen me. You are so
No, but this is up.
You're like,
Fuck.
you remind me of Claire. You're like French Claire.
I am French. My grandma came from France and then I invasion.
Oh, I'm German. That's right.
It's a weak ass down fan.
Yeah, that's why I did that, yeah.
That's crazy.
Think it growing a mustache. You want to hold hands?
Yes, I do.
Do it.
Let's do it.
Do you like it?
No.
Me neither.
You remember my grandma leave
No,
France?
what does this FAU stand for? Florida
Florida Atlantic University. The fuck?
Oh, shit.
The fuck?
So what's your favorite position?
My favorite position, missionary.
Missionary.
Cowgirl, probably. Low-key. Reverse cowgirl.
Yeah, sure.
Legs over the shoulders.
Anything for you.
Anything for me. Anything. My favorite's everything and everything. You can't walk over the seal or that means you won't ride for me. You gotta walk. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy. 6 lives left? Okay, then I'll pay.
I'll pay for it. No, Sophie's paying for me. That's my girlfriend.
So 3 down, go in. She paid for 3.
Alright, let's go. 1,
ladies and gentlemen, he is a four-time NFL MVP and Super Bowl champion, the founder of the second largest book club in the history of book clubs. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, we don't know if that's accurate.
Who's first?
Oprah.
Who's number one?
Oprah's had pretty
Sure.
The Bible isn't a book club. I guess maybe.
It's a book club.
I mean,
I don't know. A lot of people, all the hotels.
No, people read about it and they talk about it, what they read about it.
And there's sub clubs of the big book club.
So church itself would kind of be the book club.
So maybe the third largest. Well, there's a lot of churches.
Damn, what do you got going on here?
Exclude religion. Excluding religion. Okay, second large. Well, cults.
What about cults?
Well, what do you call a cult?
This game
has
like. So one thing that some video games have is called lore, and it's like the history that happens in the game.
I've heard of that, yeah.
But they don't really. But you have to like figure it out on your own. And what I'm doing is I ripped a bunch of files from the game, and it came with the concept art book. And I found this concept art book with a bunch of files, and I'm basically
there's a few good ones.
Making a note, writing everything about all these files, and then I'm gonna tell ChatGPT to fucking make a video for me.
You know,
and then I'm gonna make a video.
First one's gonna be. Where's Bob with a bang?
Yeah, I could imagine. I feel like there's been some choices in the book club that have certainly been a part of some narratives or storylines that are happening in real time in a lot of lives. So I'm excited to hear what the first one is. Also excited to have you back on this week. How do we feel? Have we made any progress since last time we chatted on the Achilles? Are you getting back for the game this weekend? Where are we as we sit on this October 24th with you, Aaron?
Yeah, it's been a tough week of rehab. It's been kind of smaller gains. I think when you get to a certain point, you're not maybe having the jumps that I did early on, where you're out of a cats and you're out of a boot, and then you're in a shoe and you're up in the percentage in the Alter G. It's been more of a grind the last week or so, but a lot of good things we're trending towards.
Yeah, ain't shit.
You know, it's just a matter of trying to get down to 100% walking, like as far as it looking normal, and then after that, then there's progressions. I think that'll maybe start to take a bigger jump. But once I can get to walking normal in a shoe, which is close, really close, then make a jump. And yeah, you know, I invited Eli last night to do a little play a little catch with me maybe on Sunday. So. Planning on being back for our game as the road.
See what happens if this goes off. Maybe I'll get in short.
I missed the guys.
Yeah, so obviously you were great on the Manning Cast last night. Sounded good too. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that are going to be said about the sound, the way you sounded. I thought it sounded great. Had a little T-Pain reverb on it, a little ow, wow, wow when you were breaking it down. Then it went all the way in a different direction. You know, had a little bass in your voice, and then you came down in there in between. Thought you did fantastic on there. We were pumped to watch.
Yeah, you know, they were in my ear going, "You sound like a robot." And I said, "Does that mean I'm monotone and boring, or what are you talking about?" They said, "No, let's go get some headphones." I'm like, "All right, I'll go get my headphones that I've taken some crap for." My old school ones, no EMF. So had to go to headphones, and I think things cleared up a little bit. But I enjoy being on with those guys. Those guys, it's high level stuff. I mean, they're
I just don't like how it looks.
Great dad jokes, but when it comes to football knowledge, both those guys really know what they're talking about. And the stuff that they pick up on is stuff that I see when I'm watching the game. So it's fun to be on with them and talk about this stuff. And then crazy stuff happens. Addison gets picked off on a ball he maybe could have caught in the first quarter of the game. Then he rips the ball out of Ward's hands at the end of the first half. I mean, that was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things, and we enjoy the hell out of the Manning Cast as well. They got some augmented reality. I mean, he's got some real technologically advanced stuff over there that they got. And he had his kid, Mosley, and his friends lining up and doing the whole thing. And obviously the conversations with the guests are good. But, like, the story about Kirk Cousins going back to Addison, whenever Addison, like the way Peyton broke that down, it's like, Addison can't let Ward pick that ball off. Like, there is no way that can happen. And Kirk Cousins goes right back to him. Like, hey, got to build his confidence. That means a lot coming from, like, you guys. Is that the type of stuff that you're talking about that they pick up on that maybe other media people wouldn't and that you relate to?
Well, it's that, and then it's and they got the information from Kirk, obviously, but just that little thing about, hey, Bosa's out of the game. now there's these other 10 plays we like. And they're not all passes. It's not like down the field passes. There might be a certain run, you know, if it post is, you know, you got to figure out, do you want to run at him and double team the whole time, or do you want to run away from him and worry about him and wreaking havoc on the backside? But there might be some place where you're like,
Alright,
okay,
well.
this is out. That means we feel better about a keeper back to his side, or we feel better about a 7-step hard action taking a shot down the field.
This ain't bad.
And I think it's just cool things like that. It's cool for the average fan. It's cool for Bosa to go back and feel like, oh,
Bitch.
I'm kind of a study. Like, they really
Fucking
do
hate
this
not
shit. It's
using
like,
my
yeah,
mouse.
They do. I mean, literally, when guys that big of a game like him and Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett, who's had an incredible game this weekend. There's a few guys in the league.
This is down.
I'm just talking about those 3 guys. There's other guys that are obviously really important. You guys just had a guy on, Harrison Smith, who was one of those type of guys where before every play, you got to kind of figure out where 22's at, because he's such a great disguiser. He does so much before the snap every
my
play.
liquidity.
Be aware. There's checks that we used to have based on his
Damn,
pre-snap
that shit's
alignment.
so sensitive.
And then there's, like I said last time in the game, there's some things you try and get a beat on their pressure practice back in, you know, 15 through, or, you know, what was he, first year in the league? I think his first year was 12 through whatever.
That's where I wanted to go.
Mike Zimmer was there. He'd come
What
up with these
time
things
is
like,
it?
I know what's going to happen, you know, as long
It
as
was just
if Barr's
before
here, and he's
London.
here, and Kendrick is over there,
Bang,
and
bang,
Captain's on the edge,
bang.
you know this pressure's coming every time.
Bang.
You know, they would get their own stuff down. So,
Bang.
but those 3 guys I mentioned, those 3 guys
Okay.
in front, every game you play one of them, you know, okay, this guy's
I'm on the 1 hour.
There's
Okay,
10 other
so
plays that we can only run with Myles Garrett off the field, or with Aaron Donald off the field, or with Nick Bosa on
look
the
to
field.
see if I can
So those guys'
get.
credits, there's not many plays on the field.
So
Those on the field. They're absolute.
this is the
That's
real
what I was
thick
about to say about
stuff.
Myles Garrett. I don't remember a single play where I was watching, because we got to be there and watch what he did to the Colts, and it was like, first of all, what is that? How is that allowed to be built that
What's
way?
up, bitch?
You know what I mean? Like, how is he 270, faster, stronger, jumps higher,
Fuck you.
and seemingly football IQ through the roof?
Yeah,
but like that
do
Bosa
that.
thing that they were
So,
talking about, as soon as Peyton brought it up, Bosa
this
went to
is
the
my
sideline,
strong
and he started like,
stuff.
all right, here's the time. I didn't know that it was as simple as that at the NFL.
Fucks up with the
So,
red
like, I think
line.
that type of detail,
That's
you
just a
appreciate
thing now.
because it's like, hey, yeah, we all do that. But as fans,
Fuck
it's like,
outta here.
yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, if this
Okay,
guy's off the
so
field, let's take advantage of it. Let's go back to your rehab then. Let's
this
stay
is
away
my
from
strong
that.
stuff.
You're walking now? Are we using crutches
This
now? Or are you
is
walking
my
now?
good
You got a
stuff.
bad, like a limp? What's going on?
So I want this to
I'm not
come back
walking
in
with
here
a limp
somewhere.
yet,
If it comes back into
I
here,
was joking with my rehab
I will
folks,
look
Doc.
for it to go
When I was
down.
flying back for the game on the 15th, I had assumed that I left
This
my
would
crutches in
be
the car. And by the time I got to the airport, there were no crutches in the car.
about
I felt like
here.
that was kind of a sign. Okay, you're done
See
with
if it'll
crutches.
run
So I've been
down
on
into
crutches since
here.
that day. But I don't quite have the strength in my calf to be able to walk without a
211.
limp yet. And again, you know, based on normal timetables, you know, I have
Double
to have some
dick,
perspective
of
here because
course.
I'm not on a normal protocol. However, I'm competitive and I want to be walking without a limp, and so there's some frustration when you're not quite all the way there yet.
Did you get crutches stolen out of your car, and that was the sign that you shouldn't use crutches anymore? Is that how?
No, I put them in my house in kind of not on purpose, but kind of hidden in
I'll
the
go
living
slow.
room behind the door. And
Because
when I left the house,
just because it comes up here, I wouldn't jump in right away.
But I assumed
Breaking shit down like this looks really fucking elementary to me. It's definitely not what I'm basing it off of. What I'm basing it off of is this being my top, this already retesting and respecting this here, and then this manipulating to break this shit. But I don't demand it to break it because I missed too many trades by demanding it to break this for manipulation. Because I don't need to manipulate before it runs on liquidity. It's just what I believe in.
I cannot wait to hear that. AJ, go ahead.
And the double dick is in case it does manipulate, then hopefully it doesn't manipulate too hard, because hopefully it's protected by this, and honestly I'll move this up.
I mean, I've had some injuries, some frustrating injuries. Obviously, an ACL, had some knee recoveries, I had a Jones fracture.
But I'll go slow here.
Cardiacs, collarbones, one with surgery won't without.
No, this could still get all the way up in here.
Because there's just so many little muscles
Bang.
that you kind of got to re-wake up.
And then why
It's
the
not
fuck
just the
wouldn't it? I'm
calf
all
muscles,
not asking it to go down to liquidity. Might as well ask it to
tibia
go down to liquidity.
muscles, and
It should get down
the
in
foot
there.
muscles. Just everything kind of need to work in
I believe so.
as a unit.
Damn,
So
that's
you
still
kinda
not
try
a
and
1 to
teach
2.
the fibers to fire at the appropriate time, and you got to be careful walking too much with a limp, because you're going to start adjusting to certain things.
No,
That's
we'll
why we do
see.
so much work on the Ultra G, walking at a lower body percentage, to try and retrain yourself to have the proper gait. What is that? To be able to get everything firing at the same time. And
Hopefully
not
it's
have-
gonna get into
Yeah, 'cause
here.
if I get to a
If it
walking
gets
point where I
if
can
it's
walk
still
down the
just
hallway,
running
it's
hard
just
when it
weird,
gets
kind
to
of
here.
maybe the timing is off. It's going to take time to recover from that. So we're trying to get to a perfect gait. At a
How
lower
should I put this
percentage, and
before I
then
get going?
get everything firing, eventually at 100%. And we're getting close. It's just,
This is
the
somewhat of
muscles
what I look for.
kind of around the Achilles are obviously straining to
I'm just gonna
to
do this
balance
here.
the Achilles, which isn't obviously 100%
Needs to get up there.
at this point. So there's some strain on them, but
Bitch.
you know, the surgery that I got,
And this can get up
feel
into
great about the
here.
doctor, the
That's a
protection
little
that my
bit better
Achilles
than what I
has,
like
the
to see,
ability to
honestly.
push the rehab again.
And then they should go down into liquidity, bitch.
Slightly misquoted, so I'll be as
Oh
as
man,
well
this is
as
a
I
big
can.
boy trade.
The goal is not to stretch the Achilles. The goal
Alright,
is to
let's
stress
see.
the Achilles, and the more you can stress the Achilles, you're gonna
What can I?
allow
God damn
that
it.
thing to heal up the proper way, to turn on the
Let's see what I can get away with here, honestly.
calf, especially.
No, bitch. I fucking
be able
hate not
to
having a
get back
mouse.
to doing some more normal things.
I'm mind blown that you just forgot your crutches and said, you know what, not use them anymore.
Done.
That is awesome. I want to let you know it's on your.
Well, look,
224, I like
to
it.
anyway. That was, I wasn't gonna walk on the
223.
field with crutches again. I did that after
This is
October
up
1st,
into
October
here.
15th,
Yeah, this is
about
pretty good. I like
throwing
it.
and walking on
See
the
what
field.
happens
So I was
here.
gonna do
It
that, but
is
would have helped me get along, maybe in the long
London
hallway,
right
the,
now.
gym
Alright.
facility there,
Bang.
Test drive, but
Oh, girl.
Hey, let's go.
Going up right away. Let's see if it gets up here and snags that and dives.
Obviously, all this rehab and everything to get back
Is it gonna turn green?
in the history of an Achilles
What's up,
injury,
bitch?
the universe saying, yeah, we're moving on to the next stage of this whole
Oh,
thing,
going
is
down.
for you to return this season.
Oh, man. Did it get her?
I believe that is in your
Did
deep soul, what
it
you're hoping
get
for
her?
as well, even though we're not putting
Oh,
time
wrong one.
on anything. For that to happen, Jets have to still be in contention. We would assume with a sound mind that is how you would do
Check
it.
this shit
How
out.
do you feel like the team
This
is
is back
going to
testing.
respond after bye?
Oh.
And what do you think the team's going to look like?
It took me a
against these
second.
guys?
Oh, to adjust the shit. Let's see if I adjusted it perfect to get this entry right here. It looks pretty close. You think I got it?
this is we planned, I think, a little bit better the last few weeks.
No, this is, I already set this for it to tag right here on this first dick.
I think he's
And this
a
high,
phenomenal guy, and I think he's played really well over the years when he's got
this high is 92789.
against Buffalo with some controversy obviously in the game. There's always controversy in games, which we can bring up once Ty asks me his question.
Whoa. I'm on the hour.
Playing a
92789.
little bit better on defense, and
You fucking
they,
bitch.
They had some issues with some sacks early on in the season, and some turnovers.
Where's my cell? Settings is here
And
now.
like us, we've been playing better because we've been better up front. We run the ball well.
Nope,
Jackson
it
seemed
missed
to
it.
football.
Fuck.
I don't think
Missed
one
it?
turnover in
Yep.
the weeks.
Didn't go up high enough.
Helped us. So bye week was good for us to get some guys healthy. We got a couple guys banged up, especially in the secondary with DJ Reed and Sauce dealing with some issues.
Man, I don't fucking know, son. Look at how close this is.
Lower body stuff that
Am I reading this wrong?
So we were without our top four corners on paper, and came up with a big win.
Oh, wait, no.
So getting
92879.
early bye week, and we'll see where we're at.
92879. Entry 92882. Nope, so I did just barely miss
We
it.
have our own locker room, I believe, that we still use. I think there's 3
What a
locker rooms
piece
there.
of shit.
And there's a away team, but yeah, it'll be fun to get back in there. I know it'll be painted blue.
What a
There'll be lot of
fucking bitch ass
Well,
motherfucker.
whenever you and Eli are playing catch before the game, that's going to be a clash of the two sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, because John's royalty. You you are now Jets royalty.
Where am I here?
Let's make sure we win that game of catch. You know what I mean? I didn't know that playing catch was like a competition. And then I played catch with Odell Beckham Jr. at the Pro Bowl warm-ups. He won. You know what I mean? He won the game of catch with me. I mean, the things he was doing was absurd. I'm like,
look at that, all the time I took. I'll just told it on the video. I'll did the trend line. I'll put a trend line on there. I'll fucking put where liquidity was on the bottom. I'll put where I thought that the most bounce was, you know what I mean, for the top. And then I explained how it dipped down and it already bounced back up, and I was asking for it to just get up in there. I said that normally I would ask for it to fucking break the last high to the left, but I missed a lot of trades fucking demanding it to break that shit. So it just hit me right there, and it missed by that much, bro, and then ran immediately. Fucking popped up there. Like three candles, and then it popped up there and just barely missed it, and then dove. Yeah.
Yeah, DB, great question. You know, I was in the old system, in the old NFL before there was a headset, a microphone, and a defensive headset. So stealing signals was always a part of what was going on. And there were, you know, certain guys over the years who had that as a responsibility. I know in college, I mean, I just know actually reading the stories this week, I didn't realize that you weren't allowed to do like advanced scouting and sending guys to another place to scout on them. I find that very interesting, different, but, you know, whatever, that's the NCAA's rules. The NFL has been going on forever. There's always sign stealing that's gone on as part of competitive
Fuck
advantage.
this shit.
I think that there is, you know, one thing to think about is, number one, you have to get the signal right. You have to see a signal. And in college, it seems like there's 4 or 5 guys sitting there. Now, maybe they know based on the shirt color, you know, one guy's wearing a yellow shirt, one guy's got a red shirt, one guy's got a green shirt. They can figure out who's
What
the one
time
actually
is it?
signaling. Yep. I would assume that the team would want to
About 3, about kill zone.
and have multiple guys
So
that could be a live guy or could not be. But listen, you gotta know what the signal is first. Then you gotta
kill
relay
zone
it.
time.
Then you gotta go make a play. So there's a lot that goes on. Just
know what's he gonna do
just
here.
like blanket, like, oh my god, they got the signal. What a great advantage it is.
Pop back
So,
up
well, I'm still gonna go next
immediately.
week. I might know what the, you know,
Get
I
up
might
high,
not
get
a
up high, and
secondary
give me
guy
the
to get
same
signal that I
entry.
know
No,
for a fact
fuck
needs
you.
cover 4.
Gonna
right?
take that off.
We gotta still go out, and even if I check to a cover 4 beater, you know, and out in the post, right, to 2 receiver side. Yep. I gotta drop back. We gotta block them up. Then I gotta
Yeah,
get that
take
safety
all,
cover
take
4
it all
guy.
off,
He
you
needs to
fucking
do what I need
bitch.
to do. You need to jump that out route.
There we
And then I
go.
need to throw the post.
Now
Your guy,
pop
my post
that.
guy,
Let's
he's gotta
zoom
win
in
outside.
here.
And I gotta throw a perfect ball. He's gotta make the catch. If anybody's anything different, if I get sacked, pressured, safety doesn't jump him,
So
who gives a
instead
shit
of
if you know what the signal is?
instead of just going with my key setup here, I'll see if I can call some order flow.
Now, in college football with the rules, like, and I read the article yesterday about, you know, how many different games that this person was going to, and they were sitting on one side and the other side. It seems like there was some sort of elaborate scheme that was going on.
Since it
But
took out
you
this
still gotta
fucking
execute
low
it.
here,
It's like when the New England filled the walkthrough.
I want to see it take it out again. I want to see it break this again before it goes up. See if I can call a bounce here. Because this is at the bottom of the range. This is a pretty lame ass range for a minute.
There's some questionable epic things about it for sure. But you still got to go out and execute and be able to react and all. Oh my God. They're in this formation.
Go down and take that out, you bitch.
Equate to everybody on the team, and then they're, you know,
Take it out. Fuck you. Take it out.
So there's a lot that goes in. There's a lot to it. It's not just so cut and dry like cheater. They know a good play. That's why they stop it. It's like,
How late in New York is it right now?
there's a little bit more to it than just that.
We're all very confused, and they're assuming that there's going to be some video that is going to be released to the public, and they're saying, like, because your point, ethically and morally, I think that's why the New England thing was such a big deal, because, like, everybody's trying to steal signs, but if they were recording and then breaking down, digesting, having it, and then you got Ernie Sims there as well, who's supposed to be this super genius.
No, it's
It
almost.
feels like everybody just got
Oh,
back
it's
to the level in which
Asian
they went.
range.
It feels like that's the same conversation with Michigan. I don't know.
Asian range.
But that's not been
Well,
proven at all.
they were in a situation.
Oh, where are we at here?
There was somebody filming signals on the
Oh,
sideline
at midnight.
of a
Oh,
game,
baby.
and AJ was there for this one.
Damn, this is taking
And
up. This is looking like it's going to
thinking,
continue
okay,
down
This
lower.
is like old, this is got a camcorder on his shoulder. Right? What are you going to do with that? So you're filming a defensive signal. You're not using it for that game. You're putting in some sort of vault that if that coordinator goes somewhere else. And again, you still have to go through the whole process. Oh, I know what the signal is.
Now I'm trying
I relay it to my
to call
guys.
some order flow for the
And
people.
now they gotta
So
go,
instead of just
execute
going
against what
with,
the signal is without changing
trying to
the
call this
signals.
bounce here.
A lot
So
could happen. There's an
it
advantage,
already
there's
took
some
out
ethical
this
things about it
previous low.
possibly, but I don't think it's such a
And
crazy
it also
advantage as
respected this shit here too.
Yeah, but the headline says
And this has been the Asian range, this little area right here.
Got a good team this year too. I mean, they got a good team this year. Go ahead, AJ.
Why don't they just put speakers in the helmets? I know Matt Rule had a great answer
Get
about
this
this. but
shit
everybody's-
outta here.
Like, what's the reason that college is lagging behind? We wouldn't have to have all of that hoopla going
Fucking
on
delete it,
sidelines
you
if we just had
fucking
one
bitch.
speaker on defense, one speaker on offense.
That's a great question, and I was watching the show earlier. I saw what Matt Rule said, and I agree completely. There was, between 2005 and 2008,
And now
there
it
was
broke
a committee
above.
that would talk every single year about putting the microphone in the helmet.
See if it
And
gets
I'm not
back
gonna
down
name
into
names on
here.
coaches, but there was one
Or even completely takes out
long-tenured
the
head
bottom.
coach who was also an offensive guy who would give a
So-
dissertation about why it's way too big of a competitive advantage to have a microphone in the defensive side.
Looks
And
like
he
it's
was
going
able to
up,
be
right?
back until my first year starting.
If we were to go on to the 15-minute here,
Like, let's just avoid all this sign stealing that's going on.
I want to see
Just
it come
even
back
things
down
up.
in
Just
here
put
before it goes
just
up,
put a microphone
and then
in
I'll
against
see if I can get it to
itself.
come
I
up
don't
into
see why they
here.
don't do it. College football is basically
So I'm looking
professional football.
for
Also, guys get paid. Freight
this.
seats way better down there, and I think
This would be
let's just do away
ideal.
with any of these silly issues that the NCAA's, which is a very questionable.
And that should
their own
be
type of ethics that they have. Let's just even it out and give them the microphone in the defensive helmet.
And while we're changing things, AJ, didn't you say just let the baseball players take all the steroids?
Yeah.
Like back in the day, whenever
They
were
should
doing
let
their
baseball
thing.
players take
Incredibly unhealthy, my boy.
Let's see if I can call this fucking tight.
I don't think any of
You
us fully
piece of
understand
shit.
why there isn't a headset especially with the money that's available now. I guess back in the day, maybe some programs wouldn't have been able to afford it, but now it feels like any school athletic budget could afford it and kind of move forward. There's a video now
And that's a
circulating
1
that
to
is adding
7.
to
Shit,
the degree
son.
in which Michigan knew these plays. So here's
What's up
CJ,
there,
obviously
Vic?
look to the side. Look at that back area. Okay, they're looking for who's giving the signal. They're looking at everybody. Hey, the whole sideline is sending in a message
What
to
happened
the Michigan
here?
D-line. It's like as soon
Why?
as he looks to the side, okay, now we got everybody. What is it? What is it, guy with the white guy with the beard? Let's look there.
There's a lot of the guys looking over there. What they're doing there, the
Man,
point
you're
to
a
this guy
big
means pass right there, right?
Yeah, that's
they're
so
all
tight.
running pass.
That's
awesome. Those guys are pointing to the sky, that means it's pass, and I don't know what the other people are doing, can't tell,
But I do love that the entire team's on board. It's not just one person on the sideline.
That's just
It's
a
like
one
we don't
for
have the headsets, okay, like the
them.
NFL does. So we need everybody in on this. So if you're not on the field, let's remember
Man.
we're looking at a small white with beard, and we are all giving a sign to everybody out there. What is it? Well, pass. If you don't have your hands up on film, you're good. You're running actually.
That's all Russell Wilson wanted. That's all he was asking for right there. Hey, that's good. That's good coaching right there. That's good execution. That's all I see right there.
Hysterical. Ty has a question for you, Eric.
Aaron, obviously you guys are coming off a bye this week, and it gets talked about a lot about how certain coaches or teams are really good coming off the bye. I think
243.
with Mike McCarthy, you guys are always
See if
very
I can
good
call
at
this
Green
bounce
Bay.
here.
But what is the difference between
Go on
like, a
back
team
down,
who's
you
good
stupid
coming off
bitch.
the bye and a team who has
Get
a
down
long time to
still.
prepare
Get
coming
down.
off the
There we
bye,
goes.
and then just
Now
looks
get
like
up.
absolute shit the
Now
following
get
week,
up.
like the
Fuck.
Packers
Took
this
me
past
out.
week.
Fuck.
First of all, what I
Fuck,
always appreciated
fuck,
about Mike
fuck,
was
fuck.
came in Monday and then we got out.
Damn, son.
You had the entire week off.
The second
I think
double
that's
did
really,
came
really important.
real
That's why I was
close. It
telling
didn't
our
take
guys,
profit before it
thankfully
dove
we,
down and took out
you
that
know, we won
bitch.
against Philly, and Woody changed his tune and allowed the guys to get out on Monday. But I feel like it's important to get the guys out there.
Oh,
Get
for
them out,
fucking
get them
two.
refreshed, let them reset, Let them get away from it. That's first and foremost.
Fucking
Second
bitch.
is, be careful how much self-scout you want to do. I think some coaches from time to time would take that week, and the coaches usually have to work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and then they're off. And there is a lot of work that goes on. Sometimes I think the self-scout can get a little bit much, because what some coaches don't understand is you want tendencies.
Fuck you.
So as much as you self-scout,
Fuck
look at
you.
what you're doing. It doesn't mean you got to change it.
Fuck
What
you.
works is usually going to work for the entire season. But when you have tendencies, that's when your offense becomes dangerous. Because then
Now
you have
this is
adjustments off the
complete
tendencies.
trash.
Line up the exact same
Now
play.
let's
You
go
line up
here.
25
Now it
times
broke.
in
Since it
21
completely
first
broke
down,
this
and
shit,
you run this
I'm still
play
looking for it to go
12
up.
times.
I
Line
think
up the
because
exact same
it's
way.
fucking around so
Do
much
those 12 to
that
25
it
times,
might
21 personnel,
be
and
changing
run something
direction.
off that. Because
Because the rule still applies. It broke this shit.
or a different adjustment, or even
It
your
went back
12
up into here
personnel, just line up
immediately.
as if you're in 21
So
You need to have staples,
if it
you need to have tendencies.
breaks above
That's
this
where the big
here
plays come from.
without much
Sometimes it's
hesitation,
over self-scout,
I think that
makes
it's
you
gonna
go
go
away
up
from some of
here.
the things that
But
got you
once
to
it
that
breaks
point.
above
But
this shit
successful.
here,
And then you realize later
I'll
in the
look
season,
for it to
oh,
come back down
that's
into
something we did
here.
really good before the bye week. Maybe we should get back to some of that shit, because that's when we were moving the ball pretty well.
Early bye
We'll
week
see
though, for
what's
you guys
up. What
out there,
time
the
is
Jets.
it?
Obviously, nobody really loves it. You said it came at a perfect time. Can you do
Late
as
New
much
York.
change, or is that why like a later bye is much
Get
better?
up there. Yep, there it
No,
is.
I mean, I think it just depends on where you're
So
at.
now,
I think for us,
see if it
this year
ranges
was
a little bit.
important
Hopefully it
because of
ranges a little bit
injury stuff.
and comes back down in here.
But
And then
sometimes
I'll be
you like
looking
it
for
later,
up here.
You know, like I was like momentum. So we had a chance to kind of get the first half of the season going and get that second
There
half
it
of the
goes.
season.
Now
Like,
range,
nine was
bitch.
always the
No.
best play. Games, they
Well,
played,
fuck.
played more.
No, there it
But,
goes.
you know, there's certain times where you maybe wish you had a bye. Like last year, I wish we maybe had a bye
Yeah,
after
it's
that
got a
bye.
range for a minute.
Just kind of were gassed and
Range,
came
range,
back and lost,
range.
you know, 4
Ooh,
more after the
another
bye.
spike. Where's it at?
Obviously, hindsight is 2010.
Oh, I'm on the fucking
Um,
15
better
minute. That's
2020.
why.
So,
One feed is
he made it a little clear, but you never know. I mean, we were always good after the bye, I think, because Mike kept it simple and he gave us the whole week off. I think there's a lot to it.
You've given a couple
Look at
relaxed
this a little
speeches,
tighter.
you know, without knowing your
Yeah, it's so sideways.
I don't know if you heard the tone in which Todd just asked his question, but boy, it's getting live in Green Bay right now. I know you're in Malibu with the Achilles and the Dolphins, and I know you got your eyes on the Jets back
Bang,
home.
bang,
Let's hope for you
bang,
right
bang,
now.
bang,
It's
bang.
loud in
Fuck
Green
around,
Bay.
fuck
It is
around.
loud over there. I don't know if you've seen that.
Let me
Damn,
just-
I skipped
let me
all
just
the way
address
into
two
New York.
things that I want to address. Number one is,
Yeah,
look
fuck.
at how much the narrative
like
can
that.
change from week to week. You know, look at the narrative that was there about Zach Wilson, about our team, and then we went 2 games, and it's now, you know, Greeny's saying we could win the division. Like, nobody was saying that shit a few weeks ago. A lot of things changed. Look at Minnesota. KOC's going to be out. They're going to trade everybody. Kirk's getting traded. They're shutting down Jefferson because
right.
they cashed in the season. Then they win 2 games. Now they're half game out of a playoff spot. Now it's like, hey, they could, you know, get back in this thing in no time. Jordan Addison's going to be the bridge until.
Yeah, I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you. Give me some. Look, there we go. What
Narrative
time
can
it
change
be?
so quickly in this league. It's overreaction
Beginning of New
Mondays
York.
every single
All right.
week. It's overreaction for the entire week, and then look at what's going on in New England. I mean, Mac Jones is and
fucking
Bill's
clear
going to be out,
here.
and Mac's the problem. And then Mac goes out and balls out. I think it was 25 of 31, played incredible. Led him on a last-second drive, and now it's like Mac was never
This is
the
a
problem.
good bouncing spot. Too bad.
You know,
It's the start of New York.
You have to be able to laugh at some of this shit because
Oh,
it's so
fuck,
ridiculous.
missed
Like,
it.
the overreactions and the blanket statements are crazy. The second thing I want to say
Yeah.
is because I got accused.
No
I think,
trade,
of
no
making fun of
trade.
Iowa,
Show
last
me
week when I was talking about the
something.
big field goal victory they had against Wisconsin.
Where are we
And
at?
I wasn't. That was just a classic, you know,
Lake
Big
New
Ten,
York.
hard-nosed
Fuck
football
you.
game. But I want to say this. That was the most ridiculous call that I saw all last week. That was a ridiculous call. That was,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it all the time because there's been some bad ones. I've been a part of a couple
London.
of them, one in 2012. But that was,
Whoa,
and then
whoa, whoa,
classic.
whoa.
I mean, this is so ridiculous. Nothing about this says fair catch. Absolutely nothing about this.
Alright, I'm still back to
The ball is on the ground. He's pointing at it for his gunners to get out of the way.
Alright,
And then
this looks
all they were looking at was
promising.
step out, correct?
So I'll look for it to come down in here.
And then they're going to go back
See if I can get it down into here.
Absolutely ridiculous call. Classic of them to double down and say, "Yep, totally fair pitch."
Deeper, bitch. There we go.
Absolutely nothing. Feel terrible for the kid. Gutted for him. For Iowa fans, it's awful.
So,
I don't know where they're at now in the standings. Ty, you were talking about, Big Ten West, championship.
That's pretty deep.
That was a ridiculous call.
It was ridiculous.
It ain't took this out though.
Out,
so it ain't broke above this yet. So this could still be going down. I want to see it break above this here. And then get down in this dirty shit here.
I mean, right there with Iowa, back-to-back plays. Now, Myles Garrett deserved to win that.
Pop back up, bitch.
Sonny Gardner Minshew, the second. I just would like that to be known. But we did a whole thing about them getting bamboozled, and they said I didn't get it right. They called it invalid fair catch, but nobody threw a flag.
It's New York.
Or blew a whistle. So that just came to the ref's mind.
So
after a review of something else and said,
man, this is looking short.
It was an invalid fair catch. It was like, well, nobody else thought that. The people that were playing the
Should
play,
it go down
they
here?
didn't think that. The field itself, it didn't think that because there was no flag laying on it. And literally nothing stopped. So one person thought it was an invalid fair catch, even though nobody else did. And saying Peter or poison and getting people away from the ball, standard operating procedure in a punt return world, especially in college when the ball bounces a lot because everybody on the line of scrimmage can leave.
This is alright, I guess. Let's see.
Different than in the NFL where only 2 people are allowed to leave. So there's a lot of this happening in college football. So that dude, yeah, go ahead.
And I would add to it, say, is there anybody on the sidelines there, because he caught the ball in Minnesota 7, is there anybody on the sideline pointing as if it's like, oh, he called for a fair catch? Nobody's pointing, nobody's going crazy. I didn't see the game. I just saw that highlight.
Damn, that's so big.
Low light for Iowa fans, but that sequence there was were the coaches in the Minnesota side who were making fair catch gestures. Nobody thought about it for a second. There's one person in the entire place, or the replay official.
Guess I could do that.
Hey, let me consult page 72 here. Item A says.
Christ.
It's like nobody thought that had anything to do with the fair catch because it didn't. And it's bad enough what they're doing these kids, I think, for the targeting stuff. Which I still think is absolutely ridiculous that they can kick a guy out of the game for targeting. The punishment isn't crime for me at all. And I heard Harrison talking about it earlier, and how he's lowering the strikes on and stuff, and they're fine. Hey, listen, it's pro football.
195.
Maybe a fine system, possibly, but kicking a kid out of the game, I think is so ridiculous because it's such a bang bang. Oh, you mentioned it. These kids are going super fast. There's in the moment, ducking, angle change, moves, and I think you need to start bringing in intent. There's intent with certain players where it looks like they're head up, and there's intent where a guy's just trying to face up tackle, and the guy catches the ball and braces for impact and ducks his head, and a guy who's going for a midsection shot or a belly shot or even a dick shot, like you said, that head goes down 2.5 feet.
Alright, let's see.
The guy in the head, not on purpose. And now you're out of the game. Or if it's second half,
right away.
First half of the next game.
First hit.
I don't think it's punishment.
I agree. I think intent needs to be
No,
taken
just
into
the first
consideration,
dick.
But then who's judging the intent? Are those humans? Are they robots?
First dick hit.
Who?
Big Al.
Big Al?
Big Al.
Alberto Riveron is not the guy we need judging intent. Okay, neither Walt Anderson either. Yeah, we don't.
Being in
we
New
need
York.
Gene Steratore. Okay, that's what we need.
Stop
You
moving
Scott
shit.
Doesn't pee for 7 hours. We need Gene Steratore to only work every football game. Okay, not only on CBS where he's at. We're talking Fox, ESPN. We just need Gene Steratore in a box, just ready at all times to review, reverse, and hopefully affirm any of the calls. Don't even have the refs on the field make the calls. Just have Gene Steratore in a little box.
I wonder if I use Opus Clip. What is it, Opus Clip? I wonder if I was to Opus Clip my own shit, if it would be able to pinpoint my trades.
That was a cheap shot, obviously.
You know what I mean? If I was asking to make some shorts, if it would cut to the actual action of me doing
I'm not
shit.
sure how the technology works
From all
with
the
that,
networks,
but you could try
and
it.
all the
I would-
different
it would
sports
be worth a
leagues.
try.
Let's get them a great setup with like
Because
80
it
different
definitely knows
monitors.
how to
We'll have
go through
somebody,
the dialogue and
a la
pick moments.
Foxy who can handle, a lot of different shots going on and games and get in.
Yeah, because there's a lot of dead time from when I started this shit.
Because that's the problem.
As far as
that
me
I
just
said,
looking
all
for
the
live
great
trades,
refs, and a lot of them are
and
timers,
then me trying to find shit to put on TV, and then me finally back testing.
Working for NCAA, they're working for the TV deals because that's where the money's at. Yeah. So you got a lot of great ones. Terry McCauley is one of them, who is, always a great referee. He's working on TV now. Obviously, Gene, is one of my all-time favorites. But there's a great referee usually on,
This is
for all these
early New York still.
White Cat, who's not working for the league, who's working for TV.
See if I can get a retrace back down
Gene knows he's best.
Hey, on that note, tell me this question.
to here. If I can get it to come back down in here, re-enter to go up top to take this shit. Come on down, baby. Come on down, girl. Get on down. More down. What up, motherfucker? Get on down. Down, down. Oh, you're just gonna fizzle out? Oh.
Increase in pay, probably, as well. It's a really important part of our game. We're a $1 billion industry.
Well, there's my new floor. So now I really want it down. Where am I at, though? What time is it?
Make this to a full-time gig. There's thoughts about if we make it full-time, are they watching too much film?
Oh, shit. This is Friday at 2 a.m.
I just think that that's not something to worry about. I think they need to be held accountable.
That ain't asking too much to get up there before the market closes, is it? Is it? Is it too much to fucking ask, bro, huh?
Your performance, send them enough to be as objective as possible.
Maybe just ask you to take this out right here, huh? If it drops down in here. Fucking risk a risky little Friday trade, huh? Get down. Nope.
They have one job to do, and that's to interpret
no hesitation.
the rule book in 0 time possible. I think it's good that we have the extra official in the box to help them out with certain calls.
Yes.
Avoid some of these unnecessary challenges.
Whoa, bitch. Can we just...
Yes. More pay.
Can I just delete it?
Definitely yes.
And technology usage. Yes. Let's embrace it. But make that an actual role. Have that person actually train. Find somebody who can see things in real time and quickly communicate. Like the Kenny Pickett being short.
There's a
on
dive.
Thing. Like I know 2:12 left. The Rams have no timeouts left. Under 2 minutes, it would go to an automatic review. It's like the whole world can see the Kenny Pickett short right there. Like, can we not just have somebody say,
alright,
hey,
where are we at
we got
here?
it wrong. It was actually short. Let's move on.
Okay, this is London right here. It already took that out there. And this is just little bitch ass liquidity. This ran this and dove so fucking hard, baby. It's gotta get down into here. So get up just right into here. If it gets just right up into here, I'll fucking get short. Fuck you. Get up! Fuck. No, that's... Nope, so it's still good. I still wanted to get up in here. Get up. Get up. Fuck. Fuck.
So, again, this is a tough situation. Rams who call the timeouts get the ball back. Obviously, short here gives the Rams a chance to come back down 7 and tie the game.
That right there is why we invented the double dick, though. Because sometimes you're waiting on it to get up where you want it to be, but it ain't gonna go that far. It's just gonna run to where we know it's gonna run. So we get in live, and then we set a limit order for where it should fucking go before it runs that shit.
This is big brain football. Smart. Hey, I don't know how the tush push is going to go for us, so let's try to get some bodies in front of the eyes of those refs. And then when the whistle blows, go ahead and keep shimmying forward, because it will do the whole thing. Not a bad plan, not a bad idea. I think we're all at a stage, though, where we need to get the refs fixed. And
I don't think the refs mind, like having
Man,
an extra set high.
so who is this motherfucker? I think he's on the Broncos. He got suspended. Have you heard about this guy?
They're trying to do their best.
Fuck, how many videos have I watched today? Where's just my history at? Oh, I'm on all-time grind. Switch account. account. No, it should be right. Okay. This guy. Kareem Jackson. Check this shit out. They're all arguing that this dude shouldn't be suspended.
I want to ask AJ about for this game though. Kareem Jackson, guy who played, defense for long, I think 13, 14 years. Not the shit out of the tight end. I think it was a clean football play, violent. Obviously, not.
No, it's not clean. These guys are crazy.
Vacuum in his history had nothing to do with the.
Look at this shit.
What's your thoughts on Kareem Jackson's play? This, they fined him, I think, 4 or 5 weeks in a row now?
Boom!
Yeah, he's going to get fined $1 billion.
Right in the mouth.
History. No, like, he didn't make contact with his. It wasn't helmet to helmet.
It wasn't? Look at this
receiver,
shit.
Right? The receiver didn't have time.
Look at this.
To defend it. So watch this. Like, it hit him right almost.
Boom! That's not helmet to helmet?
Shoulder to chin. Like, honestly, it could have been way
It's definitely not allowed anymore.
I actually tried.
It looks like fucking helmet to helmet to me.
15 years ago, this would be on all the highlight clips and wouldn't get kicked out.
And,
obviously, they make the same argument every time back in the day.
The film weight that he is getting fined. But there's, let's go back.
Yeah, watch his other ones. This guy's had like 5 in a row or something, like 5 in 5 games or some
That's the reason he got thrown out. So you're telling me now with no fines, anything, is getting thrown out for that hit right there?
They said that they do not think about any of the previous stuff whenever they're deciding on this particular ejection, allegedly. But before games, the other team is saying, hey, remember Jackson, he flies around a lot. Let's protect the guys out there.
Yeah, he's a badass for sure.
On things that they picked up through film that they think they can gain an advantage of and the refs aren't calling or whatever. Let's go back to a couple of the hits that have got him fined for 5 straight weeks. Here's against the Raiders, guys going down dead. Okay.
I don't think that's a dirty hit. He ran
He's going
for steps.
And the question is always like, what do you want Kareem Jackson to do? Because he is going down, but Kareem Jackson.
That's more of a bang bang play, you know what I mean? Because he's going down.
And nobody drops into there at the same time.
He's kind of going down, but dude was already going.
Yeah, it's like 20 miles an hour. This stuff's happening pretty quick. It's like, yeah, he is laying wood on these folks, which is not as normal as it was at one time. But I think he has an excuse for most of these things, especially that one.
Yeah, you're going across the middle of the field, and as a safety, a linebacker, whatever, like obviously you don't want to get fined, you don't want to get kicked out of games, but those are the type of plays, at least when we're playing, you want to put on film, so like you said, those offensive meet rooms,
that last one was
is back there, get your ass down, and looking at your quarterback, don't throw any hospital balls across the middle. I think that's a fair one.
That one was better than the one that he got fined or suspended for, whatever happened to him.
You got the ball, you're looking right at me.
Now, there is one that he has had on this particular run that we'd all say, well, that's probably going to be something here. Yeah. And this is against Commanders and Thomas. And, wait till you see the back view here. Head, shoulders, teeth, and nose. You know what I mean? He propelled himself.
I understand this little bit. Launching himself through him. But yeah, like, I get it. But yeah, I thought the one he got thrown out for, he should not have been ejected.
Okay, for that one, let's a little clarification too. I certainly gonna get it for that, but 6'6".
That's right.
But promise 6'6", 260. So he is going up to hit him regardless.
I seriously think the very first one was the dirtiest one.
That's gonna be better.
Yeah.
If he was
I don't like seeing that call when they're in the middle of the
I think
field.
it would be much more understanding than potentially the one that just happened yesterday.
Kareem also, his rookie year was 2010.
It definitely happened too fast for them to be like, oh, we knew he was going down.
But like, say on that first clip, he kind of had.
He's an old school guy.
That was almost like a man zone coverage. He had his man beat, right?
Yeah.
And then homie comes out and cleans his clock.
Exactly.
That's a little more dirty than where the guy cut across the middle. That is his man. You know what I mean? What's he supposed to do? Like flip around him and jump on his back?
He could have went sideways and hit him with body. He could have went completely body to body.
Oh, I thought it was a timing. I thought they were getting him for his timing.
From a receiver or a
It looked like head to head to me.
target area.
They
is
must
so
be
small.
seeing
I
some other
understand
clip
what
that
everybody's in here
they didn't
complaining
show,
about.
because that looked like helmet to
It's just
helmet to me.
It's a very tough thing to do.
It's really hard to say, oh, he
Yeah,
didn't go helmet to helmet, it was shoulder to helmet.
You get that one, but it's impossible. It's bang bang, and you are trying to dislodge the ball. Like
Boom.
Yeah, like, and that's in the end zone. That's the only thing you can do.
Have a step, maybe two.
Yeah, yeah.
One Green Bay tight end, he had 3 feet before
He
got
could have
hit.
went like
It's tough
this,
to stand because I
brr,
get the
threw his
safety
hands
part
up
of it,
in the
but
middle.
Derwin James has been
But
caught for the
fuck
punch.
that.
Like
It's football.
You give these guys, there's not too many safeties who play 14 years. It's hard to change when you're an instinctive player.
And also, not everybody has a
That guy's in his
like, not
14th
everybody
year,
hits hard.
and
Like,
he's
that's
still a
that's
bad
that's
motherfucker like that?
benefit
Damn.
That Kareem Jackson has. That's a talent. That's a skill.
No shit.
I think that's what people think whenever they're watching along. Like, well, not everybody has to hit that way, so he needs to learn it. It's
Boom,
just something
bitch.
It's like, that's very quick. You
He
leverage
took that
shoulder,
like a champ.
And he is one of the
Dude all hot
I don't know
right
how many
back
people
up.
are left in the
That
NFL
would be the
that is
closest
talent
one in my
he
opinion
is.
to
When
being
he's
a
got
dirty
the
one.
lower
And
though, all he
even
has to do is just lower where he hit him, and
even
he's
then,
still,
it's hard. It just sucks calling that a dirty
I honestly
hit.
don't think it matters. I think
It's
they're
almost the
flagging
same
him
exact
regardless,
fucking
just
hit
because
that
of
put
the fire.
Travis Hunt
Yeah,
out.
It's
So
just
you
too
can't
much.
hit him?
Or Hunter.
Can you not hit him though?
That hard
In
on
Colorado.
set, I think they're gonna flag it every time.
It is interesting
Yeah, it
because
is. It
anytime
looks a
there's a
lot
big
like
hit,
it.
we're all like expecting a flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, here's a question. What if he went low and chopped his legs out and tore his ACL?
Well, remember,
Because that would be way worse, I think.
that was the big conversation whenever these rules were changed to the strike zone. You had like a lot of tight ends and bigger wide receivers be like, I would much rather them hitting me in the face than tearing my ACL with these low shots. So then they made the strike zone. So then the strike zone was created where it's like middle of thigh to chin. That is where you need to hit them at 22 miles an hour with people moving, like just like this, potentially jumping and sometimes crouching down. It's like, that's a wild thing. Now, how good guys have adapted, I think we're all very impressed by. You know, because I thought that was going to be a very difficult thing, especially in the first couple of years of the transition where all the old meatheads were still playing football exactly how they learned how to play football, which is right here to where? To where the Adam's apple? Is that right?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Your forehead.
Strike zone is?
No, your forehead. Yeah, the right there. Hey, the right there, right there.
No, just, that was an old technique, head and hands, at the same time, boom.
Yeah, but where are you aiming that? Where are you aiming that dome piece at for?
Depends how tall the guy is. Probably
Okay,
right
blasted
chest,
that
probably
out.
get anywhere near the head or neck or chin.
Yeah, see, he's lying right there.
This
He was
previous
literally
low.
aiming for the Adam's apple. He told us that. We've heard many other people say that as well.
Went down a little lower, continues down. See if we can get some bounce action right here. Took this out.
This next generation that started with USA football and heads up football and
Yep,
everything,
there's
high school,
where it's gonna
and all these
bounce.
captain camps, they really have adapted pretty well now. We're 6, 7, 8 years later. But every once in a while, there's going to be an old school guy that's going to come through the ranks. And I'm not saying Kareem Jackson because he is an old school guy. I'm saying there's still going to be guys that are thumpers, and there's going to be guys that are going to figure out how to hit in the strike zone, how to do it full speed, and how to absolutely slaughter people. Like that's gonna be the next generation of this whole thing. So I hope it isn't just big hits, like because big hits can come anywhere. Body blows.
What about running backs though? How many running backs have been called this year when they lower their heads straight down and go after, which I don't think should ever be a penalty, but I know it technically is if they lower their head.
Okay, so here's the bounce. This is late London. Fuck. Fuck. Because this little bounce here, even though it's against the trend, I mean, scalps are hit and miss when I drop down and try to call a bounce on a higher time frame. But I mean, it already took out liquidity. So this is what I look for, because this is where it took out liquidity. This is where it respected that shit. This is where it's breaking above that structure. This is honestly good enough, but I mean, if it was to break above this and then come back and down here, I would jizz all over.
Obviously, college has their problems we saw with the Iowa game, but isn't that maybe a rule that you think they do?
Let's see what it does, even though it's middle of London, no trade.
Or they'll bring the player back. Like, isn't that something?
Oh, got up above there. Is he gonna fuck around? Shit, I'm on the 15-minute too. So,
This AI thing's awesome. Get to watch these games without hurting.
I'll still be looking for this shit to come back down into here. If it comes back down into here, around 10 p.m. New York.
Not really. No, I mean,
New York time. 10 p.m. New York time. I'll be looking for it to get long up into here.
He was surprised too, though. He was complaining. He didn't think he was getting booted.
So how's that
Fuck
work?
around, fuck around. Boom, there's some fucking.
What is an offense that? What do you have to do to get thrown out, I guess, and not just get a 15-yard?
Yeah, because if there's
So what
another
is
hit
New
like
York?
that later in the
New
game,
York 10
that
is
person in the
22,
game,
huh?
have to check that person too. Is there not like a
especially if they're not taking the
there has to be a checks and balances.
Get down, get down, get down. Get down, you filthy fucking bitch. And now it is London. Going sideways, ugly as fuck. Looking more like I'm gonna get some of this type of action. Jigga, 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 jigga. Jigga, 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 jigga.
I talked to a few doctors in Green Bay, like they don't, okay, man, keep your head up.
Boom,
because
boom, boom.
That's when you get like a spiral fracture down your spine.
It's looking more like going low. So maybe if it goes up into here, I'll be looking forward to take this out. So if it breaks this above here, no. Yeah. I needed to get up into here to this order block here. Pop up. Pop up. Pop, bitch. Pop.
Like, bro, you were in the NFC North.
Pop.
In the middle of that.
No.
Fullback era when I got into two. Every team I fullback
Well,
was 270 times.
now it's going down into here.
Like, that's, you're the all-time
This is where it ran liquidity, like I was saying already. So sideways, though. So sideways.
Yeah, all the time. I do. That's what I watch. I like watching the Ravens.
Now it's
because
in
I
here.
like Ricard, 42, and I'm thinking,
3,
I also
4,
have
5.
not played against that guy because that would be awful.
Let's see here.
But I hope what gets remembered is that the Colts are supposed to win that game. The Colts got absolutely bamboozled. Listen to this, AJ. I don't want to be the guy that says that, you know, people are getting bamboozled and cheated and that people are potentially gambling on games that have whistles and wear stripes. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to murder referees. I appreciate referees. I understand it's not a job that anybody wants.
Fuck no, you shouldn't appreciate referees.
There's not a single person in the crowd that says, you know what, I want the refs to do well today. The only thing they want them to do is just stay the hell out of the
This is too sideways, no trade.
Make it for us. But if you make a terrible call,
But
you're gonna piss off
if I was to just want to throw away money and be a gambling motherfucker,
with that being said,
I would have to take that it's gonna run liquidity again. But this is the limit on the upside, and now it's going down here. If I was gonna gamble,
we've talked about this for years.
I'd gamble a little bit like this here.
How we've gotten to 2023 with how prevalent sports gambling is, how much money is being wagered on these NFL games.
I like that. I like that. That's only a 1-to-1 though.
They're signing games at the end, like at the Super Bowl and stuff like that.
Put this up just a little bit higher.
That's integrity is the most important thing. Because it's hard not
Right in the middle of that order block right there. A little 15-minuter. And then I would just make this just to go blind and make this a 1-to-2 because that's just what I do. It's gotta be a 1-to-2. Oh look, I got some pre-drawn zone down here. I'll just ask it to go down that far.
39 Indianapolis Colts. That was a game-altering call right there.
And you know I'm a double-dicking motherfucker, so.
I mean, a little ticky-tack. But what do we talk? Then we go to the very next play. These refs said, nah, you did one, we'll get another one. That ball bounces in the stand. In the stand. Go back. This ball bounces. PJ had a great game, whatever.
This is up.
Goes into the stands. That ball
A
bounces
little
into this
more
guy's
protecto,
hands. Old buddy says,
just in case I am right.
This guy's thinking himself incomplete.
Alright, now this is no trade, but never take this. This is way too sideways. It's downtrend overall, that's the only reason why I picked to go down. But this is definitely way too limp dick for me.
Sean Smith's crew said that's pass interference. That's illegal contact. Same corner, 2 calls, both of them obnoxious. Both of them cost the Indianapolis
Drop.
Colts game. I believe there's a chance we should start
And it
something.
just wants to keep getting limp. Yeah.
Did this to the Iowa Hawkeye and
I would get out, break even on this right here if I was running. So I'd take the loss on this.
You think Wemby could get that?
No.
Tall enough to reach it?
Yeah, just go sideways. You're just garbage. Yeah, you're just garbage.
Great ref. The game misses them, so does college basketball misses.
What are you gonna do? Nothing? You're just gonna do nothing, huh? Oh, just slowly take me out. Yeah, garbage.
As he's saying that, ball bounces into the stands. As he's saying that. So I think
Look at this shit too. Fuck you.
why this was called. Well, you know why there's a chance that it was called? I like an investigation.
Ooh.
Okay, into that particular ref.
Yeah.
Not only that ref, let's not just check that
Oh,
name.
yeah.
We need aunties, we need moms, we need sisters, we need girlfriends, we need husbands. He had to have something on that game. I don't want to be a guy proclaiming that these
Yeah.
refs are rigging games, but I don't know how you call those back to back to secure one team to definitely have a win. That seems a that seems a little.
I like what you're saying here,
I don't want to
McAfee.
change the subject, but I feel like Iowa has the biggest problem with that fake fair catch situation.
So, funny you say that. That was actually another part of this. They got bamboozled. You're on the same page. This
is inexcusable. Inexcusable call, I feel.
This is fourth quarter. 1:35 left. 12 to 10. 12 to 10. Offensive juggernaut, Iowa. Special teams monsters. Takes a punt, lets it bounce. Takes it through the grip. Holy hell. Iowa, who only has 2 yards of offense in the entire second half, pull off a comeback win with a play like that. The Hawkeyes fans are going crazy. The Children's Hospital across the street is like, yeah, that's exciting football. We're not used to that with this Iowa Hawkeyes team. Then, somehow, someway, this guy,
Tim O'Day.
Oh, man.
Tim O'Day and his crew call it back, and they say that one of the refs called it a fair catch. Well, that's a fascinating thing, because not once does he signal for a fair catch.
Damn, really?
Very standard operating procedure for a punt returner to get his teammates the hell out of the way. Then he catches it and says, oops, actually, I'm going to snag a few extra yards. Breaks a tackle, down the sideline, cross the field, big time comeback.
Damn.
The Floyd of Rosedale in Iowa.
Oh, shit.
If they thought that he was signaling for a fair catch, how come there was no flag on the field? Whenever he picked up the ball and started to run it, that would be a penalty. That would be an illegal fair catch sign. There was never a flag laid on the field at all. There was never a whistle that stopped this thing after the fair catch.
They're going to rob him of that super stud play.
The only thing we know is they went to review and came out with bullshit, which makes us think.
Damn.
Yin's got bamboozled potentially by this guy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when the replay happened, initially it was whether or not he stepped out of bounds, like right there. There was never any mention of, oh, that's a legal fair catch, or that's, and then, you know, I mean, I damn near had a heart attack. I really did. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was.
You ever think this guy sounds like Patrick Mahomes?
Ever, but like, I can't ever remember something like that.
Well, it just doesn't make sense because what they said was fair catch. And my point about them not throwing a flag, then that's illegal. Like, you do a fake fair catch and then you go and return it. It's like, all right, well,
that's not the Kenny Powers guy.
Not allowed. So then, no
Boston
flag on the
Connors,
field, no
Kenny
whistle
Powers, dude.
to go all the way through, then come back after a review on whether, actually we called it a fair catch. Who did? Because that person didn't do the right thing after calling or thinking it was a fair catch then. Just a complete, we gotta look into it. What's the name of the ref?
Tim O'Day.
Tim O'Day. We need Tim O'Day, Mama O'Day, Mrs. O'Day, Kid O'Day, Auntie O'Day. Check. Because wait, maybe they didn't bet on the game, even though in Iowa.
They do that.
In Iowa, we'd have heard. But there has to be some sort of connection in Minnesota to get that bronze pick back. You would have to think that for the Colts game. Maybe that person's from Cleveland, Ohio. Maybe they're not betting on the game, but they just have personal interest.
There's the run on liquidity here.
I don't know, but it feels like there's more
Banging up.
to be mad about because Kenny Pickett not being
It is late New York, so garbage time. Missed the move. This is the move. This is the move right here.
These line judge right here. I can't see it really. He's down, but
He got it. Who knows where?
Well, I mean, the Reds don't have an argument.
Was that first down guy?
That's the floor. This is the retest here. I mean, this was just beautiful. This is the double entry here. Boom. Run on liquidity. Comes up. Bang, 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 bang. Breaks that shit. Comes back down. Oh, this is where I nut. This right here. This is my nut right here. This is the entry.
I think stadiums need to say, since we're under 2 minutes,
this would look just like this.
Because there's been a couple of times where Shane Steichen, who's just trying to, kind of introduce himself to Indianapolis. I've heard people around be like,
that's a 3-9 too. Damn, son. I wouldn't demand all that though. I would demand right to there.
A little something to say about it. The
Make this down a little lower here.
The Indianapolis Colts got absolutely bamboozled, clear as day, back-to-back plays. We all just saw it. We just watched it. That's bullshit.
Well, okay, just take it away. That's what I did, right?
No help, no penalty last night against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, and that guy is actually from about 20 minutes north of Philly, I believe, who was the head ref of the Eagles Dolphins.
See, so there's just, we need full-time refs. Okay, we need full-time refs.
Whoa,
we need to take these questions
move
up. Now, I don't know
along.
what's going to happen in the Big Ten with Iowa and Tim O'Day. I assume he'll get the Big Ten championship game because that's seemingly how these types of things always work. But in the NFL, we cannot continue to have the conspiracy fodder that happens. As soon as I see those two plays, that ref's in on this thing, and then you hear, the script says, it's like, hey, a lot of people betting a lot of money on these games now. Going to have to be something that you're going to want to nip in the bud as if it was a flower, and I think the NFL should take the lead there. These refs have had a seemingly quiet year. Now, I know there's been some holdings that have certainly pissed off AQ, but they haven't been like the deciding factor for games until this past weekend. Let's not make this a common trend.
That'd be the original double dick.
Let's upgrade the review facility.
And then once it broke up, it came back down to this fucking sweet spot here. This would be another
For them to go, he's short. He's clearly
entry.
Short. Well, they don't have any reviews. They don't have that. Well, they do have
right
a team
there.
over there that thinks they've been screwed.
Same shit, and then I would target.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah, this would be where I target. Right there.
Egregious one by far. The Browns one, I mean, clearly.
That's beautiful. That is what I look for. Ideally.
Full-time refs should be no-brainer. I don't understand how was that a conversation in 2023.
Now, if only this would set up live tonight, I'd do it. But I'll be here tomorrow night. I'll be looking again next London. And you know what? It's still early. It ain't even London right now. So I still got. I'll be here for another 2.5 hours. I got 2.5 hours for something to set up.
But I guess guys, if they really want to be a ref, then yeah, you would. But I don't know if it doesn't. You don't have to be a player to be a good ref.
So you're telling me that you don't want guys that have played out there making the calls?
Yeah, I do, but I don't always think NFL athletes would make the best referees. Maybe some of them, I guess, they could if you get them in a pipeline, get them reps and everything. But I don't know many guys that want to ref. That's the problem.
Well, if we had the guys that want to ref instead of going broke after playing in the NFL for 4 years, and they were bought in and they had a chance to go to school and learn and practice.
This is up here. Bang. Came down. Boom. Respected that. Then came up and took it. Then came down and took it. Now it's got to take it again, right? Right. It's got to keep going lower. This is a good spot for a reversal. So I'll see this to start creating a little something here. Break down into here and then get back up into here. So this could go up higher even. This could go up high. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. Come all the way down here and then get back up into here. And then I'll look for it to come down low.
They even want the things to get better. And then they were able to divvy up stuff to go to practices. And then if a guy has a terrible game or a lady has a terrible game,
that's about as high as I wanted to see. Time is it?
It's like, if money is the only thing
almost London. Okay.
More money later with people tuning out the NFL because they think it's rigged and they think that the refs are terrible. It's like, that's a
show me something sexy. Oh, it's going to take that out like that? Ooh, oh man. It's a little manipulation action.
These refs got to be betting on a game. These refs got to be bringing
Ooh,
this
that's
game
the
to full
wrong
effect.
button
Let's take
I'm
that
hitting.
out. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, AJ. And I don't know why we haven't. And now I guess the coach just got to sit by and get screwed.
That's right.
I had a bunch of Browns fans tell me, welcome to our life.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a little
I
give
already
back for the
got
Browns. They've
this
been
order
screwed for a long
block.
time. I'm sure you have.
I know that's
Yeah,
the
I'm
first
sorry.
time I got in that order block, so
But I did
honestly it
not-
can go up
You're
again.
supposed to walk out of Lucas Oil with an L yesterday to a scrappy Indianapolis Colts team.
Time be it. Beginning in New York.
Give me a minute, man. Where's your toy? Where's your toy? Where's your toy? Where's your toy?
See what Shell has to say about that cum shot fight.
Alright, we gotta go back and take a look at Kamaru Usman. And I'm talking about Usman specifically, not just the fight. Kamaru Usman comes out after the
This is
fight,
honestly a trade.
and he's doing it
Or going up.
with the beautiful
Were you looking at this?
Kamara.
Came up, bang.
I mean, he's got this white
Structure.
Right, I mean, the guy, he just-
Goes
he's
up
just
higher.
a model.
Comes back down to this little area right here. This
was
is
so dejected.
a setup that I like. What
He was so
time is
down
it?
on himself to the point of
And it is the
depression.
beginning of New York.
In that moment, his heart was broken. Had he not been on camera and had to hold it together like a professional, he would have been in a hotel room sobbing into a pillow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What am I fucking moving
In the
here?
year 2000, the Olympic Games were in Sydney, Australia. Terry Brands of the United States got a bronze medal. And
There.
he was hurting so bad in that moment. And he's being shown around the world. They're playing the
There.
Armenians anthem, and Terry is feeling dejected and like a failure. Fast forward 23 years to today. He is the
Double
associate head
dick
coach of
time.
the University of Iowa, where his son is not only the team captain, he is an All-American. Terry has coached national champions.
This is a dangerous
At one point
double
in his
dick
career, he was
because
assigned to be the director of the
if I'm
entire
wrong about
freestyle
order
program. I mean, this is
order
this is
flow, but still right about where it's gonna run for liquidity, then it could come all the way down into here, or even down into here,
Olympics in 2000,
before it goes up and just fucks me over.
changing him just at the words.
So let's see what's up.
And that's not right. That's sad, quite frankly.
Yep,
That
took
is
me
sad
out.
that he would hold himself to that standard all
Just gonna
these
go
years later, as
sideways.
opposed to looking
Got
back
it.
and
Now it'll run
embracing
up.
a lifetime achievement.
It's going sideways. Nope, it's just
making a
creating more shit.
comparison to what I saw
Alright.
with Kamaru.
I was just completely wrong.
I've seen Kamaru Usman,
First time tonight being completely
who
wrong.
goes into a weight class he's never contended before. He goes up, coming off of 2 losses. He goes up against a gentleman who has never tasted defeat. I don't know, but you got a guy with 2
This
losses.
floor,
Taking on a
this
guy
right here.
who's got 11 wins. If Jemiah's fought 12 times, 13 times, then he's got 12 or 13 wins.
This took
Whatever the
this
record
out
is,
here.
and zero, right? Momentum's a very real thing. You generally take a guy that lost.
I still like it. I like it going down. So see if I can get it to come back up into here a ways. Right in here. If I can get it to come back up into here, I'll look for it to go down. But it might just run all the way down.
Behind him, and he goes out. Those 2 losses
Get
had nothing
up,
to do with it.
get
The weight
up.
class had nothing to do with it. The short notice had nothing
Little
to
bit.
do with it. Here's an opportunity to compete. I'm a competitor.
Going sideways. Yep, Asian
He
range.
has the worst first round
Get up higher. There we go,
in the history of his
baby.
career.
Pretty. That's
Kamaru
10 o'clock.
Usman, if you remove the Leon
It could come back up in here higher. Let's see if it'll go up higher or if it'll just run down here.
based on those, right? The head kicker around the world where you're just about to be like, there was some weird
Yep,
stuff.
just ran. Yep,
If
that
you
was
take
it.
those matches
Missed
out,
it.
though, you have to go back to Covington. If you remove those matches in Covington, you would have to go back 6 years to find a round that Kamaru Usman has lost. A round. He has never had a 10-8 round against him.
Damn, that's a good stat.
Position that he could be put in. Because with all the experience that Kamaru Usman has, and the Ultimate Fighter winner, and the world champion, and the main event of Madison Square Garden, and a future Hall of Famer, and the first guy to be compared with the great Georges St. Pierre, all those things, he had never been down. He has never been pinned up against the fence. He has never had somebody putting him in a spot like this against his will, and he stayed calm, and he protected himself. When the horn went off, he went to his corner, he regrouped, and he came out in the second round like a completely different fighter.
Yeah, he caught him a couple times.
Only
pretty
the
clean.
champions, only the best of the best can do that. He has a 10-8 round against him, the most dominant thing that has ever happened to him. That was far more dominant than getting kicked in the head in a split second by Leon. It was the most dominant and debilitating and embarrassing and humbling moment of his career, and it took him 60 seconds to behave as though it had never happened. And he comes out and he wins the next frame. How's that for making a difference?
Maybe.
He is the most dominant thing that ever
He
happened.
did
in his
land
career.
the better shots.
Come back and wins the very next frame.
I guess that's pretty fair. Giving him second round is
He then
pretty
goes into
fair.
the third fight, right? I mean, we're
Giving
gonna have
Usman
a
the
winner,
second
we're gonna
round
have
is
a
pretty
loser.
fair, I think.
We don't do the participation awards and your little feelings and all these kinds of things at this level. I do understand that, but there is times where you don't lose. Time just ran out, and those times are when your will and spirit are never broken. That's it, and it doesn't happen very often. Those cage fights, as much as we want to take they're knocking somebody out or submitting somebody, they're about breaking the other guy's will, or he breaks yours. Talking him out of it and convincing him at some point through physicality that he doesn't want this as much as you do. That is what these matches are about. That never happened. That never even came close to happening. Time ran out. To call the first round a 10-8, you can do. A 10-8 at some point within the round is supposed to be eligible for stoppage. Where there could have been a moment within the round that the ref could have waved it off TKO because this is so dominant and bad. He didn't do it, so now the judges are going to come in, they're going to kind of fix that. That is what a 10-8 is in
I didn't
boxing.
know that.
You can also have a 10-8 through absolute dominance, which is measured with what I did to you versus what you did to me. Kamaru Usman had a big 0 in
That's
the
what I
column of
thought.
what he did. He did not mount a single piece of offense. So 10-8 is not inappropriate. But it was generous. I'm not here to argue that point. It was generous. Had they called that a 10-9, nobody today would be sitting around arguing that it should have been a 10-8. Now, in all fairness, they call it a 10-8, and I don't know that anybody's sitting around arguing that it could be a 10-9. I just think it's open for conversation. Michael Bisping, who is as good as anybody about assessing what he's looking at and relaying that to the audience, thought Kamaru won the fight. He thought he won the fight. Thought he lost
That's
the first round,
pretty
won the next
retarded.
two. Michael did not agree that it should have been a 10-8. He thought Kamaru Usman should have won that fight.
I don't think so.
And I only share
Bisping
with
saying
you
that
what an incredible
Kamaru
job,
won the
what an
fight.
incredible performance. And to find out and hear from Kamaru that he's down on himself, that he doesn't look at himself
He probably hates that.
as a guy with the heart and the bravery that took a risk against an undefeated, on short notice, weight class he's never competed in, put up so much resistance and so such resilience that a former world champion, current Hall of Famer, has publicly said he thought that he won the match and
got another beer in that motherfucker?
Yeah, dog, I brought you 3.
That's not right. That's not what I saw. I've long been impressed
Working my dick
with
off on
Kamaru
this video
Usman.
with all
And
these
there is
edits
an old
and only a
adage
minute deep.
that your greatest victory will come in defeat.
All these fucking edits I got going on here.
I not only am not down on Kamaru Usman,
That's a lot of shit.
I
for
believe
one
what he
minute,
did
dude. I've been putting
Saturday
some work into these videos.
was amongst the great
Every single
performances
dot
that
is
he's ever had.
animation, everything. It's just, there's so much shit right here. That's what it looks like when you're watching it. It's from a news reporter.
Johnny Walker should have won the fight, and it should have been ruled a disqualification. Now, there is so much talk on the doctor. You have to understand, when Dana comes into the ring and tells Johnny the referee is inexperienced, he screwed up, we'll figure this out. For you guys to take those words in a literal context makes you a mark. You are now the fool in the audience that thinks Hulk Hogan just leg dropped and stopped Andre the Giant for the 1, 2, 3. Those words were spoken with one objective, and it was not to break down the match or to break down how the match concluded. Those words were spoken to get Johnny to stop assaulting referees and officials and starting a melee. They were not spoken
about a
or
7-minute
meant to
video,
be
so
literal in
I'm
even
about a seventh
the
of the way
smallest of capacities. In the moment that that was said, Dana had not yet been told
But this shit
what
I'm
the referee's
showing,
conversation with Johnny was.
I ain't
And
seen
Dana
anybody
revealed that
else
the
show
post-fight
any
press
of
conference.
this
So this
shit.
isn't a maybe. This
Like, I
isn't my
finding these
opinion.
pictures deep in the game
This is
files,
on video.
shit like that.
This is an absolute
Putting my
fact.
resources to work.
When those words were spoken to Johnny, which were designed to do one thing, get
I
Johnny
wish
to
this shit
settle
was
down.
a game that wasn't just
The moment
what's
that
it called,
Johnny put his
stories.
hands on a referee,
What's that
Johnny
shit called?
no longer has a license to
regular?
fight anywhere in the world, any way you want to do it. In a traditional
It's,
setting, the moment that Johnny
Yeah, you
shoved
don't have
a
to know the
referee,
stories.
he
It's
is
a sandbox
released
like GTA.
from the
You can play
organization
it for the stories, you
immediately.
can just fuck around.
The moment that a fight is done and an athlete physically accosts another person, including a fellow athlete, including the
The thing
opponent,
that sucks is
a
it's just like
crime
one player.
has now
Can't
been
play with
committed. It
homies.
is against
Yeah.
the law into the
And this shit's
highest
popping, huh?
degrees
Yeah.
in Abu Dhabi. Let me give you an example. If you're in a fight in Abu Dhabi, you both go to jail 6 months and there's no questions asked. So, if you walk up to me and you punch me, I'm on my own business, I'm having a good time, I've done nothing, haven't even mentioned, you walk up and you punch me, we both go to jail in Abu Dhabi for 6 months. Because I am now involved in the fight. I went there in 2001 for my first time to compete in Abu Dhabi. Back when it was Rio, back when Abu Dhabi took place in Abu Dhabi. It was one of the only things that we were told. We're all on a bus, they get everybody together and said, hey look, you gotta know this rule. It's extremely sensitive here. There is no competitive fights, there is no MMA here. It is a struggle to have this grappling. It is so sensitive in terms of any form of physical conflict in Abu Dhabi. At that time, I realize that now they do have MMA. I'm sharing with you. There was a gentleman from Russia, just to really illustrate this point. Shitahun, who puts on the entire thing. He is fully responsible. This is the king's son. He is the guy that is involved in MMA. You'll hear Abu Dhabi's invested in the UFC. Abu Dhabi's Shitahun invested in the UFC. It is Shitahun directly. And he was a huge MMA, huge believer in grappling. He was really interested. And he would bring over the best guys and he would train with them. He himself became very skilled within the arts. We had a gentleman from Russia who moved into his palace with him. He was a full-time trainer. The gentleman from Russia lived there, lived in the house, so that when it was time to train, even if this was only once a day, they could go do the training. They'd go about his life. That gentleman, the Russian gentleman,
Okay, so
was a competitor
according to
in
Overflow,
the grappling championship that
this
year.
should be coming back up to here.
When the match
So
ended, the Russian athlete was upset with something and shoved the opponent.
I'll look forward to get back up and break this and then come back down.
Broke the guy's nose, something like this.
Get it up.
They took him.
Get up.
He lived in the palace with the prince, the king's son. They took him and put him in jail.
Go up higher.
When he was released
There
from
it is.
jail, they deported
Okay,
him to
so
Russia
now-
immediately. This is how sensitive that is. This is how sensitive that is. I was trying to get a workout. When I'm over there, and I don't know a lot of people, and my good friend Jeff Munson, we're roommates, and we gotta get a workout. We don't have anywhere to go. There wasn't a facility, there wasn't a room set up at the hotel, some of these things like you'll know from an MMA atmosphere. We don't have bars, we don't have phones we can talk to people, we go outside. And we were training partners, Jeff and I, we did a lot of Greco-Roman wrestling, so we just did Greco-Roman wrestling on our feet. We're pushing and pulling, we're getting a sweat, right? It's nice and warm out, we're really pushing.
Now I'm looking forward to come back down to here
Right up. Couldn't go to the ground. When I say
or
we
here.
went outside, there was like an alley between buildings. We go
First
down,
dick,
we're right on the concrete.
second dick.
And they came up and they warned us, stop. If you get seen, and this
Get
was
low.
official, if you get seen,
Fucking bitch.
you will be arrested. Get back
Time is
into
it?
your rooms.
Oh, of course.
Do not touch one another here.
Asian
in
range.
any capacity in public.
Get low.
So I'm sharing that with you. It's very much a mute point in terms of this. I'm letting you know what a big
Get
deal it was.
low.
Everything got glossed over. We're not even having these conversations. We're not even having
Not low
conversations
enough,
about
too
taking
sideways.
Johnny's license or releasing him from the organization or throwing him in jail. We're not doing any of those things because we can instantly defer to he wasn't himself. He had a concussion.
Oh no. Okay, so this spike here makes me feel like it's going down. Time is it here? Ooh, it's New York.
I'm sharing this with you because that comment that was picked up
And
by
it
microphone
just happens to be going
now
with
is making you start there as a starting
the
point.
trend.
That the doctor did something wrong.
This
You
is
must
another
understand, just to
dangerous
start
one.
with, every doctor in any type of neuroscience, or in this case, in a cage fight, is trained to ask the same question first. No matter where you are in the world, he will say, where are you? There was nothing inappropriate about that question at all. Set that aside. Set that, you should not even be there. He never needed to be pulled into the ring. He never needed to assess this athlete in any capacity. The referee broke the action. Why? Why did the referee break the action?
Okay, let's see what's up. This definitely is pretty dangerous. I might take this dick
There's
out.
no timeouts in MMA. So if the action is stopped, it's for a reason.
Nope, just gonna go
And
sideways.
at
You
that
piece of
point,
shit.
You have two options. Do we have a disqualification or do we have a TKO?
Nope,
We don't do timeouts.
it's going up.
So if that match
Fuck.
was to be restarted, they likely would have restarted them just like this, just like
This
the
is the
fight
bottom.
started. That would have been wrong. If they
This is the
restarted
sweet
the fight
spot.
and followed the rules that
This
they
is the
clearly
manipulation.
are not apprised of, you would restart them in as close to the same position as you could. You would put Johnny, who was just fouled, into a negative position which he was in, which is held up against the fence by the Dagestani fighter on Goliath.
This is late New York.
There was not
Fuck.
a point taken away.
Late New York
And
trade,
my
just
point
cuz.
is the biggest deal
Whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa.
As soon as that action was broken and I'm watching this, I'm turning to the people I'm watching this and I say, the referee is not taking a point. They're saying, well, chill, why would that matter? Well, it matters because the point is what signifies that the referee is deeming that to be illegal. If the referee is not taking a point, then he has also signified that it is not illegal.
Get up.
Which means if Johnny cannot continue,
Sideways.
we're now going to have a no
Oh,
contest.
fuck.
Had he taken the point away, it now represents that it is eligible for disqualification.
Touch that area again though, so I still think it's gonna go up.
Wrong, or the ref should have given him 5 minutes.
Nope, I'm wrong.
Almost anybody, regardless of what happened, could fight after 5 minutes. I mean, just by example, if a guy gets knocked out within our sport, if you give him 5 minutes, he could likely continue. It doesn't have anything to do with it whatsoever. We have extremely few rules in the sport. Don't bite the guy, and don't kick the son of a bitch when he's down. There are very, very few rules. This happened earlier in the evening with Tim Elliott's match, not once, but twice. And it was observed, and it was seen, and it was stopped, and there was no point taken away. It's a very baffling thing. And because you overheard some audio that was designed to do one thing, calm Johnny down. Johnny's just putting on a show. This is just a show. He got exactly what he was attempting to do. But that's not relevant either. There is nothing wrong with being fouled and taking the win. There's 4 ways to win a fight. And people always want to act like there's not. There's no words. I'm going to let it be words. We're going to go to a decision, or we're going to go to a submission, or we're going to go to a knockout. Well, how about we go to number 4, which is on that exact same page? Disqualification. If you can frustrate your opponent and get him to cheat, you can now beat him. There's no shame in it. Don't talk about he should have 5 minutes and he could have recovered. Don't talk about any of that.
What the fuck?
Because now you're talking about that Johnny should have to go back out there after being fouled, whether he's okay or whether he's acting okay or whether he's giving her the peer pressure of the crowd, whatever it is, you're talking about him having to go back into the same position.
Oh, see if this one will be right.
And continuing a match after he was illegally fouled with a shot to the head. It wouldn't matter if he was 100% and didn't change him. It wouldn't matter if a shot to the head was like Popeye with his finish and it made him better. Illegal move happened. The referee broke the action because he saw it and knew it was inappropriate, but he didn't call it illegal. That's the mistake here. The doctor did nothing wrong.
Damn, yep.
The doctor got in and asked the exact appropriate question. Now, if you're a doctor and you can tell a guy is playing along, a guy is playing it up, that doesn't change anything. If he's tagging you in as his tag team partner, hey doc, I don't know where I am, I don't know what's going on here. I got cameras on me though and I need to look brave. It doesn't matter. You still rely and defer to that. Not to mention, the doctor's opinion was not relevant. It was not the only person's opinion. And this is another thing people don't know. They call it a doctor's stoppage. The referee's the only one that can stop the fight, not the doctor. The doctor can say he can't continue, and the referee can continue the match. Moreover, the doctor can say he can continue, and the athlete can say, no, I can't. It's his choice. It is fully his choice. It's very difficult, and you won't find examples where it goes the other way, where a doctor says you can't continue. The guy goes, yeah, actually I can. And then the ref and the fire work together. Go, hey, doc, get out of here. You're inexperienced. You won't find those examples. I'm just sharing with you what the actual rule says. The referee is the only one that can stop the fight. The referee is the only one that can call the doctor in to even seek his opinion. And then the referee chooses if he goes with that opinion or not.
What does news look like?
So now you have a deference of responsibility. I'm in charge, it's my job, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to find somebody else and I'm going to put it on them, and it worked beautifully. It's all been put on the doctor. The doctor did.
Sounds like Rush Limbaugh.
Wherever you are, that's what you ask the guy.
Yeah?
It is not within your wheelhouse to
No idea what Rush Limbaugh sounds
know
like.
what was being said. It is not within your wheelhouse to understand his language or what his IQ is.
Euro happens to have some high-impact news in an hour and 7 minutes, huh?
In the Octagon in Abu Dhabi, it's 3 in the afternoon on Saturday, and I'm taking on Uncle Live, who
Can't
just
do
beat me in the
that
head. The
for an
doctor can
hour.
stop the fight. He can suggest to the referee that the fight be stopped. You're going down the wrong road. You're going down the wrong road, talking about the 5 minutes or the inexperience or the questions that were asked. The doctor was called in by the referee because of a technique that was believed to have a strong potential, and it turns out it was correct, of throwing him off mentally. He took a knee to the head, and he took it illegally. That's all you have to know. The referee under
And
what
US
he did
USD in 7.5 hours.
a fight that he stopped because of a blow in a sport that does not have timeouts. That's a disqualification.
This is the floor. Oh, look at this here. I like this.
When you talk about a fight, and let's talk about who the baddest man on the planet is. It's if you lock 2 guys in a room, who comes out? Some people can't deal with chaos. Some people can't handle the pressure.
the Joe Rogan Experience.
It's interesting that even today there's different schools of thought. Like Sean Strickland spars basically every day,
Right.
whereas Max Holloway.
He was at my gym for like 3 years.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Was he? He's a wild boy.
Yeah. Kind of had to let him go.
Oh, did you? The crazier days?
Yeah, no, he just kind of gets too involved talking shit about people.
I can see that.
I liked him in the gym. I liked him there. He was a great training partner. And you need at least one guy in your gym that does that and goes hard and makes everybody else go hard.
Yeah.
When they're going against them. So I liked it, but
other people didn't.
yeah, he just was too disrespectful to teammates and stuff. And
How's the young Sean Strickland?
yeah, no, this is about it. No, I definitely see that, and always rooted for him when he left. It wasn't like I was like, I hope that guy,
Right.
No, I always rooted for him. I thought he had a ton of potential. I was yelling at him to go up a weight class because he was always trying to make 170. I'm like, dude, you need to go 185. You feel a lot better. You compete you'd be fine competing up there, but everybody's always mentally afraid to be against the bigger guys.
Yeah, he's a different fighter at 185 than he was at 170.
Right.
At 170, you can see he was compromised. Just like he had to cut 25 pounds easy, right?
Yeah, no, he's big.
He's way too big for 170. But when you saw his fight with Adesanya, were you shocked?
I only saw parts of that. I didn't see the whole thing. I was somewhere else. I didn't get to see it.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, no, I saw parts of it, and yeah, he looked great.
He looked fucking amazing. The crazy thing is how good his defense is.
I thought he would do well against him. I didn't think he'd do well just standing up with him. I mean, I thought on your side would outpoint him a little bit, but I thought Sean would take him down and beat the shit out of him if he got on top.
Well, that's a lot of people don't realize. Sean has a very good ground game.
No, very good, yeah.
Very good. He just doesn't use it very often. He's black belt jiu-jitsu, good wrestling, good takedown defense.
Right.
He's solid everywhere, but he just loves to bang.
Right.
Loves to stand in front of guys.
He doesn't have like huge power. He's probably getting better at putting it in better places now. But he's not a big knockout guy, but he definitely adds him up and really, he's by far one of the biggest pressure fighters.
Yeah.
Kind of like this here. Am I still on?
He's
Yeah.
also able to do that because of his defense. His defense is so
It's hard to
underrated.
hit, yeah.
So underrated. And in that Adesanya fight, you saw it so clearly.
Yeah, he's really hard to hit.
So good at moving just out of distance and then putting more pressure back on you, checking those calf kicks.
Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
I was super impressed with that.
Yeah, and it's even more impressive, coming back from an accident like he had too.
Yeah. It talks about it. It's like my quad's all fucked up on his right leg. It's like his one leg is just like the quad's not even attached.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Yeah, no, but again, it just shows what the body can do if you just let it.
Yeah.
If you're just mentally tough enough to push through something.
Well, he changed his style a little bit because of it. He stands different than most people. He stands very straight up.
He always has.
Yeah? Always?
Yeah. When I'd spar him, I'd have to, I quit aiming for his head. I just aimed for his chest, and it kind of stopped him. And then I could, follow up. If I hit him in the chest, I could follow up and hit him again, but he's hard to hit.
Yeah, it's impressive, and he's the only guy doing that sort of Philly shell style at a championship level. It's like very interesting seeing him out there. He looks
10.9, that's it?
Yeah, he's quick. That really helps him not get hit also.
Yeah, but it's just also, I think, when we're going back to the different schools of thought in terms of sparring, he spars every day. It's most of his training is sparring.
Right.
So when you see him fight Adesanya in the 5th round, the guy wasn't even breathing heavy. I mean, he looked like ready to go 5 more after that.
He's got just his natural ability is his cardio. Among he knows how to fight well too, but naturally he just has cardio for days.
Well, I gotta think that has a lot to do with constantly sparring. So the sparring thing is there's not a lot of tension. Very loose and very composed and very efficient.
Right.
the Joe Rogan Experience.
When did you realize that you had?
That's like a homecoming weekend. There's no way the Patriots are going to lose. And I know you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think so.
With the way Mac Jones, huh?
Yeah,
Mac Jones is all the way back with Gesicki. Huh? They're grittying all over the place on a homecoming Hall of Fame weekend. There's a lot of games. How we doing? There's a lot of games. Rattle off nine in a row.
Who says that?
Find yourself in the playoffs.
It's gonna happen.
With the way Steve Belichick runs that defense, with how Mac Jones showcased himself yesterday.
Yeah.
Huh? Why not the Patriots go? Let's go, Patriots.
Damn, looking at this shit
No, that's not how I'm feeling.
on the 4.
This dude was miserable in the
Sure makes me look like. Look at this here.
Yeah.
I don't love that about you. We still got hope for the Patriots this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, some of us do. I think the people who are kind of looking forward to, what the next 10 years looks like for the Patriots, I don't think they were too happy. Now, I find solace in the fact that Bill Belichick gets his 300th win. Pumped to be
Congrats,
Bill. I believe he didn't want you to win. Very happy about that.
Yeah, he wanted
This
you to be
here again.
299 forever.
Yeah,
This guy right here.
No, because
Mr. 2-9, they make a movie about it.
2-15.
Bernie, man.
Yeah,
That was great.
Thank you. Yeah, it was.
Hell yeah.
Mr. 3000?
Yeah,
Well,
had to get out there.
Uh-huh.
He had to put his ego aside.
He did.
Which he did.
Yeah, yes.
That was incredible,
Land
man.
down a bunt. Exactly.
Shut up, Bernie.
And R.I.P. Bernie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Hmm.
There was we don't even dive into that. That's awesome.
To your
But anyways, you want him to be Mr. 299 forever.
Well, to your point, taking a page out of the Bernie Mac book, ego aside. Look, I don't want to come in here and talk about how the Pats stink every week. I don't want that. But I also want a team that can maybe go and win a Super Bowl. And now, yes, they can rattle off 10 straight. They can finish 12-5.
Wow. That'd be great.
That would
in the AFC?
Yeah, that would be something. That really would be something. Now, we killed the Bills. I mean, we know now for a fact the Bills aren't doing shit for the rest of the year. They lost to the Patriots in New England. That team stinks. That's the story here. The story isn't Patriots winning. The story is the Bills, who once again come into the season as a top 5 favorite to win the Super Bowl, top 5 quarterback to win MVP, and they're 4-3. So I get we can talk about the Patriots. We need to talk about why the Bills are terrible and that their window is closed, because that Patriots team isn't good. We all know that, okay?
He just batted a pen off the desk.
Yeah.
Wire, earpiece is going crazy.
I'm jacked up about it. It's sweet. We just ruined an entire city that prides themselves on being a football town. We once again showed the world why they are not a legitimate threat to the Chiefs and those teams. The Bills want to be the Eagles. That's what the Bills want to be. The Bills want to be the Eagles, who everyone doesn't talk about, and now they don't win. But then the Eagles actually go out and win and beat the teams they're supposed to. The Bills don't. They haven't. It feels like they never really have, and it feels like that's a massive reason why we haven't seen them in an AFC title game in 4 years.
Long season left for the Bills.
Absolutely.
Just like it's a long season left for the Patriots.
True.
Josh Allen's average target depth yesterday was insane. Completions 5.1 yards, incompletions 19.2 yards. I don't know what's going on with the Buffalo Bills. Okay, I don't know. And he's playing against Bill Belichick, who knows him very well. Bill Belichick knows Josh Allen very well. Steve Belichick knows Josh Allen very well. Divisional games are always going to be more difficult because people know each other. But there is a little bit of an overreaction happening right now from not just us, that the Bills might stink because they lost to the Patriots, which is wild to think that we're at that state point.
And you say it's not just us. It kind of feels like it's just us, because the conversation today isn't about how Josh Allen and the Bills stink. It's about, did we kind of go too hard on Mac in those first 7 games? No. The only 2 wins the Patriots have, or the only 2 games he doesn't have a turnover. But yeah, I mean, the Belichick knowing them, the division battle, all that, the Bills will be fine, but you can't think like the way we think about the
About
Dolphins.
16.
We're not jumping off the Dolphins because that was a tough loss away. They were missing guys. The Bills, I think a lot of people are just like, okay, the Bills are the Bills forever. They'll never actually win.
Mac Jones recorded the
16
quickest snap
and 16.
to pass time of his career yesterday.
Yep.
Averaged 2.19 seconds. Get the ball out quick.
Wow.
He was decisive. He knew that defense too. Maybe we have been too hard on Mac Jones. This guy's talking about losing every game to move on from it.
We haven't been too hard on Mac Jones. He's played terrible. This is the first game that he's played where it's like, okay, he made no plays that were going to lead us to lose, and that was the first time it happened. And he hasn't been good. Like, he just hasn't. I'm pumped for him that he got one under his belt and he got Bill his 300th. But no, there's you can't look at 2 out of 7 games like, yep, and those 2 he played well, so we should definitely keep him.
Worried about the Buffalo Bills, AJ?
A little bit, yeah.
Definitely.
Just obviously injuries, losing Milano. Yeah, there's injuries that worry me a little bit. I just don't know.
Pats are playing without their 2 best players on defense too.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. The Buffalo Bills.
It's the point of the season where everybody's gonna, start dealing with certain injuries. But Bills, just mentioned it, Milano, Trey White, Daquan Jones up front. Like, those are big pieces of the defense. But when you look at them, look at Josh Allen, the idea, the perception that everybody has when we cover and talk about the NFL is that, they'll be all right. They got Josh Allen. They can score 30-plus points a game. But outside of Diggs, I feel like every week he's doing his thing. He's producing and getting to the end zone. Can Josh Allen be consistently that guy that can elevate the rest of the?
Yeah, he's just got to carry the team there at points. It feels like when you're watching him.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
I like it going up, and I like it coming down.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very thankful. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you win! Your friend told a friend something nice to change their life. This weekend, yesterday, the dogs were barking across the NFL Week 7 Sunday slate. Upsets happening in abundance, some crazy outcomes that we could have never expected, and the refs have finally showcased how terrible they can be on a full NFL Sunday, and also a little bit on college football Saturday. We'll be talking about everything that has taken place around the football world, and we are so incredibly lucky that you have joined us. Joining me is the Toxic Tape, Lat Boston Connor, and Ty Schmidt. I see a little bit of a snake there on your right pectoral there. Is that all right?
Yeah, there's a snake. There's a tiger, taking a drink of water. So it's almost as if the snake and the tiger are simpatico in this T-shirt in particular.
Well, they love ball for sure. Ty Schmidt, can't wait to talk about your teams and everything going on around
weekend.
Iowa Hawkeyes and Green Bay Packers. Have they got worse?
Oh, no.
I'm not going to talk about how many days did they have before the Raiders game?
I believe 13.
No, and that's what we came out with. I don't know if that's good news. Learning year, though, transition year. We're obviously looking ahead. Is LaFleur the right guy to build a Super Bowl champion?
No.
Whoa!
No, he's not.
Early giveaway. That conversation will happen later. One half of the hammer. Cowboys, Tom Diggs is here. Tom, you said the public got beat over the head with a hammer yesterday by the sports books.
Absolutely destroyed. I think at 6 games, teams were over 70% of tickets, and they all didn't cover.
So this is different than how the season has gone, by the way. The season has been a very public winning season thus far. There would be 58%, 60% of the people on one side. And normally that would mean they're going to lose. That has not happened this year. Normally that team has won, and the books have been taking a little bit of a beating. But yesterday, water found its level is what Tom did.
Yeah, I think on here, through week 5, it was the best the public had done. Sorry, 7 games over 70% yesterday. they all lost.
Okay, so sports books are starting to find their rhythm. The AI is starting to figure it out. I think there's a new #1 sports book. I think from what I don't know, one particular stat, I think there's a lot of different stats in that particular world. There's never been one that said anything other than FanDuel was #1, but now I think there is. I think DraftKings is their kings out.
Oh, really?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe there's one stat that says that. But look out, there's one on the way that's about to take over the entire game. And joining us live in the Thunderdome on this glorious Overreaction Monday is a 9-year NFL vet, somebody that's dressed incredibly fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Jay Butler. D-Bud, let's dive right in. Obviously, the Eagles crowned themselves as king after beating the Dolphins last night. Congrats to them. We'll dive in there. Big storyline, though, that we need to keep our eyes on in the AFC, more specifically the AFC North. This Baltimore Ravens team is playing incredible football right now. More specifically, Lamar Jackson is playing incredible football right now. They took the brand new Lions into the deep end, beat the hell out of them, and said, you're the same old Lions to me. What do we know about this Baltimore Ravens team now that says, wait a minute, the Lamar Jackson-led Ravens might be the team in the end that's standing toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs.
And I don't even think we've seen the best of him yet. You know, he is in mid-season for Lamar Jackson, new OC, Todd Monken. Was a lot of talk about that coming into the year. But he's top of the league, top 3 in the league, completion percentage, big plays, just was in full control yesterday against a good Lions team. Most of us probably expect this to be one of the best games on that early slate yesterday. He just dominated from beginning to end. And that defense is one of the best defenses in the league, has been all year long. Pass catchers getting healthy. I don't think we've seen the best of this Ravens team yet.
Ravens beat the Lions yesterday, 38-6. 38-6. Friend of the program, Kyle Van Noy, 2 sacks, 5 tackles. Woo. Absolute dog off the couch, and he's back. Lamar Jackson throws for 357 and 3 touchdowns. Now, the check to Gus Edwards was like an 80-yard thing, but it don't matter when he threw for 357. Who cares? They were protecting him against that Detroit Lions defensive line, and he's been hitting his targets. Not only Zay, Odell Beckham Jr. got into the action yesterday a little bit. Patrick Ricard had a big-time reception, and Lamar Jackson's always going to be able to do this, even though old Cus Staley takes butt into the front row. You let Lamar run, you let Lamar throw, you let Lamar dance around for 10 seconds for a play, there's a good chance something great is coming from it, another touchdown. Lamar Jackson was at his peak yesterday, and during the conversations of negotiations, he wanted to showcase that he's also a pocket passer. Their previous OC was running the same plays, and everybody knew exactly what they were going to do. Now it's kind of expanding the playbook a little bit. Lamar's getting through his reads. He's a little bit more accurate on those 15 to 25-yard balls.
Wow.
He's able to check it down when he has to big dogs like Mark Andrews, who's always open, it feels like, for him. This offense and this Lamar Jackson is a horse that's ready to ride for a long time. Gus Edwards would pull this one away and take off for a nice 80-yard
17.
Is that a D lineman?
Yeah, rolling it.
Kaminsky. Hey, Kaminsky, way to go there. Honestly, way to chase that thing down. But everything that Lamar Jackson did yesterday seemed to be perfect. And is this what you guys are expecting in the AFC North for the rest of the way? Because Tone Diggs, I got some bad news for you. Even though you go beat the Rams and the Steelers are currently 4-2, after a bye, they're obviously flawless. And Matt Canada was celebrating touchdowns. And Kenny Pickett went for 200 and some yards. Pickens went for over 100.
300 total yards in the offense.
Najee Harris had 2, and Warren had 1. I mean, it was an offensive juggernaut that game. Quarterback didn't throw for 1. Wide receiver didn't score a touchdown, but still scored a bunch of points. You got to be worried about this Baltimore Ravens team playing their best football right now.
Yeah, they are the team in the AFC North. When you beat the Lions by 5,
17.
5 touchdowns, man. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, because they don't, like the Steelers, they wait to the fourth quarter. Kenny's awesome.
1.21.
They beat the Ravens, but I mean, there was like 8 drop balls for Lamar in that. He probably could have passed for 350 in that one. The Ravens are the worry in the AFC North right now, I can promise you that.
Okay, so let's talk about Lamar. Not only was the pass game great yesterday, you go back a couple weeks now. He's starting to really start to sling it. This is the evolution of Lamar. And Lamar's probably saying, this has been here the whole time, we just haven't used it. This offense is seemingly setting him up the ball up perfectly.
And they're setting up in the run game. Like, I feel like sometimes with the runs in the previous regime, that's when Lamar was saying they know what we're doing. These runs are, different. But in that 4th and 1 little QB keeper over there, that was perfect. And then you even talk about if some people think the Lions defense is a little banged up, they put 28 on the Cleveland Browns too, in Cleveland. So this really might be one of the better Baltimore teams we've seen.
I know a team will put up 38 against Browns. We'll talk about that in a little bit. They are a buzzsaw. I understand the Lions maybe have a
67118.
21-27, very efficient. 357 yards, 3 touchdowns, 9 rushes, 36 yards, and a touchdown.
67366
and on the ground. He's evolving right in front of our eyes and only getting better and better and better. And Monken seems like the right guy to do it with.
636.
Yeah, he's definitely evolving. I mean, he looks great sitting in the pocket and passing, but also.
Alright. We're in on this one.
We've heard JJ talk about this before too. Sometimes
we're in live on this right here.
As much as he has, like you still rush.
Put in the double dick right here.
So your rush is kind of always kind of have an eye on him. You're peeking, don't get past the quarterback. So it kind of has to slow your defense down as well.
Yeah, you can't bring as
also
much, right?
17.
Yeah, because if you bring it, you know, there's a chance he just escapes.
1.21.
If you do have him contained, he'll just run for 10 seconds.
Buy limit 121.
And then, are you going to be able to cover somebody for that long?
Nope.
No way. No way, especially with the speed that they have. I mean, that's Aguilar. He's never been questioned for how fast he is.
Yes.
You got Zay Flowers, you got OBJ over there. Mark Andrews is a weapon. I mean, I know we get a chance to see him every once in a while. We definitely get to hear him every week. This team's supposed to have J.K. Dobbins as well.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
gonna
they
be
built to do it. Congrats to them.
67151.
I think I saw 9 different people caught passes from Lamar.
51.
Yeah, I think it was in like the first half.
66953.
I was like, I'm watching it while we were at the Colts game. It was like, oh, this is Lamar's best game he's ever played. It felt like because of the throws he was making weren't just like wide open. It was like no, he's throwing this over a linebacker in front of a safety to get Zay Flowers. That was one of the highlights I caught run. I think it's this one right here where Zay Flowers, perfect spot, puts it where it needs to be, and then he got a gain of 50. They're inside the red zone.
Yeah, in the time he had.
Oh.
If that's going to continue, and he's going to be able to pick people
Immediately into profit.
Yeah, it's over a linebacker.
Hopefully it just runs. Let's run, son.
You look back, it's not just this week.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
I mean, he's spinning it.
Yeah, he's. I think he's rushed for. He's had multiple touchdown games running the football twice this year.
Post-assist in Volio.
That was one of the worst mud kicks I've dropped in a long time.
Got a call from a couple people around the West Virginia program this weekend, and they said it felt like the attitude around the team was back.
Oh.
Like the fans, very, very present. Felt like very much expected to win. The boys felt like they were going. I heard Neil Brown say, "Hey, it's a brawl. We're gonna have to fight him." I'm like, that's the toughest thing I've ever heard you say.
Wow, I love that.
I like that.
We're back on the
Fun right there too.
Yeah.
Good atmosphere.
Absolutely. A couple of my old teammates are on the right side of this photo here, down in the mix. You can't see them, the faces are blurred. Also on the left side.
Oh, they had a good time. Milan Pushkar.
Milan, okay, Pushkar's.
Who's Milan?
Well, Milan, he's a pharmaceutical guy, I do believe, from West Virginia.
Oh.
I think old Milan Pushkar has been around a long time up there.
Well, that.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what they do.
Yeah, if he's been there a long time, it's not good.
I don't know what they do. They might say block, but you have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh no, it hurts. Everything hurts.
Did your old teammates have a good time at the game, or?
Yeah, Dean Kane was there.
What?
Dean Kane was there.
Superman?
Superman was there, but
Superman?
Superman was there, but some of the guys I know from college were not thrilled that Dean Kane did not hang out in the blue lot before the game.
Well, if there's the red lot, he'd have been there.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, like red light district?
Oh,
I get AJ joke.
Yeah.
I don't know.
More like his party affiliation.
Oh,
I didn't know that. I didn't know he was running.
I know him from Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Bingo.
Excellent show.
Great show.
Yeah, excellent.
Good book.
Up in Canada, there's actually like a store, a museum you can go into.
Oh,
What a treat.
Ripley's Believe It or Not museum. You just walk through and Dean King just walks out the corner. Did you know that this shoe right here?
That's sweet.
Thank you, Dean King. I guess he was also Superman. Is what
Yes, he was.
Well, he's in West Virginia, and he posted a photo, and he's out there for warm-ups. So a lot of people were embarrassed for him that nobody goes to
Is
this.
the blue lock router? Can he get there?
Cement.
Oh, so he could do it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the wrong Superman. The other Superman's on the wheelchair.
You're a bad guy.
Jeez,
You are.
Louise,
You're
what's wrong
a
with you?
terrible guy.
Hold on, word about the
That's
guy.
not Dean King.
There's
a handicapped Superman?
That's,
Yes.
yeah, what was
Christopher Reeve.
There it is.
What?
The Superman.
Fell off a horse. Superman?
Really? He's the Superman?
Yeah, he fell off a horse for real.
Yeah,
He's trash.
rest in peace.
He's the Superman.
He's dead?
He died 20 years ago.
Oh my God! You make fun of the dead guy. Why'd you go do
What the
that?
hell's wrong with you? Huh?
Too bad, Don. I didn't mean
Moment
to
of
do
silence,
those.
please. For this man who passed away, fell off a horse with Superman.
Oh, real funny.
Tony.
Real funny.
How is he Superman if he fell off a horse?
Well, you see what's after.
Rest in peace, Christopher.
I was not here for
We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. You did good.
If you want to see a touching tribute to him, there is a South Park episode that really pays.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Tony Ryan, you scumbag. You're a terrible guy.
I mean, he
You
looked
are a
good.
terrible guy. I didn't know any of this.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, sure.
Tony.
He looked good in the end. He's got like a young Michael Jackson thing going for him.
Yeah, that's right. He's Superman. Look how handsome that fucking guy is.
Well,
Anyways, Dean Cain is not this guy.
No.
Dean Cain's still alive at the West Virginia game. A lot of people were wondering why he chose not to tailgate with the entire state, but
why was he there? Why was he at the game? Was he doing something?
I don't know. I almost saw failure. I didn't do enough research, and I said I was Ripley's Believe It or Not guy, and then I got like 10,000 other reasons why I should know him, and I didn't know any of them. So
Whoops.
fair. Shout out to that guy being in West Virginia, and then the immediate burial from the group of people were like, "What a loser this guy."
Oh no.
That was kind of how it all went. I don't feel that way, Dean. Yeah, I want to let you know that. This Colorado State kid,
Yeah.
buddy. You see this? They got police involved because there's death threats happening to him and everything like that. Travis Hunter came out and was like, "It's just football. Hey, he's just making a football play." We all saw what he did on that end. Okay? He goes around his guy. Ball clearly out, goes around his guy, and certainly lays a shot. Now, if he was on your football team, I think everybody would say, okay, a little dirty, but, you know, their best guy, Travis Hunter, he hit him. Now, he lacerates his liver, I do believe, which is on his right side, out 3 weeks, and then at the end, he gets shaken out of his shoes for a touchdown. Death threats are interesting. People are asking for him to be, like, expelled from Colorado.
You think part of it's how he stood over him a little bit?
Yeah, flexing on him. It clearly late.
Clearly, yes, very late, definitely late. But yeah, if this was on your team, I would assume, we get the penalty, but he probably shouldn't be thrown out of the game. Is what probably you'd say if he's on your team.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, target.
Oh, if he's not on my team, I'm freaking out.
Well, get him the hell out of here, for sure. There's people saying he needs to be expelled, kicked out of the entire thing. And I assume there's people telling him that he needs, to potentially pass away because of that whole thing. That's why cops are getting him.
Ngannou and Fury's this Saturday. Did you know that?
Nah. I think instead of having a fight every Saturday, they should just. Well, they can still have fights every Saturday, but they should stack the cards better.
Well, this isn't UFC.
What is it?
Boxing, bro. Ngannou's fighting Tyson Fury.
Yeah, that's right. He's got Mike Tyson in his corner. I forgot about that. Tyson Fury?
Somebody,
Wait,
ran.
what? He's
Yeah.
really fighting Tyson Fury?
Yeah, yeah.
How is that?
What do
Isn't
you mean?
Tyson the champ?
Yeah.
Shit's so fucking weird.
Ngannou's a plus 700 dog too, so that's a decent bet.
Yeah, because he's not even going to be able to fucking hit his ass. I heard that Joe Rogan, though, he said he started off boxing before everything.
Deion Sanders met Keyshawn Johnson. Let's see what's up with that.
Well, everybody coming to this game couldn't wait to see Keyshawn Johnson against Deion Sanders. Well, that was just a little run.
It's actually a little dance on this side of the field. And we welcome those of you who watch the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Cleveland Browns 24-14. Jets get something fire on here. Lucas down the middle, complete Keyshawn Johnson, first down Jets.
Let's go on your personnel, and that's Nolan's situations. Ray Lucas, there's not many quarterbacks in any situations would throw this pass. Watch Keyshawn Johnson, number 19. Go outside, break back over the middle. The safeties are sitting there waiting on him. But Ray Lucas, he knows it's Keyshawn Johnson, so he knows. Throw it into the coverage, throw it up high. Keyshawn Johnson will go up, protect himself, and make the catch.
And there are about 40 or 45 really happy fans to see that. That's about how many tickets Keyshawn had to put up with for this game today. Lucas throws, incomplete, behind Curtis Martin.
Well, the one thing I can see, the Dallas Cowboys, when in doubt, they're going to make sure they take Keyshawn Johnson out of the game. Double covering him almost every snap. Here's a good example from Greg. Curtis Martin open, throw the ball inside. He's going to make the catch. Throws it behind him, incomplete pass. Deep safe. Hey, once while you got to get down the field though. Well, there's a couple things. When Keyshawn Johnson is hit the slot, he's such a big target, so easy to find down the field. But if you're a defensive back, look at this. Ray Lucas finds him right between everybody. George Teague comes up, misses the tackle. Keyshawn Johnson is a big, big wide receiver. And you got to come up, you got to make sure you get both arms around him. And when you see that he run, he's hard to bring down when he runs. He runs flat-footed. He's big, always on balance. I'm not sure who he's looking at. Probably Ray Lucas. Oh, that's it. Be patient. Wait for the chance down the field. You finally get it. Sometimes when you talk to opposing coaches, they think they guess a little, but they seem to guess right when they do it.
Oh, Ray Lucas said, he'll be cautious, but he won't be afraid to throw in Deion's direction. On second and 8. Throwing over the middle. Keyshawn Johnson to the tip. Inside the 10-yard line. And fighting to stay on his feet. Slightly forward progress is stopped by Randall Godfrey.
Deion ain't even been on him.
I wonder whether Keyshawn was strong or not.
Well, listen, we said it earlier. He is so big. Watch Keyshawn coming across the middle. Good coverage by the Cowboys. Ray Lucas anticipates, throws the ball in front of Randall Godfrey, and watch when you just try to tackle Keyshawn. Again, so tall, strong, plants those big feet on the ground, and he's anchored with the arms coming down. I had a little fun with Keyshawn a couple weeks ago. I heard he was out in practice. One of the players told me the story, so I related it to him. He was working on something after practice, and Bill Parcells was over there going, "Now, Keyshawn, remember, you're a giraffe, not a gazelle, so just be a great giraffe." And I thought, well, what's the meaning there? Keyshawn, you're a big receiver. Don't try to be cute. Catch the ball, act big, run big. Second goal. Richie Anderson.
There we go.
Yeah, the foul's on me. That's 2 personal fouls. That's funny. He still got his hand up.
Prior to the snap, encroachment. Number 21, defense, half the distance to goals, remaining, second down.
Well, Deion in that stance, he wants to get a good, he's trying to get some. He wanted to make sure he took care of Keyshawn Johnson right at the line of scrimmage. Trying to be physical, anticipates a little too early.
Let's go back to Keyshawn Johnson and the kind of day he's had.
Well, Keyshawn Johnson lines up a little bit of everywhere. Great receivers in a group. The thing he does best, catch the football in traffic, does the blocking down the field, runs the ball not very well.
Runs the ball not very well.
In the first half, catches the ball over the middle, breaks the tackle.
Curtis Martin. Everyone's anticipating this matchup between Keyshawn and Deion Sanders. We haven't seen much of it today.
I didn't think we would, Greg, because if you're the New York Jets, why would you take your best player and match him up against Deion Sanders? Your job as a coach is to take your best player, find ways to get him the football. So match him up against some of the players that are not as good as Deion on the other side, give him a chance to make those plays.
Damn, that's pass.
At the 43-yard line, it'll be a first down.
The Dallas Cowboys played defense that time to stop that exact play. Keyshawn Johnson is out to the left, coming underneath. There's a linebacker sitting inside waiting for him. And he can't make the play. It's not a linebacker. It's actually Kevin Smith who was waiting for Keyshawn to break back underneath. He just went right by him next to him.
Guys, Deion Sanders and Keyshawn Johnson like to talk. They also like to have fun. The ball pops loose. Keyshawn gets up. Is he angry? I don't think so. I think they're both having a good time on the field. Sanders to the near side on Keyshawn Johnson at the bottom of your screen.
Damn. Terrible.
Let's now welcome, fighting out of Morecambe, England. He brings an undefeated professional record with 33 wins, 1 draw. 24 of his 33 wins come by way of knockout. He is the lineal boxing heavyweight world champion and the reigning WBC heavyweight champion of the world, known as the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury.
Well, here he comes, the one and only Tyson Fury, of course, plugging the brand new Furosity, which has just come out, and of course, dressed for the occasion. It's always like a question, what is Tyson Fury going to wear to these events? And now we have the answer, Andy. He might even show you
wow.
up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't attempt to pull that off. I really, never in a million years.
This is the Mag
It's
Life?
just good to see him. It's always good to see him, isn't it? Because he brings an awful lot to this. It's good news for the sport of
Sausage.
No, I mean, he cuts a pretty impressive figure. He's at the top of his game, isn't he? You're at the top of yours.
Yeah.
That's what's interesting about this. When he walked in and said, it's like we've got 2 silverbacks, basically, both kind of like king of their own hill. He expects to win.
Well, when he feels his big right hand, he won't be winning very much.
We just spoke to Frank and Bob, right? And Bob was very clear. He said, Tyson can't stand and trade with him. We don't want him to do that.
Behave yourself. I can stand and trade with anybody. I stood and traded with Wilder, I stood and traded with Vladimir. I'll stand and trade with this old bitch.
You can see Ngannou now. He's on the camera.
Christ.
Yeah, he looks like a prop.
Jon Stewart, this is a CNN story. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is over because of disagreements over China. Now, this is a CNN story, folks. This is not a any other story, but it's a CNN story. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is over because of disagreements about China. His show, The Problem with Jon Stewart on Apple TV, will not return for a third season, with Jon Stewart and Apple executives agreeing to part ways. Stewart disclosed that Apple had reservations about topics he planned to address in the upcoming season, including China, Israel, and artificial intelligence, telling his staff the company had concerns about the subject matter. Despite initially granting Stewart's creative control over the show, tensions mounted as Apple began to exert influence over guest choices and show content. Stewart expressed his frustration to his staff, stating Apple was pushing back on the show's guest list and show subjects. The cancellation raises questions about the impact of Apple's extensive business interests in China, which accounts for nearly a fifth of the company's sales and its fastest growing region. Tom, when you read this article, what do you think about it?
Here's what I think. So, Apple's trying to sell more stuff, and the more stuff they're trying to sell, now the Apple Watch popped up. And what have they introduced lately that's really popped up? The Vision headsets, they really haven't started yet. So they're trying to sell more stuff, and Apple TV is what they're trying to sell. And to sell more Apple TV, they want unique stuff. So they went out and overpaid Jon Stewart to be there. That was the formula. So step one, overpay for talent on Apple TV.
You know what they paid
Yeah.
him for his contract?
No, not offhand.
Okay, keep going.
Took the small loss on it.
Keep looking.
Take a look at where he was.
No, this one was live, bro.
So step one, overpay for talent. So just
I got faked out. I was thinking that.
dive under your desk as he starts talking about AI being bad, China being bad. Sir, that's our largest.
This was ready to go up. It is not.
That's also the market we're trying to break into. He said it again, sir. What do? Step 3, fire his ass. Step 4, dive under your desk.
If anything,
as he starts talking to the
this was the fake out right here.
about what's going on. And so,
This is the fake out. Now it's going to run down into here. And then once it gets down into here, this would be about what I would look for for it to go up. I just got to get down in here first.
To Jon Stewart had a wide political lens that he had woven into his comedy. And so what do I see here, Pat? I see here a manufacturer, first $3 trillion market cap company in the industry, trying to find new revenue streams. And when they get into programming in a media company, they're finding they get hamstrung by all these collisions.
How much did Apple lose in the last 4 weeks? How much valuation has Apple lost in the last 4 weeks? Yesterday.
Yeah, $320 to $360 billion of market cap loss.
By the way, I don't know if you heard that. How much did you say, Tom?
$320 to $360 billion total company value. And Rob, find out what the value of Snapchat is right now. Real quick.
While we're looking that up, the thing.
15.4 billion. Wow. How many Snapchats did Apple lose in the course of the last 2 months?
24 Snapchats they lost in the last 4
That's
weeks.
exactly right.
They lost 24 Snapchats in the last 4 weeks. Go for it, Gilman.
Well, I was thinking that Jon Stewart, his model is like 10 years old, and then Apple's trying to enter this game with an old horse that kind of hasn't been doing it. The Daily Show's numbers have gone down, so they're betting on something. Whereas what we're doing here, podcasts like this, you can't just throw money at it and it works. You have to have something that's interesting, and you have to be willing to take those slings and arrows. I see you getting, everyone in this room gets hate from both sides of the fence whenever we talk about a subject. You have to be ready for that fight, and Apple is not ready for that.
I will tell you though, Jon Stewart, I thought his show, I think Bill Maher went to a whole different level during COVID, and John missed the mark because John joined the other camp until John went on Colbert, and he's like, hey, why are we not considering the fact that the virus could be coming from Wuhan lab? I mean, and he stood up and he did that whole act. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, that was great.
And then everybody's like, whoa, okay, that's where you are, John. So for John to now want to talk Israel-China AI, okay, so look at Apple, 3 things they're concerned about. China, I think Apple sells more iPhones in China than they do in the US, if I'm not mistaken. I think China has 24% of market share of China and 21% here. Can you look up the numbers, whatever the market share percentages are, on how many iPhones? I may be wrong with the 24 and 21. They've been climbing in China. But China recently said that government employees can no longer use an iPhone. They're worried about it. Tim Cook is trying to kind of juggle the transition from making phones in China to India. I'm sure China knows has public information now. So it's not like China's sitting there behind closed doors saying, look, this guy's not on our side. If they could take their phones out of here, they would do it in a heartbeat. they're gonna put iPhone over what do you call it? Jon Stewart.
Of course.
They're gonna put iPhone over. They gotta protect China over John. AI they're doing over John. Israel, kind of you gotta be careful because you don't want enemies. Everybody's your customer. But is John gonna find another job? Is John gonna do another thing? Here's what I love to see John do. What if John decides to go independent? John says, you know what? I'm just gonna do it my way. I'm just gonna go do it my own way. You know, kind of like Tucker's been doing it recently. How about if I go do my own thing that I'm doing here? If he does or he doesn't, I think he's got the talent to be able to do it. Will he go to the Bill Maher direction? I don't know. I still think Jon Stewart's a necessary player.
First of all, Pat, because I don't see 100% eye to eye with him. Those moments on that show, I gained some respect. I got respect for him too, because it came on. You know this as a content creator. When you have creative control, Pat, that means, and I get to put whatever I want on. The fact that they're like, hey, listen, China, you can't, and then he said no, and he's probably out. I respect him. But this, watching and reading this, Pat, it shows how much power and control China has. Let's just do a quick history. No accountability for COVID. They're moving warships closer to the United States. They're buying land next to our military installations. They have spy balloons flying across the country. And that just goes to show you how much of a threat Trump was to them, because he was trying to hold them accountable. And then think about this, Pat. Even if you talk bad about China, remember John Cena said something about Taiwan or something? He came out and spoke in fluent Mandarin.
Yeah.
And was like, I'm sorry,
Apologize.
and bowing down to these people.
Right.
And it's like, that just goes to show you how much control and how much power China has over us.
China sends students our way. China has a TikTok for us. They won't even let their own people on that version of
Okay,
TikTok.
go figure it out. Check this out. I want to share this here. Ron, can you pull up this link? I just found market share of iPhones worldwide. This is very important to see because
Here we go.
the iPhone 15, I got the iPhone 15 right here.
How was it?
And I didn't upgrade last year because the only reason I don't upgrade is so annoying. Every time you have to read all your passwords, and I have like so many different passwords. The transition is still very annoying when you go from phone to phone. It's still not as smooth.
Your trans phone. I got it.
It's not a
Anti-trans.
Yeah, so I'm anti-trans transition from an iPhone 13 to 15.
Although it was very handy yesterday, it gets so hot we actually made ramen noodles with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Watch this here. Go a little lower. Go a little lower where it allows you to see all the countries. Go a little lower. I was just on it. Keep going. Keep right there. Okay, so North Korea market share. What? It's kind of weird, right?
Wait a minute.
Android market in North Korea is 0.5%, but
Killing it.
Apple has 99.5% of North Korea. Did you even know this?
No, I heard about Kim Jong-un.
I know this.
North Korea, only 17 people are allowed to have.
Yeah, so that's a good point. 2 people. Monaco is 69. Keep going. U.S. is like at 56%. Go lower. U.S. is where? Right there. 56.5%. 50s. Okay. But watch this. And then Android is 43%. I did not know 43% of Americans use Android. Honestly, I have no clue 43%. Can you run a quick poll to see if our audience is more Android or iPhone? I'm actually curious. And if you go lower, you know where China's at? China is at 24%. Go lower.
What?
20. Should be around 24. Right there. 24.33%.
Are you serious?
Oh, by the way, that's 24.3 on 1.5 billion.
Right.
Dude, that's a lot. That's America. Okay, so think about it. 24.3%, right? Android's at 75.3.
Right, yeah.
So Android's crushing iPhone in China.
That's crazy.
75%, and they're not putting Huawei in some. Huawei's mainly Android, but 25%,
Why do you think
1.5 billion
Is what?
is still 375 million. America is at 50%, so they got 150 million customers here for, what do you call it, 375 million. Of course you have to be
They
protected.
would have 110% market share in America with that number.
And you know what's crazy? And this may sound strange, I actually like Tim Cook as a CEO. I think Tim Cook is a decent CEO. And I would put better than a decent CEO. This guy took a company when Steve Jobs died at $100 billion. He took it from $100 billion to $3 trillion. Lost $350 billion last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But I think he's done a decent job. I think he's trying to balance something that's going to be juggle something that's going to be very hard, transitioning outside of China to go to India. That's not easy to do.
And that's right. And you know what? I think that's probably what the problem is with the iPhone 15. It's the overheating. It's the curry.
Curry comes out in a hurry.
Which, by the way, I love curry. I've been to Mumbai. I ate at the same place every day for 5 straight days when we were in Mumbai. Shout out to the curry.
A really quick question.
Devontae Adams is very frustrated with his role in the offense. He says, I'm just not here to hang out. What are your thoughts on 17?
My thoughts are on 17 is that's right. That's right. Why does he have to settle for mediocrity? Because they have. Why does he have to? Why does he have to? You have a top tier receiver on your team that gives you a chance to win week in and week out. He is a difference maker. He is someone that can hit his head off the goalpost from anywhere on the field. He is someone that makes everyone else around him job easier, including the offensive coordinator and including the quarterback. They played the goddamn New England Patriots last weekend. He had 2 catches. Mind you, you might have won the game. But let's say you weren't playing the New England Patriots. Don't allow teams to dictate what you want to do with your best players, especially someone of that magnitude, if you want to have a winning attitude and have a winning mentality. Dictate what you want to do. Don't allow them to dictate to you. I can keep going. Talk to me.
Ocho.
Yes, sir.
The Patriots are not dictating where the ball's going. The quarterback is. Look at the quarterback that you got. What did you think you was going to be when you got Jimmy Garoppolo?
Whoa.
What did you? Okay.
You got Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
Yeah.
You could have the Pope on the center. You can have the Pope on the center who don't know nothing about football, and you look at Devontae Adams' resume and understanding what he can do, regardless of coverage, regardless of needing the help of an offensive coordinator to scheme him open, understanding he has the DNA to get it off the muscle from anywhere, from the outside, from the inside, coming out the backfield, condensed split, tight split, wide split. He doesn't even need help. He's what I like to call it. Remember Marvin Harrison?
Yeah.
Used to line up on the right side of the field.
Right.
And all Peyton had to say was,
Reggie Wayne,
Reggie Wayne, you know what? Get open. I don't need to scheme nothing. Devontae is that type of player. So it doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. You know you have someone that is going to be open for you every single time. It's easy. It's not hard. Why? You don't have to complicate it. Why make it difficult?
Think about this, Ocho. Go back and look at Jimmy Garoppolo when he played his best football.
Yes, sir.
It was in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan's system. Now, what did Jimmy do? Quick pass, jailbreak screen, handoff, swing passes.
Right.
Okay. Are you going to change? That's not. So are you going to revamp your offense to get the maximum? Because you got to understand, and this is what I always tell people.
Right.
When you sign a guy in free agency,
yes, sir,
you better use it like they used it where he came from and why you fell in love with it. Because if you don't, you see, if I get a towel, if I buy a towel to dry off with it, it shouldn't be a shower curtain. It shouldn't be curtains that I hang up in my living room. Because that's not what I'm fighting for. You got Jimmy G and you know what his skill set was. So why are we upset that he can't maximize what Devontae does when he never did that with anybody else?
This is the thing. This is the thing. He's never done it with anybody else, but he's also never had Devontae Adams. He's also never had Devontae Adams. Come hella hot water, Jimmy G, being the quarterback, you have someone that makes your job easy. You know what? I know whatever play I call right now, regardless of coverage, I know who I can count on. I know who I can count on to win every single time. Every single time. Sometimes you can improvise. Sometimes as a quarterback, you can go off script based on the personnel that's surrounding you. Devontae Adams is one of those people. Can you imagine? I'm just thinking, hypothetically speaking, if I never played quarterback a day of my life. Never played quarterback a day of my life at the highest level.
Too bad for you.
But if I was with the Raiders, listen, I'm feeding that. I'm feeding that because I know I can move up and down the field by feeding the individual that cannot be stopped regardless of what they do defensively. All we have to do is put them in positions to win. It's really simple. I'm not sure whose ego is so complicated or whose ego is so inflamed over there offensively, whoever the coordinator may be. It's easy. It's not hard. No disrespect.
He's a better coordinator than he is a head coach. As a head coach, he was an epic failure in Denver.
Do you think he's only been?
Yes. He's only been good in New England. Remember when he was the OC at the Rams? He was terrible. Remember when he was the head coach at the Broncos? He was terrible.
Right.
He's back.
out of a job. He had a job in Indy. He backed out of that.
Yeah.
And then ended up getting another job. Ocho, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you get butter from a duck?
No, I don't think so. You can't get no butter from no duck now.
Can you get bacon from a chicken? So in other words, you're asking Jimmy G to give you something that he can't. Why can't you understand that? Damn what he is.
It's the NFL. Jimmy G's job is to throw the ball. Jimmy G's job is to throw the ball. There are people in the game called the NFL. You have quarterbacks and you have receivers. You have tiers of receivers, right? You have tiers
of quarterbacks.
Right. So you have a tier 1 receiver that can make a good quarterback look brilliant.
Yes.
Look amazing. It's not hard. It's not complicated. It's really simple. If Jimmy G is one that you think you feel you can't win with, or he can't really get the job done, he doesn't need to be in a Kyle Shanahan's offense. You know why? Because you have someone like the likes of Devontae Adams that makes his job fucking easy. It makes his job easy.
But what Kyle did is that he masked. Kyle was makeup. He didn't let you see those imperfections that Jimmy G had. You see, you've been in a situation, you see the nice lady at the club, and there's something about the lights at the club. I don't know what they're going to do. I need to get some of them in my house. But they make everything look good. Right. And then all of a sudden, she get home, and she ain't under those lights. And she start taking off the makeup. And yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And she come up out them skills, or whatever they call them, and everything here float. Like everything drop like who dropped marbles out their pocket? And everything rolling around now. And then all of a sudden, she take off lashes, she wrapped her head up in a bonnet.
Right.
See what Kyle Shanahan did? He didn't let you see those imperfections.
Right.
Now you got him in a different light, and you see him for what he actually is.
And this is a funny thing. I'm glad you said that. So in the NFL, you have players that get coaches fired, and you have players that can prolong a coach's career.
Absolutely.
You have Jimmy G, right? And those imperfections that you speak of, there's an individual that can mask those. And he wears number 17. He can mask all those imperfections by moving around and put him in situations to either get the ball out of Jimmy's hands fast, or if you want to do play action, if you want to use Josh Jacob, establish the run, but you have someone that can wheel you down the field at will at any given moment, and you're not using it. So you're complicating it. At this point, I think they're doing it on purpose. At this point, I think they're doing it on purpose. Honestly.
But why?
I think they sabotaging it on purpose. I don't know. Because they have a different mindset. They thinking differently upstairs. We don't know what they're thinking. But when you understand what they have in that building, when you understand what they have in their room, when you understand the resume and the DNA and who Devontae Adams is and what he can do on the field, regardless of who's in front of him, against any coverage.
Damn, John Jones is out.
Fucking nonsense.
What happened?
That's
John Jones is supposed to fight Stipe. Like pretty
involved.
soon too. I can't remember if it's next month or what. Yeah, he's out. Torn pec.
Oh yeah, talk to me now. Yeah.
So is CD, hold on, is CD gonna give up that 88? Because the 88 supposed to be special. So if he walks in the door, you do remember this, Ocho? They got rid of Amari Cooper, so CD could be number 1 without anybody challenging him.
Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not why. That was a business decision because
how that business decision working out for him?
Jerry Jones didn't want to pay that $20 million. That's where it came from.
He already paid it. Look at Gallup. So tell me, so now everybody's saying they need a number 2 receiver. Now you see Amari Cooper balling.
Yeah. It was nothing wrong with him in the first place. There was no need to get rid of him. You got rid of him because you didn't want to pay the money. You didn't want to pay the money, and you felt you were going to get the production from elsewhere or something close to it. That's not the case for someone that good. That's not the case.
Sometimes you have to remove because, in my estimation, because he's so technically and fundamentally sound. Amari's not going to concede. He's not going to say, oh, okay. It's kind of like with Jerry and T.O. Jerry wasn't going to concede that number 1 spot to T.O. They had to get Jerry out of there. They had to.
They had to get T out of there. Okay. I see what you mean.
No, listen. Remember, on Jerry Rice's day, T.O. caught 25 with Jerry right there. They had to move on with Jerry because if Jerry wasn't going to concede. He's not the number one receiver.
Right.
Amari Cooper, you know how you're number one. You ain't conceding ish.
Whoa. I did though. I did. Why did I do
because he over here better than you.
No, Tio. No. I'm the better. Sometimes numbers don't tell the whole story. Anyway, that's my dog. We'll get on that later.
That's the story. If I dial that number, if I dial your number that's in my phone, will you pick up? Okay, the number tell the story.
Yeah, I know they do.
That's the story I'm talking.
And I was happy. I stood on the table. I think it was before Buffalo. I think that's what I mean. I went up to Mr. Brown. I went to Marvin Lewis. I say, man, listen, man, we got to get T in here. You know, me and T, we 20 years strong in the game. Friends outside of the game, on the field. I was happy and had no problem taking a backseat to one of the greatest to ever play the game. I was happy. So listen,
that's your friend.
Yeah.
Man, I just got hit on Facebook for all-time grind.
Not the way I thought it would.
Said your account will be deactivated as it is or its activities do not comply with our terms of use. If you believe this deactivation is inherent, we can guide you through the steps of verification.
What do you do that's against our terms of use?
It doesn't say, then I click on the link and it don't work.
So why not make a splash? And why not bring that splash and having Devontae Adams and improving your offense?
That wasn't even like a controversial
and becoming a goddamn Super Bowl favorite.
It wasn't even on Facebook. I haven't posted anything on Facebook on that account in forever.
You do realize you had already gone to 6 Pro Bowls. You had already led the league in receiving. You had already been an All-Pro. CD Lamb hasn't been to as many Pro Bowls. He hadn't accomplished things, so he's not going to be as willing a participant as you to concede.
Whoa! I thought the common goal was to get the Lombardi Trophy. Isn't that what? Listen to me. Is that not what we preach about all the time? There is one team. Listen to me now. There's one team that moves the needle in all media. One team that moves the needle. And every year it's the same conversation. We have the talent, we have the players, we have the personnel to go to the Super Bowl, and they continue to fall short every year. Why not add that one special dynamic that can put you over the hump offensively? Why not?
Ocho,
I'm just saying. I'm speaking hypothetically.
Okay, Ocho, I'm not disagreeing with you, but you know, people say I want to win, but 95% of people want to win, but they want to win their way. You know that.
Wait, so are you talking about Jerry Jones? Is that his way? Are you talking about from CD's standpoint?
I'm saying people. Coach Belichick would rather lose his way than win somebody else's way.
See, and that, you know what? That's the problem. That's another problem. That's probably what's going on over in goddamn Vegas. Get the man the goddamn ball, because what's going to happen is you're going to end up getting fired. You're going to be at home wondering why you got fired, because you're not using the players you have to the best of their ability. Because of ego. Because I'm going to try to win my way. Just what you just said. I'm going to win my way, and if my way involves not getting Devontae Adams the goddamn ball, so be it. Now look at you.
Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna bounce here.
Good morning. It is time to skip the BS. Time for undisputed time for me to say about the Eagles. Richard Sherman will join us in just a couple of minutes here on Undisputed, but it is now time for me to welcome Michael Irvin and Keyshawn Johnson to go deep on what they saw last night, because the Eagles rolled over last night's game in Philadelphia, one of their patented 83-yard, 13-play drives that killed almost 7 minutes of fourth-quarter clock. Yeah, finally made it 31-17 over 2 in the Dolphins. That was the final score. So, the Dolphins managed only 17 points and 244 yards, about half of
and no penalties.
Averaging. Mr. Irvin,
That's pretty good.
They had some penalties though. Missed a face mask, missed a few holding calls. Yeah.
You want to be able to say, hey, we didn't play our best and we still win a football game. But what I saw last night, and I told you guys here, as I sat and watched football yesterday, it was a peaceful day. I did not have the worry. Did not have the
Good point. I know what
and
you're
I was
talking about.
able to just absorb information, take it in, ingest, digest, and now I'm ready to give it back to you. And it was good information, great information. What I saw with those Eagles, first of all, I told you guys right here that that game was going to be won or lost right on the offense and defensive line. And that game started out. They were playing that darn rockin' music. I said, did y'all see that opening up? Did that rockin' was playing in Philly? I said, oh boy, somebody finna get hit in the mouth. That's what that was. And Philly came out, and you talked about it, Skip, with that patented drive. I would have done the same thing, because it set the stage. I thought this was very interesting in that element and everything. This set the stage for the kind of football game it was going to be. You remember when I talked about last week, those players of Philly said, we can't run with this team. We must bring them pain. And they started out early bringing them pain. I thought to myself, no, wait, wait. No, wait. What? When Jalen Carter rushed, what he did to that whole interior Miami offensive line, I said, oh, it scared me. I thought this was about to be a blowout. I said, they're about to run Miami right out the park. And that defense was physical. But Miami stuck in there. Miami said with that second quarter, late in the game, Miami started coming back. And put Philadelphia in a football game. We'll get into that. They put them in a football game. Now, it's about the winners right now, and we'll get to Miami. The winner right now, and I'm telling you why Philly is the best right now. Why I like Philly. You mentioned it when you talk about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You always say you call him 11 from heaven.
Thank you.
Well, they have an 11 from heaven.
He's on the other side of the ball.
AB, now I'm telling everybody, I know that we say AB, everybody thinks about other ones, but that's AB 84.
That one.
This is AB 11. I'm calling them AB 11 because it's all about 11 for the Philadelphia Eagles. AB, all about. Y'all get what I'm saying. This is a bad boy right here. And I got receipts on this. We did it on the other show yesterday, talking about which receiver would you take. And everybody thought I was going to say Tyreek Hill, but I went AB 11 right here. This 6'4", 225-pound monster is not just making plays. I mean, it's the kind of catches he's making, that he's covering up any blemish on Jalen Hurts and a lot of the blemishes that are going on with the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Whenever they get in a situation, they're just saying, AB 11 from heaven, make a play. And he's been making plays, man. He is right now incredible. That's what I took away. Now, we won't keep talking about this. I'm on the Miami side, but Philly, that was a good win for Philly.
No, we'll stay right with Philly then, since it was a great win for Philadelphia. Best team in the NFC. And I will get an opportunity to see the San Francisco 49ers tonight. But when you talk about Philadelphia and what they were able to do on both sides of the ball, I don't like when you said that the Miami Dolphins were hanging around, so to speak, however you want to couch it. But at the end of the day, Philadelphia was in total control of this football game on the outset. When you look at what they were able to do offensively, you look at that young man at Jalen Hurts, he throws an interception, that's a tip ball, it's tied up 17-17. There was no panic at all in his eyes. You can look around the National Football League yesterday and any other week, and you see panic in quarterbacks' eyes when something goes wrong. That wasn't the case with Jalen Hurts. It was not the case with Devontae Smith, not the case with A.J. Brown, as you mentioned. And when you look at Swift at the running back spot, he did not give you 150 yards, but what he did is when he needed to tote that football, he toted it the right way. So offensively, Kelsey pulling, coming out of the center position, the tight end, making plays consistently down the field for them offensively. And then when you talk about defensively, they showed up in a way that many people didn't think going into this game. They figured, okay, it's going to be a track meet. Waddle did get injured and had to leave the game, but when you look at Tyreek Hill, yeah, he had an explosive touchdown play. I still would say, get your hands on it. Don't just allow him just to run free. I know it's scary to get all the way up on him. You're scared to death, but at least try. At least try to some degree. They negated the running game on the Miami side. First half, Miami had minus 7 points running, 7 yards running the football. When that happens, you are now at an advantage because of what Miami wants to do offensively. And then you talk about
off the run game.
Somehow I'll slide the Dallas Cowboys in this equation. Somehow you talked about A.J. Brown as 11 from heavy. Well, Hassan Reddick, that dude coming off that edge, whether he's blocked or unblocked, whether he's harassing the pressure, just in the way, he did that pretty much all night long. They had to account for him. And when that happens, you do something in the mindset with the offensive line. And I look at this team in Philadelphia, when I was seeing the San Francisco 49ers tonight against the Minnesota Vikings, I look at this team in Philly, and I say they're the best team in the NFC. They are the best team in the NFC because they answered. A week ago, people were pointing fingers and saying, well, there's a book on it. Can't throw the ball all over. Can't do this, can't do that. What is Philadelphia all about? Philadelphia is all about balance in playing and understanding that we have to answer the bell based on what happened against New York. In New York, we're going to answer it, and they did it on a big stage. So you have to tip your hat off to them. You have to.
Tip your hat. We'll come back around.
Time out. Did you forget about the other team in the NFC just because they didn't play yesterday, as Michael alluded to? Did you forget there's this team in Dallas? They're still afloat. They're still alive. They're members of the NFC East.
You start talking
really? Well, I feel like I just swallowed a bug after I listened to your argument or the case that you made. And I'm going to be the first to admit, before I launch on this, I just don't like the Philadelphia Eagles because I never liked them since I was a little kid. I don't think Michael Irvin likes the Eagles because his career virtually ended there. Is that fair to say? Yeah. And they didn't treat him very well that day. So whatever. And so you're more objective than I am about the Eagles. But I got to tell you, last night to me was more about the team that lost 31-17 because it's fraudulent. It's not what everybody raved about what it is. It's just if they can't run the ball at all, if you just say we are going to take all of your sleight of handoff away, all your speed this and your counter this and all the hocus pocus that you try to run the football with, if we take that away and make Lil Tua stand back there and try to beat us with his arm, he cannot beat you with his arm. And by the way, he got away last night with 4 or 5 completed passes that were just passes and prayers. He just flings it up and it floats and somehow somebody catches it. He was very lucky. He didn't have 3 or 4 interceptions last night. And if I could show you the first offensive play of the game for the Dolphins, what was this? Mike McDaniel said, I'm a wizard. Watch me on the solo Sunday night stage. The first play, look at Tyreek Hill lines up under, tackle? I don't know, what is that? And they get a delay a game. And I'm saying, okay, they're going to lose. They're going to lose because Mike McDaniel's coming in here saying, I got to out-trick them. No, you don't. Come on. You just line up and play football. Is that what you have to do in the first play of the game? What is Tyreek doing? Have you ever seen this before? I've never seen that. You ever seen a wide receiver line up under? What's he under the tackle?
Split. Well, he's messing with the defense.
Okay,
he knows that they've gone through a whole week of practice, moving now around number 11, trying to identify how to spot up and how to call it.
Okay, but you get a delay of game on your first offensive play? That won't work for me.
Damn, really? That sucks.
And then, look, I believe in Aaron Rodgers. I said the moment he was drafted, I just immediately tweeted
That's cowboy shit.
that he's going to be better than Carson Wentz immediately, and then ultimately I said he will change life in Philadelphia. But he is turning the ball over at a high rate now. And he turned it over two more. And by the way, would you believe he has the second
I think that this is
in
going.
the NFL to Desmond Ridder? He's second in turnovers. Wow, interesting. But I didn't hear that from Keyshawn. I didn't hear that at all. That was a ball don't lie because they got screwed on the face mask on Cedric Wilson. Huh? Cedric Wilson?
Good job.
Okay, but Cedric Wilson got face mask, and it should have been something, either a mask or a pass interference. Ball don't lie. So the ball got tipped where it was supposed to go, and it got picked 6, and all of a sudden it's 17. Yeah, well, it does. It's just like in basketball. Ball don't lie. So the point is that Jalen Hurts comes out in the second half and he's wearing a knee brace, and I'm saying, oh, here we go again. He missed a bunch of games last year. He does run with the football. He does put himself in harm's way. And here we go again, and he got away with it in the second half, but they were very tight-lipped after the game because it felt like he banged up his knee. I don't know the extent of it, but it felt like it was not good. Am I right? Am I right?
The man said I'm gonna be fine.
Well, what else are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
He was limping when he
limping, and he limped away from that interview.
And he said, "I'll be fine."
But now, wait.
Why you can't take the man at his word, Skip?
Yeah, but
you know what I know.
No, I don't know. I only know what he said.
Hold on. I want to take him at his word, but I thought that was interesting how he slipped it in. I was saying when he slipped it in is that some form of admission, excuse me. I don't know what it is.
Excuse me, what?
I don't know, but what for having 10 turnovers at this time.
Yes.
Or something. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all going to drive me crazy, Michael.
I want to get back to that. Because he did what he needed to do yesterday to win that football game. That's true. Now, let's talk about this now. You said that they controlled the game the whole game. I don't subscribe to that. I thought that the way I saw it with my 5 eyes, the way I saw it was
the way you wanted to see it.
Philadelphia, it went down. Philadelphia hit him in the mouth, physically hit him in the mouth. Miami looked sharp at how Philly hit him in the mouth. But then they settled in, and they started moving that ball up and down against Philadelphia. They were going through it sideways and hitting it. They were hitting holes right in the ball. Let me tell you something. That drop pass by Tyreek Hill was humongous. It was humongous. Let's break that down. Let's break it down. If he had caught that touchdown, it would have made it 17-17. 17-17. And now if it's 17-17, and then you get the next play. Tyreek Hill don't drop that ball. He gets that touchdown. It's 17-17. That ball right here. Now, wait. Let me finish. We can call this an anomaly. Because Tyreek Hill makes this play all the time. It's so funny. I don't mean to digress, but let me just say this. Skip right quick. But Skip, you'll get this. Skip, you'll get it. It's watching this. It reminds you so much of yesterday. You remember Dan Marino and them 2 little receivers who played Clayton, and they ran right down the seams. They used to pick them right down the seam. I'm from Miami. I was sitting there saying, as they were coming back, I said, oh, coming back. This looks like something like it. What do you mean coming back? If they would hit that pass right there, that's what I'm saying. If they would hit that pass, let me finish. 17-17. Now you come back out. After you kick the ball off, you get an interception. Miami up 24-17, so they were not always in control. Listen, and so the way you call it,
I just cast the interception out of the touchdown.
No. I'm telling you. Yeah, wait a minute.
You gonna just automatically say at 17-17 that Philly gonna throw a pick. They gonna run the same play at 17-17 that they ran.
But we don't know. All we can do is take down what happened in the game. That play did happen. If they scored that touchdown, they would kick the ball low. They'd have had the ball probably in that area anyway. So those are possibilities. That's all I'm saying. I'm just combating this. You think they were totally in control of the whole time. That is
25?
not the absolute truth. And I can't let the people come here this early in the morning and leave with something that's not the truth. I'm sorry,
Michael Irvin. What you are trying to do is flip the script.
No.
It's what you're trying to do. Yes, Tyreek. If Tyreek scores, it's 17-17. But you're not gonna sit up here and cap people out by saying, "Oh, well, they gonna get the ball at the 25-yard line anyway, and then they gonna run the same play and throw an interception." That's not true. You know, if it's 17-17 at that time, the mindset on Nick Sirianni and the offensive staff is different than they was at that point in time. You know that.
So you're saying if it's 17-17, the game is tighter, they won't trust Jalen and throw it? You said they don't trust Jalen Hurts to throw the ball.
I never said that.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
What I said is the play selection will be different at that point in time, opposed to going out of stopping scoring.
But would they allow him to throw the ball? And he has 10 turnovers already.
Of course they allow him to throw the ball. He threw the ball all day long to A.J. Green. 15 targets, 10 interceptions, 137, 42-yard long in a touchdown. He threw the football.
Receive the reality.
Dallas Goedert, the tight end, caught the foot. He threw it. You know, he scored a touchdown. He caught crucial plays because they allow Jalen Hurts to throw the football. I understand you and Skip. I get it. You guys want the Philadelphia Eagles to feel a certain way about their win. You also, Skip in particular, would like to. I'm going to get this, but it's this game. But your little tricks to try to figure out how to discredit Philadelphia to uplift the Dallas Cowboys who didn't play. Okay. Yes, don't lean back on me and try it. It's not gonna work. Skip said that Miami is fraudulent. 2 weeks ago, Miami offense was the world beater. The Denver Broncos, they hung 70 on them. Everybody was going crazy.
You were. I wasn't.
No, I was never. What I said, if you remember, and I always say this, regardless if the weather is at 20 degrees or 40 degrees, when you come from South Florida, in the Florida area, you go to cold places, something just, I don't know what it is. It does not travel well.
All right.
And I've seen that against Philadelphia.
Okay, you got it. So what do the Eagles do best? They play keep away because their quarterback can convert third downs and especially fourth downs. And by the way, I'm going to say it again. Whatever you want to call that sneak play, in my career, in all my years watching your game, I have never seen a more unstoppable play than that play. I never in my lifetime thought...
Can't believe they're going to talk about them not calling no penalties on them.
No matter how great the play is, there's an answer for it. And I have not seen anybody come close to having an answer for that play. So I give you that. That's how, remember, they converted 4 fourth downs last night. They were only 4 of 12 on third down. But if you add in the fourth downs, wait, they're 8 of 16. That works. That's how you play keep away because they won time of possession. Here's the real final score. It's 37 minutes to 23 minutes. So the Dolphins just don't have the ball enough to do the damage that they usually do. Even though they're quick strike, they couldn't run a lick because they wind up with 12 carries, the Dolphins did, for 45 yards, and that included one Mostert where he got loose for 21 yards. Okay, so that means 11 times they ran it for 24 yards. Do the math on that. That's horrendous. The Eagles just said, we're taking away all of your hocus pocus. You're not going to trick us. We'll just make you eat it. And finally,
do they not get credit for that?
They do, but it's not that hard to do that to the Dolphins. And then little Tua stands back there and throws off his back foot and just throws one of his puffballs way out of his interception. I don't know what route Waddle and Mostert are running. They look like they're running the same route to me, but he just throws a puffball and big play Slay just says, oh, thank you very much. And it floats and it hangs and it floats and like a punt. He throws punts. And guess what? They picked it off, and that was basically the game.
But you got to give Philadelphia the credit for creating those issues for them. You say, oh, he just throws a puffball. I don't know what that. It was because the pressure comes to bear. The defense caused those issues for the Miami Dolphins offense. It's simple. That's what they're going to do to the Cowboys in 2 weeks. They're going to cause issues.
Okay, and wait a second. They caused so many issues last year that Cooper Rush goes in there to Philadelphia last year.
You're not talking about last year.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what happened. The same thing happened because Cooper Rush cut the score to 20-17 in the fourth quarter, and then they go on a 9-minute drive, and they just keep converting. Third down.
What are they supposed to do? Not convert. So they're not supposed to convert for you. They're just not supposed to convert.
Can I ask you guys a question? How is it that we are watching the same thing and getting such a different perspective of it? Skip, I cannot buy into that Miami is fraudulent. No, I don't see. Wait a minute. Now, I just told you how close this game was. How close this game was. And Philly, 11 for heaven and AB 11 is a bad man. But Miami has something coming. They have at least two something coming. It's one called Xavier Howard and one called Jalen Ramsey that'll help you with AP from 11. So let's stop burying Miami because really what you'll find out, you think you're burying them. I heard Mike McDaniel say something yesterday, and I like what he said. He said, this is a young team. We have to see games like this. We have to see this kind of intensity. We have to see it in this kind of environment. This is going to help us down the road when we get them other real dogs back and stop that, or at least slow down that AP 11. We're going to be much better. Though Miami is still right where they want to be. I thought toward in that offense, they took a hit early, but they came back, and we are here talking. Had not they dropped that ball, Tyreek Hill, who does hustle and drop balls. We got a tie game, and Mostert was one little quick hit away from that 21-yard from scoring another touchdown.
Yeah, Swift was.
Miami was right in this game.
And Swift was 1 yard away from
what I'm saying, if you're saying Philly is the best team in the National Football League, then Miami.
I said NFC.
Okay, the best team in the NFC. Then Miami, you can't say Miami a fraud because Miami's right up there.
I never called them a fraud.
I'm saying both of y'all are hurting my ears with this.
I didn't say fraud.
Now, I give Skip this though. But Skip, you say that push, or brotherly love, brotherly love, whatever you call it, is almost insane. And I'm gonna tell you what I heard there last night too. I heard the players talking about they got 4 pages of technique on this play. So everybody else,
page and a half. That's what Dallas said. Whatever. That's a lot
on this technique. So you just think of a bunch of people moving, and it's not just a technique to it that blows your mind. That's incredible, but it is.
Well, if I say, but nobody else can do it.
Nobody else can do it. That's why
they don't have the personnel.
No, they don't have the quarterback.
The personnel. Yeah, they don't have
that guy.
Yeah.
And by the way, the other Kelsey is.
But also, let me just say something. He was talking technique, and we watch it. There's a system to it. Like first, Kelsey and them, they move first. Jalen Hurts don't start moving his leg till after they move. And see, I watched other people try it the other day, and they tried to move it early, and the quarterback's legs get taken out from under them, they don't get the rotate. I'm telling you, it's a technique too. I'm gonna study it and learn it and bring it to you guys. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to give the Dolphins this also. They were down at the end of the game 3 starting offensive linemen. So, okay, I give you that. And I also got to give one nod to the Eagles because they went through that whole game last night with 0 penalties. And if you can have 0 penalties in a big stage national TV game, my hat is way off.
They were down 3 starting linemen, 2 DBs, all this and that. So you take the credit away from Philadelphia again.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Again.
I'm trying with all my might.
It's facts.
Facts. Best team said he in the NFC. Best team?
I never ever said it wasn't facts. What I am saying is Skip is taking credit away from Philadelphia by even mentioning that.
You saying when Skip says it takes credit away. If anybody else says it, it's just true. That doesn't make much sense. It's just the reality. Come on, man. I can't be in a meeting.
I can't do this. Oh, man, I can't wait for Philly to play down. All y'all doing is making it worse. Y'all last week on Friday saying, how would I take on you two when Philadelphia lost? I'm up here by myself. I picked Philadelphia and they won. Y'all ain't got nothing to say. Y'all ain't got nothing to say. Nothing.
All right, now we got to talk about a really good team. I like a truly not fraudulent, great team. It's Lamar. It's the Ravens. Look out.
Ooh, Skip, man. Why you know? We were told.
Thanks for watching, Undisputed fans. Do you want more highlights from the show? Make sure to click that subscribe button for all the exclusive content from Undisputed.
Richard, all
how about them C's, bro?
Okay. Thanks, man. This is
How about them C's, bro?
How about those New Jersey Nets that almost won a championship? That was fun.
You know, I made up for it in Cleveland.
Speaking of Cleveland and the Celtics sucking, you're a real prick for saying that. Speaking of the Celtics and Cleveland, I believe it was Ivan Shumpert. He told a story about LeBron calling the same play for an entire quarter against the Celtics in that playoff run in 2016. Does he know everybody's play? Like LeBron, does he know everything? And then also, when you guys are down 3-1, was there any point where he just looked around and said, like, don't worry, guys, just pass me the fucking ball and I'll get this up for us?
Well, look, it's one, and given what LeBron has done to your Celtics for so many years, that's very nice of you.
Just move the fuck up.
Here's
Jersey Nets, and yes, did we beat the
Man,
Celtics
talk
twice
about
in
a
the
dork.
postseason and sweep them one time? Look, the fact that we sent Boston home twice in
Antoine Walker was on that team.
So I'm going to answer your question. Yes, he does know every player, every team's play. But I will say this, he's not the only one. Jason Kidd is like that. Rondo is like that. There's a lot of guys that know every play about the other team because to be a defensive specialist, you got to know. If you're trying to win, Kobe Bryant was the same way. Tim Duncan. There's certain guys that just go to that next level of basketball IQ, and they want to know the plays. They want to know the other team's plays so they can anticipate.
I don't know.
So yes, he
What do you
does
think
know
here?
all the plays for the
I'm
other
looking
team.
at the two small ones.
That shit surprised me when I was playing with him because he was just like, wait, no. He was telling other players on the team when they were coming out of the timeout, where they going, you're supposed to be over there. And like the guy was looking at him weird.
Just the two small ones. All I'm looking at is the two
Spend
small
that
ones.
time in the lab.
Yeah, he is
Those little
seemingly
teeny ones
another
on the
unstoppable
15 and
force.
5 minute are
He's like
still
55
22
years old.
pip stop losses.
I've been watching him since I was in high school. And I'm an old fuck. I can't get out of bed some days. And this guy is playing in the NBA, still just absolutely dominating. It's unbelievable what he has accomplished. We see people that are supposed to be one thing do something else, and they do well. We get jacked up, and that's not just NFL quarterbacks. No. That could be comedians. I see Pete Davidson on a basketball court, and I lost my shit. This dude's a fucking baller.
Stud.
Look at him. Did you expect this was plus 10,000?
Yep.
Pete Davidson being a dog on the court. I don't know if he talked that or not.
Close.
Didn't watch the full video. He's got handles and he attacks the fucking rim. Pete Davidson's a dog, dude.
It's like magic.
Did he play in high school? It looks like it.
Seems like it. I mean, look at this guy. He's a fucking player.
She's playing high school. Looks like it.
He's jacked.
You gotta be a jerk.
I'm not being a jerk. The guy's very lean. He looks great. I didn't realize how tall and skinny he was.
Yeah, he is a lanky fella, but I think that has played into his benefit through a lot of his life.
Like he legit looks like a basketball player.
Our body's very late.
Yeah, a very lanky individual. He's got
Nice pass.
Yeah, he's got joints in places other people don't. He is a player, this
Yeah.
guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? He's an absolute player. And then you think about other people that we know for one thing, and then they do something else, and it's not the same reaction as we have whenever we see Pete Davidson going on the opposite side with a lefty, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's not the same as Joe Burrow hitting a fucking dinger and the boys getting pumped up. It's not the same as Russell Wilson hitting balls out of the park and everybody being excited. But whenever a motivational speaker gets on a basketball court and then he puts up a shot, it gets blocked, and then all of a sudden he decides to hack the shit out of somebody, our immediate response is like, hey, excuse me, Garrett, we love you. We need you to stop doing that. Somebody's going to take your head off your neck if you continue that.
That was a shot? That was a shot he took?
Yeah, got blocked. Somebody got their arm on it. Look at that. That's why I said I'm mad. Blocking me, huh? Block you.
He chopped the hell out of that guy.
Yeah, he chopped the hell out of that guy. First time we saw it, my initial thought was like, Gary can't be doing any pickup game I've ever played in. That is an immediate throw to the face of and everybody else potentially getting involved as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Gary is Gary V, and he told us that he knows who and how he can play against who, and he had it all under control. But you watch Pete Davidson play, we think to ourselves, that's awesome. We watch Gary V play, we go, Gary, we're going to lose you.
Someone's gonna get in your face, Gary.
Can't be doing that. Pete Davidson's a dog on that court, though.
Oh yeah.
That needs to be right.
Left finish on the right side. Clean.
Next shot.
Yeah.
Smooth.
He's not playing with like a bunch of scrubs at like YMCA either. That's an open run at UNLV. I mean, he's got some fucking guys out there.
Really? Holy shit! I want to guess that.
Yeah.
They're playing at UNLV.
Not really.
Oh shit.
Go with Gary though. Check out that outlet pass after he
But that looked like a bunch of city.
That was pretty
Yeah,
sick.
that's what that dude just said. It's not just some scrubs. It's an open run at UNLV.
But like the dude I seen him throw the pass to looked like an old man. Like that was like an old man.
Yeah, he's got a big old ball spot.
Jordan gave him, he signed him, gave him.
Yeah,
Playing on the
after he
side
played
of
against
the
Jordan.
Are we sure his guy didn't foul Gary on the shot?
Game
And he just was getting the back here?
There's a chance. You want to call foul. You know what I mean? If you want to call it, you can call it.
That's a clean block.
Feels like they're wearing jerseys too. Is this an actual
You think
game?
he undercuts people ever? You think he just goes and undercuts guys like that?
This is a league. I do wonder if you fucking low bridges people at all. This is a league.
Yeah,
Keep it
it's like-
scoring. There's jerseys.
Like shirts and skins?
He's the Fulton Reed in this league. Yeah.
Always remember me, Ron.
Trish.
Okay.
That was fun to see. Good to see you. Oh, Ronnie said last word. Last word.
Oh,
He
man.
wiped it off. Said this is disgusting.
Yeah.
He actually-
Wow.
Yeah. Wiped it off. He did that.
Get the mirror out, Diggs.
He's gonna replace my ball.
Yeah, if we knew Brownie had, the jump that he's showing today, I don't know. They're looking for a new, for a new mascot.
Bronny, in the elf community, how high are you in the hierarchy of elves? At the top.
Top.
Damn, that's gonna be a tough fall for all the other elves.
Not more than Harry Potter. Not more than Harry Potter.
Whoa.
No.
Oh, he's Bronny.
Harry elves.
What about the cooking elves?
The Keebler?
They're pretty.
Whoa!
Whoa! Too small!
Holy shit.
Ronnie's about to gritty on the Keebler elves.
What about Smurfs?
Are those elves?
Those are their own thing.
Yeah, it's a different.
Separate race. Legolas, though? Come on.
Who?
The elves in Lord of the Rings, what we're talking about.
They're way up there.
Yeah.
At what point did you know you were going to be an elf?
Fuck it, went for it, dog.
Time ago?
Tagged you in?
Went for it. I just entered up live.
What's your favorite food? What do you like to eat? What do you like to, what does a Bronny the elf eat? If you had to guess?
Yeah.
Poop.
What do you eat? I don't know. What do you
Brownies.
Y'all said poop.
You do a little
Display.
How many push-ups do you
What do you eat? Football? You eat footballs?
Eat
Is that-
footballs.
You eat footballs?
First word.
Is that what you do? You eat footballs.
I love straight.
Okay.
We could have him.
9708.
Sorry. That's why you're the mascot.
That's right.
You raking leaves.
Does he eat brownies?
You eat brownies?
Need a
You
mascot.
eat your own pie?
9465.
Brownie loves brownies. I would suggest a
91397.
Oh
TGI
my.
Fridays.
Should head there now.
They had them at the office last week. Nick and Ty and their despicable eating habits had TGI Fridays in the office on Thursday, I think. Every day's Friday at Fridays. They brought in the brownies. Oh, that was the best brownie I've been around.
So good. Bugs
The,
brownies.
the best brownie
By far.
I've been around.
Yeah.
Bar, not even a close
Not
second.
close to that.
Not even a close second.
Or third.
You know what I mean? Best brownie I've been
9095. 90.
What?
95.
Oh, you're saying
Top
four?
five, top five,
Yeah.
top five.
He's only got four.
Pat, did Brownie wear the whole situation all the way here from Cleveland? He stayed in the car.
Damn, that's way off.
This ain't a situation.
Yeah, he wakes up.
He said this is a costume. AJ said this is a costume. Potentially, you're not an actual elf. That's what AJ said.
No,
AJ Hawk.
Right there.
That guy.
Right there.
Flip them off, Brownie.
Yeah. Let him know.
Come on, tell him.
Oh! Brady didn't eat books.
Yeah, he picked your bogeys.
Elves love picking books.
Yeah, is that the second favorite thing he eats? I wonder.
Oh yeah, because Brady's number one.
Yeah.
Bugs number two.
Bugs 2.
Dog pooper on stage.
3.
9729.
For the dog.
He thought he was
The
getting
dog battle.
Nothing wrong with it.
This guy beat me in a wrestling match during their draft thing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or during their schedule release thing. Called me one trick pony, this guy. Called me what you, Roddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're walking into uncharted territory over here.
I do see a table. I think there is grounds for what some may say is
You and me are good, yeah.
respectful
You and me are
revenge.
good. Brownie, I think you're going to remain, too. I don't think they're going to be able to run you out. You got too much charisma. I like to call you a chip. You know what I mean, Brownie? You're a Riz god. Well, Riz elf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riz elf.
God of the elves.
A lot of John, Brownie.
You got a lot of job.
Any questions from the back for Brownie here? We can translate through.
come on.
First female trainer in the history of the Belmont to win a race. Gina or Jenna?
Jenna.
Jenna Antonucci.
Antonucci.
Jenna Antonucci training Arcangelo.
Correct.
Couple paisanas getting some big time wins over there in the Belmont. What a good horse.
Great.
Unbelievable.
Watching it live, they had Jenna Antonucci's face
I had to
on the
switch this
TV.
up because my entry was so off, bro.
Emotion and celebration and excitement.
9781.
TV to me in my living room, and then I watch her get all the way down to the track, and whenever she runs right to the horse, Arcangelo, big nose slap, big brush. I'm proud of you, and I'm like, God damn! I heard earlier that Forte's heart was broken. Kentucky Derby. Now I'm learning that Arcangelo can hear from somebody that they're proud of them.
Yeah.
These horses are the smartest things. Why are we killing these things? With how smart these goddamn horses are. They can rehab whatever injury. They're literally humans in the shape of a creature that is faster and stronger than everything. We need to respect these goddamn horses a little bit.
You're right, we do. Well, and we don't know if it's injuries that's killing them. It's could be AQI, smoke coming in stables when they're sitting there. We still don't know for sure whether or not that's the reason.
Well, the good news is we have a horse expert, Bruce Brown, back there. Bruce, what is going on with the horses?
There were 2 broken legs, front left leg injuries to both horses. One on Saturday in the 13th race and one on Sunday.
Kill them right away.
I saw an elephant with a prosthetic leg this weekend.
So proud.
Yeah, elephants lay down for long periods of time.
Okay.
And, tolerate it. Horses don't do that.
Well, also too, you gotta keep in mind.
I've seen a horse lay down.
Could you sedate them for 3 weeks?
I think horses down is a bad thing.
Yeah.
But I saw a picture of a girl sleeping with a horse in the hay one time.
You're right.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened, Diggs? You get rocked up? What happened?
Whoa.
What the hell? I knew I shouldn't have said that on this program.
We're trying to have a fucking real horse conversation. You guys taking this to Tijuana. What is your guys' problem?
What is your problem?
What is your problem?
From what you two just said about, heartbroken and knowing that they're proud, I'm not so sure these horses are like, hey, fucking kill me if I break my leg, because I only race, that's all I want to do.
So these horses are so impressive. I enjoy watching them run. And whenever they go get a dub, I'm so happy for them. I want to know if they're happy. With all this talk about heartbreaking this horse.
They definitely know. They definitely know when they win a big race, yeah, for sure.
You think so?
No, not at all.
What?
They're horses and they're majestic creatures. They're beautiful, but we're throwing humans on them and riding around in a circle. I don't think they understand the magnitude of what they've just done.
They have to.
They know. They know when there's a giant crowd at the racetrack versus a
Yeah, they get all
normal
spooked and they get scared and run past.
They do get skittish.
I didn't understand they fuck a lot after, right?
I don't know if they know that that's a potential benefit of winning this thing. But I have heard, well, not all of them, but the ones that win do, but I have heard that, like, some horses are very much like, nah, fuck that horse. Like, that's why they're good closers at the end, because they, like, don't want a horse to outrun them, pretty much. So I guess they do have competitive, right? I guess that's
Yeah, so in the wild, they will run to the front of the herd and then basically chill. So that's why you see a lot of horses get on the lead and then get run down, because once they get the lead, they kind of lose that incentive to go forward.
So basically, like, these horses, like, they understand the magnitude of the races, but personally, like, basically, I think all they care about is, like, eating a couple baby carrots or maybe an apple after the race is over, and, like, everything else doesn't really matter.
I thought that's what you were trying to get to. I thought that's what you were trying to get to there, Bruce, because that's a win, right? We have a never-ending carrot supply.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a win.
Sugar cubes for days.
Bro, that is the law. That is the
What if they do a little deal like they do the Greyhound dogs in it? They get it when they get out front, give them something to face.
I think you handle everything really well. You seem comfortable everywhere, including in interviews and conversations. So I think you've kicked ass for the little guy in Scottsdale, huh?
Oh, that's right.
Has grown since 15.
Yeah.
Crushing it.
Those first 14 years, though, all those sports you were crushing. Which sports?
Played baseball and football. I could show you a meathead back picture that would make your head spin.
Oh, Ian Rappaport type? Hey, we saw a photo of Ian Rappaport when he was a member of the crew team at Columbia. Is it Columbia?
Yeah, Columbia.
Columbia, he's fully roided up. He is double the size of every other one of his teammates. There he is. That's Ian Rappaport right there in the front.
I was 195 my senior year.
Woo. How tall? No, you don't have to.
5'10".
Oh.
Great job.
Yeah, he's 5'10", 195. You can play sports.
Yeah.
That's baseball. You can play that.
Beasley. Yeah.
Jump.
Can't you play baseball there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Why'd you give up? You said once I learned when I stopped driving at 15.
There it is.
Look at this guy.
Wow.
What the?
Holy shit, dude.
Great number.
Who's messing with me right there?
Nobody. I mean, nobody. AJ Hawk might have came through there
Yeah.
and just said, all right, who's this guy? Especially because you're from Arizona.
Yeah.
He's from a 4-season climate. Automatically think they're tougher than you because you're from Arizona. So, like, everybody from Ohio thinks that, let alone the president of Ohio, AJ Hawk. But I would love to see you two do a nice Boom Sooner Oklahoma drill. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
You know what I mean? That would be great.
We do it 2 days in the heat, in the desert heat.
Oh,
Good turn.
that's a good counter.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good counter right there.
Hot winter, great. Go get me in pads with that brick shit house right there. 15 degrees in yeah, see, I'm crushing him.
This is a freshman. AJ Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I just look at this man. Oh, what?
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. We don't know. All right, let's move on. Jacksonville Jaguars as top of the AFC South. Tennessee Titans were that there for a bit. Then you lose a weapon and everything stinks. D-Hop is a major priority for them. And how will it work if it does work out?
I think, first of all, Tennessee needs D-Hop more than D-Hop needs Tennessee's got.
This is for Knicks fans. It's a glass half empty, but hold on, I think this is more like it. I'll just leave one little drop. See, there's a little drop on the bottom. It's a glass almost entirely empty. That's for you. And then also, I know the big free agent signing, I wanted to be the first one to get you a Julius Randle jersey. I hope you rock it. You rock it with pride.
Stephen A. Smith says Max Kellerman doesn't have credibility because he wasn't an athlete and he's not a journalist. We'll see about that.
What are you talking about? The fact of the matter is, you don't.
I think he played college.
Hold on, Max. We let you speak, and you ain't the basketball guy, and we let you do most of the talking.
I've definitely seen pictures of him in a basketball jersey, but I don't know if it was college or not. I think it was though.
I lay off. Did I not? I did say that. In other words, what I'm saying is, I understand that every time you open your mouth about basketball, it's clear this ain't your expertise. You know what the hell you talking about. The offense between John Stockton and Paul Malone, the offense between those two, that's what their offense was predicated on. Isaiah Thomas had everybody. It wasn't about them offensively. It was Isaiah Thomas' offense. It was Stockton to Malone in Utah. Isaiah Thomas was surrounded by a bunch of defenders, hustle guys, rock riders, and what have you. He was the face of that franchise and the face of their offense. He was their number one option. There has never been a game, let alone a season, where John Stockton was the number one option. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Don't even make no sense.
You are giving the evidence. You are giving the evidence for Isaiah Thomas, which I subscribe to. Ultimately, I got him by a hair. He was also Finals MVP and he won two finals. However, you guys are acting like Stockton's not in the conversation. Why wasn't Stockton made 5 All-NBA first teams? Defensively, with averaging 3 steals a game. Was that also Karl Malone? He was shooting, by the way, Stockton could shoot the lights out.
Stop. I'm answering. Let me answer. One of the elite steals players in the NBA was Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson will be the first to tell you he couldn't guard anybody. He had to take chances stealing the ball. Steals are not the perfect implication of what your defensive problem is.
He also won 5 defensive first teams. He was on all defensive first team 5
But we
times.
didn't say he couldn't play defense. We didn't say he couldn't play defense. What we're saying is Isaiah
These are old school fakes or no?
Even when they agree, Stephen A. Smith is so disrespectful to Max Kellerman. He even got Jay Williams in on this one. There's nothing wrong with Max's point. Stephen A. looked foolish on this debate. First, he tries discrediting
G-Cad, I wonder what G-Cad ever did.
An irrelevant point about Allen Iverson.
Fucking
John
dicking
Stockton's
around.
team was not constructed the same as Allen Iverson's. And when Max brings up the 5-time All-Defense, Stephen A. changes the argument yet again. Both John Stockton and Isaiah
Damn,
Thomas
this looks
deserve
like
to
where
be
it
on
might
the
go.
dream team. And pointing that out doesn't mean you don't know basketball.
I'm only speaking about
But it ain't doing shit.
recreational use of marijuana. I think it's abhorrent. I think it's ridiculous, and I don't support it at all in terms of the NBA legalizing it. I don't believe that a paying customer should take money out of their hard-earned money out of their pockets to patronize an NBA product, to walk to a game and see some dudes walking up courtside. Ha! I don't believe that. Hell no. It is if people can't be disciplined enough to refrain from it, that's their problem. I don't want to see that.
Hold on.
I don't.
This is not about showing up to the game high. No one is saying the players should be high when they play.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Said that.
I'm saying they
because
will. They have the right to.
Because there are examples of players who've shown up high, that's a reason to outlaw recreational use on someone's own time. It's absurd on its face. You can't show up high. But after the game, what you go off and do is your business, particularly a league that is in bed with companies that peddle alcoholic beverages. It is absurd, if that's the standard, that especially once marijuana is legalized, to set, if the bar is alcohol, marijuana passes that threshold, according to every study ever done. So,
Studies.
Well, I mean,
Have you been inside a locker room? Have you been courtside and seen some of these dudes? I'm telling you right now, man. Here's what I'm telling you. Well, whatever. If you can do it recreationally without any repercussions, they will show up to the game that way.
The prohibition against marijuana is based almost exclusively on a government propaganda campaign.
Oh,
that was
stop
a
it, you with this nonsense. Government propaganda.
That's
I'm talking
nonsense.
reality. I'm talking about dudes showing up to the game. I've seen it.
Talking reality.
Max, finish your thought. Then we're going to take a quick break and get back to it.
Yeah, I'm in, but please, why even bother listening?
Right now, Molly?
Prohibition. Let's go to break. Go ahead.
This one's just embarrassing. I don't even know where to begin.
Oh man, I'm glad I don't see this fucking faggot stupid face anymore.
Kevin Durant said his best season, he was getting
I wonder if
credit
it's
for
gonna
every
show
game.
him or just.
The rule has
I wonder
never
if he's
stopped
on this
players
segment right
from
here.
using
Just
it.
showed
All
this
it
guy
does is hand out
that I ain't
unnecessary
seen in
suspensions.
forever.
The players barely play the way it is. Why would you want another reason for them to sit out games? If they are so high that they're visibly compromised, then they should be punished. Same thing with alcohol. But if there's no impact on their performance, then who cares? The fact that David Stern, as strict as he is, was telling them to get rid of the rule just shows how pointless it is.
Who's a more unstoppable, forget about scoring, forget about natural, forget about who it's easy for, who's a more unstoppable offensive player? It's a 5-on-5 game. LeBron James or Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant.
Incorrect.
Kevin Durant.
LeBron James
Kevin Durant.
is a
What do you watch?
far more unstoppable
What do you watch?
offensive player.
Far more unstoppable. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Offensive player.
Excuse me, I didn't stutter. I didn't stutter.
Kevin Durant's a way better shooter.
Jab or body shot. You asked me about a jump shot. You asked me about basketball. Let me tell you something right now. Kevin Durant is 6'11", who can pull up from 40. This brother is on that level. I'm talking about offensively. Now, Kevin, if you want to tell me that LeBron James, from a physical, he's big and he's unstoppable because he can get to the basket anytime he wants to. Kevin Durant,
6'11" and he can shoot.
You're asking me, you're acting like Kevin Durant ain't even in the conversation. LeBron doesn't have the offensive skills that Kevin Durant has.
Incorrect. Kevin Durant doesn't have the offensive skills LeBron has.
Oh my God.
No. I got Stephen A here.
Karl Malone was unstoppable going to the basket. What was he, about 260?
Right.
That's what LeBron is. But he passes like Magic Johnson and he can shoot from outside.
It's ignorant.
Okay.
I'm not even talking to you about it.
Stephen A, to your,
I'm not even talking to you about it.
earlier criticism for joining a super team, move on.
When it comes to one-on-one scoring
Nope,
or
didn't show.
shooting, no one is denying that Kevin Durant is much better than LeBron James. But Max Kellerman said offensive player, and he's talking about the 5-on-5 game. LeBron averages way more assists while averaging the same amount of points for his career. No matter where KD has been, he's always had Hall of Fame teammates, whereas LeBron spent his first 7 years by himself in Cleveland. Yet LeBron still manages to win more. There's no question KD can take over a game, but when he's not scoring, he becomes a liability. We saw that against Boston in the playoffs, and when he blew a 3-1 lead to the Warriors.
And Tatum all checking him at the top
LeBron
of the
is also
shot.
more efficient than KD because he takes higher percentage shots, getting to the basket and using his physical advantage. This really isn't the Warriors, the same team that LeBron beat take over a game.
Look at
But when
this.
he's not scoring, he becomes a liability. We saw that against Boston in the playoffs.
Look at
and
this,
we
boom.
blew a 3-1 lead to the Warriors. The same team that LeBron beat. LeBron is also more efficient than
Check
KD.
the top of his shot.
Stopped him at, or blocked him at the top of it.
Yep. Hand on top.
But anyways, it's time to read jokes.
Yes.
We read jokes on this show, Nick.
All right.
It's easy, then you don't have to think of them yourself.
I love it. I hate thinking.
To read that thing.
Can I read it now?
Yeah.
A Florida University student was caught streaking on campus and apparently told police he was on acid and asked them to cut his dick off. Boy, these kids today are crazy. In my day, we didn't need drugs. We would just cut our own dicks off.
I didn't need no fucking acid and shit.
The show has loosened up considerably. I noticed I was watching Oprah and Dave talking about weed and booze. I don't do either of those. The hardest one I did LSD. And I remember as a kid, I was like 16, and I remember they warned me, they said, hey, you gotta be careful with that LSD on account of you can get a flashback. 10 years can go by, 20 years, 30 years, and a flashback will happen. So I thought, hey, that seems like a good deal. You tell me I'd buy a drug for $5, I eat it, I get high, and then 20 years later I get high again? That's not the point. I like to stretch my drug dollar. The point is this. 10 years have passed, 20 years have passed, 30 years have passed, and no flashbacks. What a jip that turned out to be. Just more horse by the big acid companies, that's all it is.
I'm more of a beer drinker. IPAs. Oh, what's that? International Pale Ale? That's Indian Pale Ale. Indian Pale Ale. What do you like to drink? Well, other than fucking jizz. I mean, what alcohol do you like to drink?
Let's say one thing about my buddy Richie who has a disease. And, but it's an interesting disease he has. He has the disease of alcoholism. And he came to me, you know, and he told me, and I like to look, I'm the kind of guy that likes to look at the bright side of things, you know. So I told him, I said, Richie, it's true that you have a disease and everything, but I think you got the best one. It's the only disease where you get to drink booze all the time. I haven't looked at every medical journal, but I believe it's the only disease where you can constantly drink booze. As a matter of fact, that is the disease. You know, and I don't think Richie would think he had it. I don't think Richie would go to my Uncle Bert and go, hey, I understand you got bowel cancer. Ah, man, I know how you feel. I gotta drink a lot of booze. Those diseases. Accept those diseases, huh, Uncle Bert? Hey, what's your symptoms, Uncle Bert? Well, my bowel, I got blood pouring out of it all the time. I got bowel blood pouring out, gushing out of my bowel, almost nonstop. And I got searing, clawing pains, ripping, tearing, you know, mind-screeching bowel pains. And they're combined with aching, dull
soul-deadening battle pain. Those are basically my symptoms. How about you? I get happy. And, you know, I tend to be able to talk to people easier, I find. Sometimes I will meet a lady at a bar, got the same disease as I do, and I'll fuck her. That's in the latter stages of the disease. Uncle Bert, you have to realize that. No, I mean Uncle Bert. But listen, man, I don't minimize what he does though, because he admits that he's an alcoholic and that he's weaker than above. That ain't easy to do. I couldn't do any of that shit. I'm too proud, you know what I mean? I got too much pride, you know. Like they say in the scriptures, pride goes before the fall, you know. And he can somehow, you know, it's a very beautiful thing he does. He goes to Alcoholics Anonymous and he says right in front of them, he says, you know, he goes in front of a whole room full of people and he says, I am an alcoholic, you know. Which I know does not sound that anonymous. I didn't name the group. It sounds like the exact opposite of anonymous. Whatever. Like to me, the alcoholics, you know, the anonymous alcoholics, to me, would be like you guys. I don't fucking know. I can't tell, you know? But once you tell the whole church basement full of people, your cover is pretty well blown, but anyway, it still requires a lot of... The only thing they seem to be anonymous about from the way I can gather it is they won't tell you their last names. Anything else goes, you know? But not the last name. No. Sometimes they'll say the first, like they'll go, I am Richie and I am an alcoholic, or the first initial. They'll say, my name is Richie K and I am an alcoholic. Then anything goes. They're like, one time I remember I was under the influence of the demon rum and I started punching my newborn in the face. I looked down at my fist and it was all bloody with, I don't know what it was.
Jesus
Either
Christ.
from my knuckles or my son's skull. I'm not telling you my last name. That's none of your beeswax. As far as I'm concerned, a man should have a little, you know. Did I ever tell you about the time where I blew a dog for a pint of gin? Oh, yeah, I did tell you. First initial's K, I'll give you that much. Richie K, but I'm not going to tell you the last letters. Plus you can memorize my face. But other than that, I would like to keep this completely anonymous. If there's just a way I could... And what better way to keep a secret when you think about it than tell a room full of drunks? That's not going anyplace, you know? Says the guy has a relapse. Hey, Richie blew a dog for a pint of gin. He told a whole bunch of us. I mean, I understand the dog had some gin. What are you going to do? Hey, Richie K, you know Richie K? But I don't drink myself, you know. It's not because I'm no big guy. I'm just afraid, you know. I fear everything, you know. And so I'm afraid to and stuff. But I used to. Now I don't drink. And when you're with people that drink, it doesn't work out. That's why that designated driver thing, I don't think it ever worked out. I see ads for it again, like they're trying to resurrect that idea. But it's kind of a flawed notion, you know.
It's on 150.
It's like, hey, Bill, listen. We were wondering if you'd come out with us. Here's the idea. We want to go out and drink. And then we were hoping you'd come with us and not drink. How does that sound to you?
Yeah.
We're going to go to a bunch of different bars and drink, and then you come with us and not drink. Also, we're not going to be driving. You're going to pick us up at our different houses, go to a bunch of bars, of them. How's that sound to you? How's that catch you? I was like, I don't know. What's the catch? It sounds too good. So sort of. But I don't drink, and if you don't drink, I'll tell you something. Bars are not a lot of fun because, you know, when you think about it, you know, all it is you're just sitting at a big oak table for 4 hours. That's not fun unless you're drunk. And then everybody else be drinking, you know what I mean? So their fun is going up, pumping up, you know, it's rising. Their fun is escalating while your fun is staying exactly the same. And then by the end of the night, you don't even know what the fuck they're laughing about. Everybody's laughing. And then they start resenting you for it. I've seen that. Drunk people do not want a not drunk guy there. I know that. I've been there so many times. It always ends the same. Guy goes up and goes, hey, what's the matter with you? Cheer up. And you're like, oh, I'm having a good time too. Don't take a wild swing at me when I'm not looking. I'll be driving you home later. This is a lot of fun. Little pieces. I'm going to give you something that'll help you get through this. Anytime you think you want a drink, right?
Is that what I think it is?
I don't know. Do you think it's cocaine?
Yeah.
Well, you're partly right. It's cocaine, and it's there's also a lot of baby laxative.
And we always run out of time, but I want you to know, you were a kid, right? This is the first time you got drunk?
When I got drunk, yeah. I was a very straight-laced kid, you know.
How old were you when this happened?
I was 18, 19 years old, and I decided to drink, you know. And I was out with my buddies at a bar. My God, we started drinking. They had those shooters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those are hard to take, you know. You can't gauge them, you know. And before you knew it, I was so crazily drunk, like just drunk out of my mind. And so then time passes in a weird way, and my friends, they wanted to leave the bar.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, let's go, right? I'm like, So I'm like, why should I leave? We're having fun here at the bar. You guys leave if you want, right? But there you go. And I'm making friends with everybody, man. There's a fat guy with a beard, you know? And there's a jukebox. It's like a Western movie, you know what I mean? And there's a bartender. There's all kinds of ladies and everything like that. And everybody's my friend. So I'm getting drunker and drunker with these shots. You know, they're all crazy, dirty sex name shots, you know? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Here, have a dirty sex, whatever. Then you order them. You're such a drunk loser. Like, yeah, can you have sex with my
Man, let's run.
So I get all drunk, and then I go into the bathroom, and a dude gives me some pills. He has some pills.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And you're not supposed to ever mix pills with booze.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then any doctor.
They told you up at the Mayo Clinic?
But this guy was not a doctor. He was just a guy I met in the bathroom.
Even worse than a GP.
He was worse than a GP. His name though was Dr. Midnight. But I found out he was not
Not really a doctor. No. Yeah.
So anyways, so I take these pills, and what they do is, they say that you're not supposed to mix them. But on the other hand, in one way it works. So I'm like so drunk now, and having so much fun and everything. Hey, fat bearded guy having an arm wrestle with him. I don't know how to arm wrestle. Then all of a sudden I go to I'm playing pool. I go to shoot a thing of pool, and I fall down right in all the pool balls, and then I just black out. What's called blacking out. It's not passing out. But you don't remember anything.
Oh, yeah.
I wake up, right? I'm in a bed, but it's not my bed, you know? And I look beside me. Who do I see? The fat bearded guy. So I go, holy Lord God, I had sex with the fat bearded guy. And at this point in my life, I was a young man. I had never had intercourse in my life. And I've always imagined it, but I never imagined that one. I imagined a nice lady in a dress.
That's right.
So, it's not all great. No. So I look over and I go, oh my God. Then I noticed we're in twin beds. You know, we're not not the same bed. And I go, is this some kind of one of them old-fashioned gay guys?
What?
There's no such thing. Gay guys are generally not old-fashioned. They're right on top of the latest thing.
Right on top of the latest thing. That's right.
And they're so ahead of things. They have sex, and they don't even use a lady. So anyway. The upshot of the story is, what happens is I never had sex with this fat guy with a beard. This guy had checked me into a rehab. This guy was like a dirty drunk. And he took me for a dirty drunk too, right? So I'm like, what the hell? He says, yeah, man, you know, go over here and rehab, man, it's good for both of us. And I'm like, yeah, I got. So I had a big, like a robe on, fluffy slippers. They wouldn't give me my clothes, right?
How long were you
They had a bag of my clothes somewhere. They wouldn't tell me where I was.
Would they let you out?
No, 3 days I had to stay.
3 days?
They made me go to what is called an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, right? And I get up, I go, hey, I'm not an alcoholic, which it turns out is what a lot of alcoholics.
They all say that.
I said, the fat bearded guy, there's the alcoholic right over there.
And how long did you guys date?
9970.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Norm MacDonald. We'll be right back.
It's important to understand how your actions affect the people around you. Oh, I see we have someone new joining us this week. Would you like to start first?
Well, I just want to say that I used to think that I was better than you people, you know. And then something happened to me recently where I realized that I had a problem because something I did really hurt my brother. So I just want to say I have an addiction.
Took most of it off, took profit,
Oh yeah.
and let it run. Put the stop loss in the profit.
My name is Tony, and I haven't had sex with a dead person in over 2 weeks.
This is like Gamblers Anonymous. It must be down the hall. I just want to say something. Remember earlier when I said I wasn't better than you people? I am. I'm better than you people. I ain't gonna leave, all right? And if I should happen to die on the hallway, just stay the hell away from me, all right? Keep your hands to yourself.
Mic check. Mic check.
You streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm just checking our shit. Yeah, I'm just checking our shit. Hopefully this thing will give us a push all the way up.
Push that bitch.
I took off the second dick too. Hopefully this thing will give us a push all the way up. I took off the second dick too. What did G-Cat do here? Fucking nothing. Would have tagged it out. It's all stalling out.
Fucking shit. Call that night.
Okay, yeah. Get some fucking sleep.